Good morning. How are you guys? Good morning. Good morning. We have some people in the cafe today. Hey, Spins. Good morning. She says, "Good morning, beautiful people. Beautiful people. Beautiful people." Hey, Henny and Lauren. Margaret. Hey. QB Designs. How are you guys this morning? How are you guys? Spence says QB in the house. Hey, JB. I missed you guys yesterday. Oh my goodness, that was loud. Okay, do not disturb. Thank you very much. Sorry, that was super duper loud, right? Lauren, he's doing okay. He slept decent, I guess, and he has a post-op appointment today, so we will see how that goes. Oh, Margaret says I felt slightly disloyal watching another stream. Oh, hey, Sandra LaValle. She says, hello, good morning. I'm new here. Well, welcome. Welcome, welcome, Sandra. We love new peoples. Good morning. Good morning. So, okay, it's because yesterday happened. I thought that we would Zoom through the day 9, which was yesterday's Daybell trial. And since we have a newcomer here, I will explain that. So yesterday, my husband had some dental work done, and I ended up not streaming because, I needed to assist the husband. And so yesterday was a no stream day, and today I'm catching up. So if any of you watched yesterday, then feel free to rewatch part of today, I guess, or come back later during the day when we possibly get to day 10, which is today, like live time, real time. So, but anyway, for yesterday, we'll be able to at least skip through the breaks and the lunch hour and sidebar cities and all that kind of thing. So, all right, let's begin. I'm going to share the screen no, keep in mind again, this was yesterday. I didn't get to catch any of it, to be honest. I did listen to a teensy little bit, like maybe 5 minutes. So, oh, yay, QB, they closed early as well. What time did they close down? Yay, I guess we'll be able to really skip through. Hey, Gail, good morning. Oh, your son has an appointment. I hope everything's well and okay. Mm. Oh, they shut down at 3, so that would be so they shut down like 30 minutes early, I guess. Meh, okay. I'll take it. All right, let's get going, and I'm gonna put it on, probably I'm gonna try 1.5 speed, and if it's too fast for my brain, then I'll drop it down to 1.25. I can usually do 1.5, but sometimes, depending on who's speaking, I have to drop it down to 1.25. So we will try 1.5. All right, you guys, let's get going.
Good morning, everyone. We're back on the record this morning on KCR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The prosecution is here present. The defendant, as well as defense attorney, Mr. Pryor. Court notes the jurors are all returned and accounted for and properly seated. I've also received and reviewed the jury affirmation signed by each of the 18 jurors. So thank you again for continuing to follow the court's admonishment on your affirmation each day. When we concluded yesterday The witness, Mr. Warwick, was under cross-examination, which will be continuing this morning. So, Mr. Pryor, if you're ready to proceed with continued cross, you can do that. As you make your way over to the podium, and you can do that now, Mr. Pryor, I'll just note to the witness, Mr. Warwick, you are still under oath for your questions. And I just want to confirm, did you review any of the trial testimony since you left the stand yesterday? Okay, you did not. Can you check your microphone also to make sure that's working? No. Okay. All right. Mr. Pryor, then if you'd like to continue with the cross, we can commence this morning. Thank you. When we concluded yesterday, the witness, Mr. Warwick, was under cross-examination, which will be continuing this morning. So, Mr. Pryor, if you're ready to proceed with continued cross, you can do that. As you make your way over to the podium, and you can do that now, Mr. Pryor, I'll just note to the witness, Mr. Warwick, you are still under oath for your questions. And I just want to confirm, did you review any of the trial testimony since you left the stand yesterday? Okay, you did not. Can you check your microphone also to make sure that's working? No. Okay. All right. Mr. Pryor, then if you'd like to continue with the cross, we can commence this morning. Thank you, Judge.
Morning.
Morning.
Before, I guess where I'd like to start, Mr. Warwick, is did you have an opportunity either yesterday or today to talk to the prosecuting attorney about your testimony?
No.
Prior to testifying in this proceeding, did you have an occasion to talk to the prosecutor at any time about your testimony?
No.
Do you recall testifying in a preliminary hearing in August of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Subsequent to that, did you have an occasion to communicate either directly or through your wife with the prosecuting attorney about the manner and the substance of any of your testimony?
No.
Did you have an occasion to exchange an affidavit or a document between you and your wife and the prosecutor and the police?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Is it possible that the prosecuting attorney or law enforcement showed you an affidavit of facts and had you go over that for accuracy?
Yes.
Okay. So you did go over an affidavit, correct?
I don't know if it was an affidavit, but
It was a document.
yeah.
And in that document, it detailed the facts of this particular case and what you would be testifying about, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then there were some revisions to those documents. In other words, you would make suggestions and send them back to the prosecuting attorney, and then they would send it back. And there was a little bit of a back and forth. Do you recall that?
Nope.
Okay. Do you recall your wife bringing you an affidavit or court document saying, the prosecutor would like you to take a look at this and see if this accurately reflects what your testimony is going to be?
No, I don't.
But you do recall going over an affidavit that you that was prepared by the prosecuting attorney for your review, correct?
I would say yes, according to if I'm understanding this correctly.
Okay. So in other words, there was a document prepared. You were to review that document. And then at that point, you were to return it either through your wife or directly back to the prosecuting attorney. Is that right?
I never did take it. It was just,
You never did what?
I did not take the document.
Did you read the document?
I did read it.
Did you correspond in any way with the prosecuting attorney about how and what changes would be necessary to that document?
No.
Okay. Did your wife do it for you?
No.
Okay. All right. I want to go back to something you said originally. You talked and you used a couple of adjectives to describe Chad, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think one of them you said was quiet. You
Yes.
saw that yesterday? I don't recall if you used the words humble. Was that one of them, humble?
The words I used is he was kind and yeah, he was meek and humble. I've never seen anything different.
Okay. And throughout all of your interactions with Mr. Daybell, that's the way you found him. You found him as a very meek person, correct?
Correct.
You found him as a very humble person, right?
Yes.
You found him as a very quiet person. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And deeply religious.
Yes.
And you may not have agreed with all of his religious beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And he would not necessarily believe with all of your religious beliefs. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. But you respected each other for having your respective religious beliefs. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Now, I talked to you a little bit about visions and about vibrations. I want to talk to you a little bit about seances. Do you understand the term seance?
I do.
Okay. Now, did you or with your wife or knowledge of your wife ever participate in a seance?
No,
Okay. Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not your wife participated in a seance?
I do not.
Okay. And I previously asked you about the 7 gatherers, but I'm going to ask you again. You have no knowledge whatsoever of what the 7 gatherers are. Is that right?
Asked and answered, Honor.
Overruled.
You have no knowledge of what the 7 gatherers are. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, You testified in a preliminary hearing, I believe it was in August of 2020. You recall that?
Yes,
What was the date of your marriage again?
it was December 12th, 2020.
Okay. So you testified in a preliminary hearing about 4 months before you got married. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, we had your wife on previously, and she talked about the fact that you live in a different state than she is. Is that right?
yes,
And she lives somewhere in Arizona. We don't need to say where. And you live somewhere in Utah. Is that correct?
correct.
And how long have you folks lived separately?
Probably about 2 years now.
Okay. And how long did you actually live together?
Overruled.
How long did you live together?
Several months.
Meaning 2 or 3 months?
No, it was a little longer than that.
How much longer?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would it be as much as 8 or 9 months?
It could have been.
Okay. But several months.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that the reason you got married is because you were trying to avoid having to be forced to testify against each other in a criminal proceeding?
No.
Okay. I want to go over with you again some of your testimony with the prosecuting attorney. You made mention of a timeline. You said you went to a park during one of the days. I think you came in on a Friday, right?
Friday night,
But you don't remember about what time.
I would think about 7:30.
Okay. And then you said that you saw Chad several times over the weekend. Is that right?
Yes.
How many times?
I would say more like a few times. Like I would say 3 or 4 that I can actually recall.
Okay. And one of them you described as being in a park on a Saturday. Is that right?
I think, no, that was on Sunday.
That was on Sunday.
Mhm.
Okay. Did you see Chad on Saturday?
Yeah, yes.
When did you see him on Saturday? What time?
I'd say it was late morning or early afternoon.
Okay. Okay. And what was the purpose? That was the time when you folks had that discussion about Tammy and some of the other items that you talked about. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the significant discussion where the vast majority of what you spoke to Chad about took place on that Saturday. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you didn't see Chad on Friday. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And then you got up on Saturday, and in one report to the police, you mentioned that you slept in Saturday and then ate breakfast at Lori's condo. Do you remember telling law enforcement that?
I don't.
Okay. Do you dispute the fact that maybe you slept in and ate breakfast on Saturday morning?
No, I just don't remember.
Okay. And then what you did is you guys got prepared and went to a seminar called the Firm Foundation Saturday, right after you got done eating breakfast. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And according to your daughter, or excuse me, your wife's testimony, you spent the better part of the day and the evening at the Firm Foundation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is this, is that if you were at this Firm Foundation all day and into the evening late, how is it that you met with Chad in the apartment on Saturday?
Because we were not at the whole event.
Okay.
We didn't attend the whole event.
And if your wife said you did attend the whole events and she took pictures for over 9 or 10 hours, that's something she's mistaken about, right?
If she did, yes.
Okay. And you left the event during this event and came back, went to Lori's to eat. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Okay. All right. So you also don't remember talking to Chad on Saturday, do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. And then when you got back from the convention late, you folks decided that you would consider starting your podcast. Is that right?
No.
Oh, you didn't have an equipment failure of your podcast on Saturday evening?
No.
Okay. And then you, again, expressed to law enforcement that you slept in Sunday morning, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you see Chad at all on Sunday?
Yes.
When did you see him?
At the park.
Which park is that? Do you know?
I just know it was at Rexburg.
Okay. About what time was that?
I would say late morning,
Late morning.
if I'm recalling correctly.
Okay. Late morning, you saw Chad on Sunday. Do you recall meeting out at a 80 acres piece of land late Sunday afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And you were there with Lori,
No, Lori wasn't there.
Alex,
Melanie,
Melanie.
and Melanie.
Okay. And nobody else was there, right? JJ wasn't there.
So who'd you say?
JJ.
No.
And when you met with Chad at the park on Sunday, how long of a meeting was that?
I would say half hour.
Okay. Did he just come right over and say, let's go out to a park, or was there another purpose behind that?
No, they wanted us to come over to the park.
Okay. Who's they wanted?
Chad and Lori.
Okay. So Chad showed up at the park, or did he come over to the condo and then you all went over to the park together Sunday morning?
I really don't remember.
Okay. Okay. But then later on in the afternoon, you met a realtor by the name of Ron Arnold at a piece of 80-acre piece of property, right?
Yes, yes, he showed up later.
Well, he showed up with Chad later, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And what I find interesting is that you had noted in previous reports that he showed up with Chad and Chad was wearing his church clothes. Do you?
Oh, hold on. There's an objection. Can you repeat that into the microphone, Mr. Wixom?
Yes, Judge, that was argumentative, at least the first portion of the question or statement.
Overruled.
Chad showed up at that meeting on the land in the 80 acres with Ron Arnold, and he was wearing his church clothes, right?
That's right.
So he had gone to church that morning.
Yes.
So how is it that he met with you if he was at church in the morning?
Well, this was the afternoon.
No, I'm talking about the park.
Well, this was after the park.
Well, that's what I mean. He showed up at the.
He was serving in his calling, and him and Ron were serving together, and they came over.
No.
And I did not know they were coming over because I said I do not want to do any business on Sunday.
Well, I think you're missing my point, and I'll try to be a little clearer.
I
Okay?
appreciate that.
All right, you're welcome. What I don't understand is that if Chad was at church, engaged in church activity Sunday morning, and engaged in his calling Sunday, how is it that he met you, Lori, and Melanie at a park on that very same Sunday?
I don't know that he was at church Sunday morning.
Okay, well, isn't it true that you told the investigators that he was showing up in church clothes with another gentleman who's a real estate agent?
That was in the afternoon, yes.
Right, and isn't it true they told you that they just came over from attending church?
No,
Okay. And if Mr. Arnold were to get on the stand and say that's exactly what he told you, would that be an inaccurate statement by Mr. Arnold?
well, they were attending their calling, so in a way they're attending church, but it wasn't the services.
Okay. So these visits that you claim you had with Chad were on Saturday when you were at a convention, is that right? You happened to just take a break from a 10-hour convention that you were with your wife, right? To visit with Chad. Is that right, on Saturday?
I'm trying to recall what time we saw Chad on,
Okay.
what time I saw Chad on Saturday.
Oh, so possibly it could change now, is that right?
Well, no, I just don't remember. I just know that I was not at the whole conference.
Okay.
I didn't attend the whole conference, so
Sir, isn't it true you didn't see Chad on Friday?
yes, it's true. I did not see him on Friday.
And isn't it true you didn't see him on Saturday?
No, that's not true.
And isn't it true, sir, that on Sunday, the only time you saw him is when he went out to an 80 acres with a couple of other witnesses, and that's the only contact at all you had with Chad Daybell over that weekend?
Objection, argumentative.
Not true.
I have
Hold on.
nothing else.
Hold. Stop. All right, Mr. Pryor, Ms. Warwick. I'm sustaining that objection. I'm striking the response. Mr. Pryor, next question.
I'm done, Judge. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Warwick.
Good morning.
So I want to start by covering some of the questions that you were asked initially this morning. Do you recall the defense attorney just asking you whether or not yesterday you had met with prosecutors about your testimony? Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And you answered no.
Yes.
Do you recall meeting with me yesterday?
I don't. I mean, we talked in the hall, but we didn't talk about the case.
What about the day before?
No.
Let me ask this. Were there ever times that you and I, prior to you coming into court yesterday and testifying, were there times that you and I did meet and we did discuss your potential testimony?
Yes.
When's the best time that you, withdraw that? To the best of your recollection, when did we do that?
Probably a couple months ago, would be my guess.
And upon your arrival to Boise a couple of days ago, did we also meet again?
No,
You don't recall that?
I don't.
Let's move on. You were asked some questions by the defense about the way that you characterized Chad. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And I think the words quiet and kind and meek came up. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, to be clear, over the last several years, you've met with law enforcement a few different times, haven't you?
Yes.
Do you remember which law enforcement by any chance that you've met with?
I probably remember more by face than name.
Do you ever remember discussing with law enforcement your feelings about whether or not you liked Chad? Do you remember that?
Well, liking Chad or liking his ways.
Liking Chad.
I'll say yes. It's vague, but I remember.
It's overruled. You can continue to answer.
What do you remember about telling law enforcement about whether or not you liked Chad?
Well, just the only thing I can recall that I was struggling with is when he approached me about doing a book, I told him that I needed time to come to understand if that was right and if it was right, and then I needed to decide who if it was to be done. And for the next year, it was like when he reached out to me, it just didn't acknowledge the grounds that I had set, and he was kind of forward about he was ready and wanted to go forward, like I'd already agreed, and I never had. That's the only thing I can recall right now, anyway. That I think that's what you're referring to.
Is it possible that you use even more descriptive language about how you felt about Chad in that interview at that time?
I mean, it could be possible, but I'm not recalling it.
If you had an opportunity to review a police report from June of 2020, do you think it's possible that could refresh a recollection about that part of your conversation?
Yes.
Your Honor, with that, may I offer the witness a copy of the report from Detective Hermosillo from that same date?
Any objection from the defense? All right, Mr. Wixom, if you'll reference the precise date of the interview and also instruct the witness that he's just to refresh recollection with that, not read it into the record, for example, or read from it.
Will do, Your Honor, certainly. So perhaps I missed, I thought I indicated that the date of the interview was June 8th of 2020 with Detective Hermosillo. If I might ask the marshal to hand this to the witness. And sir, the court's instructing you, as normal, that you're not to read this report to the jury. Just take a moment when you receive it, review it, refresh your recollection. When you're done reading it, either turn it over or offer to hand it back to the marshal, and then I'll ask questions, okay?
In the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, just to clarify, Judge, I didn't recall a June 8th interview with Officer Hermosillo, but I did have a recollection of a June 3rd. So counsel may want to correct his date. My recollection is it should be a June 3rd is when Officer Hermosillo interviewed Mr. Warwick from my recall.
I'm referring to the date referenced in the very report that we've just handed to defense counsel. That's the best date that I'm aware of, Judge. It's the date recorded in the report.
Okay, well, we'll go off the date listed in the report.
Judge, could I go on to your native objection when Mr. Warwick is done?
You may, once he's reviewed that report.
Judge, in the interest of time, may I direct the witness to a specific portion of the report to read to himself?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Warwick, I would call your attention to page 4 of that report and invite you to read the last 2 paragraphs, please, to yourself.
You'll just turn that over then. Well, go ahead, Mr. Wixom, but I understand Ms. Pryor may have an objection, but you can ask whatever question you've got up next after that review.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for clarity's sake, for the record, upon looking at my copy, the supplemental report that was handed to Mr. Warwick was written and dated at the top for June 20th, 2020. But defense counsel is correct that the interview did occur on the 3rd of June of 2020.
No questions, Judge, at this point.
Okay, thank you. You can proceed, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Warwick, having had a chance to review that paragraph, did it refresh your recollection?
Yes, it did.
Could you please explain to the jury what was it that you told Detective Hermosillo in June of 2020 about Chad?
I was really angry that he called Melanie and told her not to talk to the police.
Why were you angry?
Because when someone makes a call like that, there's something wrong. And I had no idea what was going on. My mom had just got, I was on the phone with my mother because she just got diagnosed with cancer. And so I was on my way over to,
Judge, objection,
sorry.
Hold on. What's the grounds?
relevance.
Overruled. You can continue, Ms. Warwick.
Here's the relevance. I was on the phone with a broken down mother trying to get to her. Melanie's on the phone with Chad. And then when we both got off the phone, Melanie was really quiet. And I could tell she was really upset. So I just asked her, I said, what's going on? She
Judge,
said,
objection, calls for hearsay.
Yeah, this invites hearsay. Sustained.
Do you happen to recall anything else that you told to Detective Hermosillo in that interview about your feelings about Chad?
yes,
What else do you recall?
that he was manipulative.
Can you explain what you meant to Detective Hermosillo when you used the word manipulative?
Like, he gets people's confidence, and then he uses that confidence for his favor.
So I'm going to invite you to explain to the jury and reconcile how you can your statements that Chad was kind and humble and meek, but you also think he's manipulative.
Yeah, because all my interactions with Chad were kind, humble, and meek. It was that situation that happened much later. I just wasn't in that time frame. So that's when I saw a different Chad.
What was that different Chad? Describe that different Chad.
To call and tell somebody, literally tell them not to take the call with a very authoritative voice.
When you said authoritative voice, did you hear him on the phone?
No, I didn't. I just, after Melanie shared with me what the call had just happened.
You were asked about the reason behind your marriage with Melanie. Remember that question from the defense counsel?
Yes.
Why is it that you married Melanie?
Why is it? Because she's a wonderful wonderful woman, and she was very good with my Down syndrome boy and with all my children, and we're very compatible in many things.
Is there any question in your mind that the two of you have a loving relationship?
No,
And in fact, it was suggested that perhaps your marriage was to avoid testifying against each other. Do you recall that?
I'm going to object.
yes,
And I think I got the objection in time, Judge.
Yes, grounds.
But it's leading.
Judge, I'm just,
Overruled. You can answer.
Well, I-
can we ask Madam Reporter to repeat that? I want to make sure that I did it correctly. If she'd be kind enough to do so.
You may. Okay. And I'm going to repeat that for the record. The last question was, and in fact, it was suggested that perhaps your marriage was to avoid testifying against each other. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Have you ever been charged with any type of criminal charge related to this case in any way?
No,
Your Honor, may I have permission to approach on one last topic?
Approach the court?
Yes, sir.
Sidebar?
If we may, yes.
Very well. You can continue, Mr. Wixon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Warwick, you were asked some questions by the defense about this meeting that you had with Chad whenever it occurred that weekend. Do you recall those questions?
yes,
In fact, part of those conversations involved his relationship with Tammy, his wife.
yes,
Do you recall whether or not Mr. Daybell ever indicated to you the status of Tammy's health?
yes.
What did he say?
He said that she was healthy.
And was that in relationship to the, we withdraw that. Give us the context of how he explained to you that she was healthy, please.
I was asking him about his marriage, about what kind of wife and mother, and then he told me that that she was going to be passing because he was given a dream or vision that she was going to be passing. And then I asked him about her health, and he said she was healthy.
Thank you. The last couple of questions, Mr. Warwick, without intending to be facetious. Have any of your own personal visions or spiritual experiences ever led you to think that you personally have any kind of superpowers?
No,
Have they in any way caused you to feel like you have some prominent position in whatever you believe the last days events are?
no,
Have any of your visions or personal experiences ever revealed to you propriety or a way of dealing with people that you believe are possessed?
no.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wixon.
Judge, I think there's now some recross.
Briefly, Mr. Pryor.
So this discussion about Tammy's health, that's the same discussion that took place supposedly on the Saturday between times you were at the seminar for the Firm Foundation, right?
That would be the best of my recollection. Yes,
And Chad mentioned to you during that so-called Saturday visit that Tammy would be passing sometime in the future, right?
yes,
And you were aware that Chad had made that revelation well before he ever met Lori Vallow, right?
I heard that he had, but I never heard it before.
And what I'm having some difficulty with is that he's telling you that his wife is going to be passing sometime in the future, and yet he also tells you contradictory information suggesting that she's just healthy as can be, right?
I don't know if it's contradictory, but
Okay.
I'm saying yes.
Now, the prosecutor asked you, you've never been charged with a criminal charge, is that right?
Yes,
Yeah. But the day and the evening or the morning that JJ Vallow was murdered, you and your wife were at Lori Vallow's condominium that night, right?
yes.
Nothing else, Judge.
That'll conclude testimony then of Mr. Warwick. Is the state intending any recall of the witness?
At this time, we would release Mr. Warwick from the state's perspective.
Mr. Pryor, would the defense have any intention to recall this witness?
Judge, he's under subpoena, and depending on what testimony comes forward in the future, we'll have to make that decision. So we'd like him to remain under subpoena at this point.
All right. Mr. Warwick, then you're still subject to the court's exclusionary order in this case. You may be recalled since you're under subpoena from the defense, so you're not permitted to watch any trial testimony or discuss your testimony with anyone else until that time. All right?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and step down, and then we'll have another witness called once the state's ready. State's next witness, please.
State would call Brandon Boudreaux.
Only swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth.
That is super creepy, Lauren. Super creepy. The storm. Margaret says start a new one.
All
Tell
right, now
that
the
one
witness
to
has
trash.
been placed under oath. I'm just going to inquire. The court does have an exclusionary order. Back to Mr. Boudreaux. Have you observed any of the trial testimony in this case since it began?
I have not.
All right. Have you talked to anybody else about the testimony they've given in trial?
I have not.
All right. Mr. Wood, then you can proceed with your direct examination.
Thank you. And Your Honor, before I do, I apologize. I should have asked for this from the court earlier. If I could be handed State's Exhibit 9.
Okay, we'll get that to you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Brandon Boudreaux, Brandon. Boudreaux is Boudreaux.
Mr. Boudreaux, are you married?
I am.
Are you on a first or second marriage?
I'm in my second marriage.
I want to ask you a few questions about your first marriage. Who were you married to?
Melanie, she was Cope and then became Boudreaux.
And in your marriage with Melanie Boudreaux, did you have any children?
I did. I had 4.
What are their ages?
14, 10, 8, and 7.
And how long were you married to Melanie Boudreaux?
I was married to her for about 10 years.
Right. And you mentioned earlier that her maiden name was Cope.
It was, yes.
And are you aware of her current last name?
Pulowski,
What year did you marry Melanie?
2008.
And during that time, did you have occasion to meet her family?
Yes, I did.
I want to specifically ask about, did you meet the Cox family?
Yes, I did.
And who were they in relation to Melanie Boudreaux?
They would have been her birth mom's family, extended family.
And who in that family did you meet?
I met Janice and Barry Cox, Adam Cox, Summer Shiflett, Lori Vallow, and Alex Cox.
And so what was Lori Vallow's relation to Melanie Boudreaux?
She would have been Melanie's aunt.
And what was Alex Cox's relationship to her?
He would have been her uncle.
So they were your aunt and uncle-in-law?
Yeah.
Did you spend much time with Melanie's family?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time together.
In what capacity would you spend time with them?
We spent holidays together. When they lived close to us, we probably see each other once a month. When they're more distant, we would travel to each other's houses and stay for a week or two at a time. And then we do trips together. We went to Disneyland a lot together.
And I asked that kind of broadly about her family. Did you have occasion to spend much time with Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow?
Yeah. Lori and her kids and my kids, we would go to Disneyland a lot. We would hang out a lot. We did a lot of things together. It was just kind of part of our lives.
Okay. And I said Charles Vallow at that time. Was Lori Vallow married to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
And how well did you get to know Lori and Charles?
I would say pretty well, very well.
And you mentioned your families spent time together. You said you went to Disneyland?
Yeah.
And would you spend holidays together?
Yeah, often.
Would your children spend time with her children?
Yeah, my son Braxton was very good friends with JJ. They kind of bonded, and my daughter as well. Right.
And how old was Braxton as compared to JJ?
He's a couple years older.
And were you aware that JJ had some special needs?
Yeah. JJ had autism. Everybody who was around him, it was easy to tell. Early on when he was younger, he was nonverbal for a while. And so he had like all this energy, but he didn't know how to use it. So you just had to be prepared for that. You set your house up for it when he'd come over to our house, or when you went to Lori and Charles, they spent a lot of time making sure that it was a safe place for him and that everything was kind of handled for that. And then as he got older, he started learning how to talk and he could say things. And similarly, he would rephrase things over and over. And when he wanted to play with my son, he'd always say, go to practicing. He'd call my daughter Fridays instead of Friday. So practicing Fridays. But
And so you said Braxton was a good playmate for JJ.
Yeah.
Did your family spend time with Tylee Ryan?
Yeah.
Tell me about your relationship with Tylee Ryan.
She's a good girl. She was I knew her when she was little and then all the way up into being a teenager. So she was a normal teenager. She had her moments where she just wanted to sleep in late and no one to bug her, watch too much Netflix, and other times where she'd open up and she was sweet and you got to know the real Tylee. So you got a little bit of both.
And did she interact with your children as well?
She did, yeah. Often would babysit them, or she was a little older than my kids, so she would naturally be kind of more of a. She had good motherly instincts, with them.
Did you ever observe Tylee with JJ?
Yeah, she was very protective of him. A teenager, so she was a normal teenager. She had her moments where she just wanted to sleep in late and no one to bug her, watch too much Netflix, and other times where she'd open up and she was sweet and
I don't know why my computer is bound and determined to keep taking this back to regular view instead of full view, and it rewinds itself. Like, I'm telling you guys, Mercury retrograde needs to go put itself in timeout because I can't deal with it today.
got to know the real Tylee. So you got a little bit of both.
And did she interact with your children as well?
She did, yeah. Often would babysit them, or she was a little older than my kids, so she would naturally be kind of more of a. She had good motherly instincts, with them.
Did you ever observe Tylee with JJ?
Yeah, she was very protective of him.
And did you know Colby Ryan?
Yeah, I do.
Speaking of Tylee, did you yourself have any special sort of religious connection to Tylee Ryan?
I did. I baptized her.
Okay. And when you baptized her, what church was that in?
In the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And so to your knowledge, Tylee and her family were members of that church?
Yes.
Oh, which, by the way, I have a couple thank yous. Thank you, QB1, for putting that in the chat. But one, I want to thank QB for her sweet little Cash App. And then I also want to thank Miss Margaret. Thank you, guys. I appreciate your Cash Apps. I appreciate it. But anyway, it is not necessary. I love you very much.
I want to talk a little bit about Melanie Boudreau and Lori Vallow. Did you have occasion to observe their relationship?
Yes, I did.
And was that over a span of years?
Yes.
What was that relationship like?
Melanie's mom died when she was young, and she had an awesome stepmom, but I think she also looked a lot to Lori as a mother figure. So she, in our marriage at least, she was very easily influenced by wanting to do things. That's why we went always to Disneyland with Lori. It was just kind of, she always wanted to be like Lori and spent a lot of time looking for her acceptance.
And you testified that you indeed spent a lot of time with them.
Yes.
Did you know Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Did you have a relationship with Charles Vallow?
Yeah, we had a really good relationship.
Tell us about that. What made that a good relationship?
We just had similar personalities. I think both of us, we loved what we did for work. We loved owning businesses and selling. And he was very much a producer mentality type of a person. And besides that, I think we both loved our faith and had a lot of gratitude that we had. I think of us spending time just talking about how grateful we were to have our families and be in a position where we were in life.
And you said you had some common ground in business. What did you do?
I worked I built a direct TV sales organization, and he did life insurance.
You mentioned traveling to each other's homes. Where did that happen?
It depended throughout, 10 years is a long time. And so they moved, they never owned their houses. They rented and they moved a little bit more often. And so they lived in Hawaii for parts of the time, and we would travel out to Hawaii to see them. Other times they lived blocks from us in Arizona. I lived in Arizona throughout that whole time.
And would they sometimes stay at your house when they came back from Hawaii?
Yes, yeah. When I was first married, Lori actually came up and stayed with us in Utah as well when I had a place there.
And yeah, I believe you mentioned that you would spend holidays together sometimes.
Yeah, often like Christmas, Thanksgiving, we would major holidays we'd end up meeting at somebody's house and doing it together.
Do you recall the last Christmas that your family, the Boudreaux family, and the Charles and Lori Vallow family spent together?
Yeah, it would have been 2018.
And was that a typical Christmas?
No, it was different.
Why was it different?
In 2018, our families were changing. That particular Christmas, I wasn't as aware of everything that was going on. But when we went there, when you spend that much time together all the time, you don't have to say anything. You just know from each other's body language. And when you show up places, when you do things, it's just, you always feel welcome. You feel loved. You feel close. It's like you can pick up right where you left off. And that Christmas, when I was over at Lori's house, there just felt like a lot of distance. There was, and usually just the family. It was just like the Coxes and the Boudreaux. And that Christmas, there was someone named Melanie Gibb who was there who, she was a stranger to me. So it was kind of different to have a stranger at Christmas. And there was really not very much conversation with me, and a lot less focus on my kids and the kids that Christmas.
So when you say less focus from who?
From Lori.
And how was her interaction with you and your family different than before?
Yeah. Lori was pretty doting. When my kids would come over, she would make them feel loved. She would, just try to spoil them with presents and attention. And that was kind of her way of letting people know that she noticed them. And that didn't happen that Christmas.
So it was markedly different.
Yeah.
Did you observe Lori and your wife, Melanie, at that party?
Yes.
Do you recall what their interaction was?
I remember leaving afterwards and talking to my wife about how it felt different because it felt so different, and her telling me that nothing felt different at all. So I would say that she felt like it was fine and normal, and it didn't seem to her like it did to me.
Okay. Around this time, were you and your wife active in your church?
Yes.
And when I say active in your church, did you regularly attend church meetings?
Yeah, usually every Sunday, unless there's something going on.
And had your family and the Charles and Lori Vallow family, had you ever shared religious activities with them?
Yeah, like I said, I baptized Tylee. We talked about church openly amongst us.
Around that time, so we're talking about the end of 2018, did your wife's activity in religious events change?
Yeah, in the fall of 2018, earlier in my marriage, she just didn't love going to church. It wasn't her thing. I liked going to church, so I was kind of the advocate. I would push a little more. But in the fall of 2018, she got very excited about religion and going to church. And she started talking about how she set this goal. She was going to go to the temple every single day.
Okay. And so around the fall of 2018, her attitudes appeared to change.
Yes.
And you said she wanted to go to the temple every day. What did you think of that?
In our faith, it's going to the temple is definitely something that's important to us. It's a way to kind of to go through a process to remind yourself of promises that you make to God. It's kind of ritualistic, but for me.
Hey, Mary Lou. Sorry, I didn't see you pop in. Yeah, I saw. She said, "Boy, he talks fast." I've got it. This is from yesterday. And so I've got it on 1.5 speed. So yeah, he is talking fast. She's like, "Boy, he talks awful fast." Hmm.
It's a great thing to do in moderation. I might go once a month, and I think that's kind of a normal thing for a person. If they set a goal to go once a month, they just kind of remember, hey, I committed to God to give my life to certain principles. But when it's pretty rare for someone to go every day, that's a lot, especially for a mom with kids at home and a lot of other things that we had as responsibilities. And so it was surprising, I think would probably be the right word. But also for me at the time, I wanted to be supportive. I wanted to show that, I could meet her where she was and help her try to figure things out.
And just for clarity's purpose, in your faith, is going to the temple the same thing as going to church? What most people think of as going to church?
No.
What's the difference?
Going to the temple is something we do once for ourselves. That very first time to make promises to God. It's like being baptized. We go once for ourselves. We make promises to God, and then each time you go afterwards, you do it for someone who's passed on, but it's something that's going to be, like I said, it's maybe a once a month thing, or I mean, going regularly is healthy. And I think a good part of anybody who wants to find a rhythm for their religion, but going every day would maybe be something somebody did if they were retired and they just had nothing else to do.
But going to the temple is not your regular Sunday services.
No, we go to a regular Sunday service every Sunday at a church building.
Thank you to clarify that. And so this was, I think you said in the fall of 2018 that these changes started taking place.
Yes.
In addition to this daily temple attendance, what else changed in your wife's religious demeanor or attitude?
At that time she started going to these things that she was calling fireside, but weren't things that I would call fireside.
Okay, so let's clarify that. In your church, if someone says fireside, what do you normally think of?
So inside of our faith, there's a leader of like a group of we call it a ward. So like a group of people who live in a certain geographic area. And so inside your ward, that leader's name is a bishop, and him or one of the other people, like the counselors in the leadership group, at times they might, besides going to church on Sunday, they might set up a meeting that they think might lift us up or encourage us spiritually, and it might be outside the normal times you go. And so they usually do them in the evenings, and they call them firesides. That's something that you get together. It's under the direction of the church, and ideally it's uplifting. It's something that's going to bring you closer to your commitments you made when you're baptized to try to follow the Savior.
Okay, and you said that Melanie Boudreau, and there's multiple Melanies in this case, so I'm going to keep referring to her as Melanie Boudreau, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
And so Melanie Boudreau, she started going to what I believe you testified, what she called firesides, correct?
Correct.
And were these different than what you would normally call a fireside?
Yeah, so I kind of just described what I think of as a fireside, but she was just going to people's houses, and they were doing meetings that weren't under direction of anybody from the church, and oftentimes they were focused on things that aren't things we talk about normally in church. Some of them were just
What kind of things?
I didn't go to them, so I can't say what exactly was talked about, but I can share what came back from them, which was what made me concerned. She came home one time and wanted to get like $10,000 worth of food storage all at once because she was really concerned about the end of the end of times coming, the end of the world coming, and it just didn't seem very practical to me. And then there was other focuses that she would come home with. She had a fascination with like Jesus Christ, and did he have a family, and why was James his name the beloved? A lot of early Christian, early church things. And so I would share perspective, but I was also, I kind of tried to share with her my perspective on. I served a mission for my church for a couple of years, and I saw some people who fell away from it, and I shared, something that I had noticed in that process that those people got really focused on not the core of believing in finding faith in Jesus Christ, but they got focused on things that were really far away from that, and it led to them falling away from the core of their faith.
And you said that you never attended any of these, can I use the phrase alternative firesides?
Yeah, that's fine. No, I did not attend any of them.
Did you ever attempt to?
I did ask if I could, mostly because I wanted to see what was going on in there so I could give her a better perspective, but she let me know I wasn't welcome at them.
So she didn't let you go with her?
Yeah, she told me I wasn't welcome to come.
Do you know if Lori Vallow was at any of those firesides?
Yeah, I do. She's the one who invited her to them initially.
So coming back to winter of 2018, if it's fair to say that your testimony, your wife's religious fervor has changed, and you had this awkward Christmas party. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
The situation, and you testified that your relationship between the Chad and Lori family and your family was close. Did the situation between your family and Charles and Lori's family change around that time?
A little bit after, right after, in the new year, beginning of the new year, there was a period where Lori, she did send a message to the family telling them that her accusation was Charles was cheating on her, and that because of this, she locked. She took all the money out of their bank account. She stole Charles's truck. Changed the locks on their house. It was very irrational to me.
And when was this?
It would have been like the end of January of 2019.
And how did you respond to that situation?
Initially I didn't even know about it. I think she called everybody, but my phone was blocked from Charles, so I couldn't hear from him at all. I found out later that Melanie must have blocked him in my phone. But
just to be clear, Charles Vallow's contact was blocked on your phone.
Yes, and I didn't do it. And the only other person who had access was my wife.
Okay. And so you were talking about how you reacted to this situation of, I guess you could say, a breakup between Lori and Charles.
Yeah, it's a tough one when you're that close with people. And and everybody in the family kind of got drug in and involved in it because it was messy. As far as Charles really didn't want it to happen. He wasn't looking for it. He was trying to make sure it didn't happen. He was sending us as a group regular emails to try to contact us and work through it and try to communicate, because Lori just kind of cut him off after all that. She just stopped talking to him. She actually left him with JJ and just disappeared for a while.
Do you know where she went?
I don't.
Okay. But she didn't take JJ with her.
No.
Do you know how old JJ was at the time?
I can't remember right now. It's been a long time.
But he was still a young child.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't leave JJ. JJ had to be watched all the time. You couldn't leave him alone. He was, when you're watching JJ, it's your whole life. Like, you have to plan everything around it. I mean, just for him to come visit, you have to plan everything around it.
And you stated that the whole family got drug in. Did your wife take a position on taking a side?
Yeah, when it happened, I wanted us to not take a side, and divorces are just messy. There's nothing anybody can do about, you've been together for a long time. You're trying to separate both emotionally. Can have a hard time going through the process. And so my encouragement was that we didn't pick a side. We just loved them both, and they made sure that the kids knew that they had somewhere where they could be safe, and our house could be that. But Melanie she kept saying how she was uncomfortable with Charles, and she didn't.
Microphone, please.
We're getting into some hearsay, and Judge, I've been patient, but the narrative is getting a little lengthy now, so I'm going to object on narrative and hearsay at this point.
Sustained.
Okay. Did Melanie Boudreaux demand that your family take a side?
Objection, hearsay.
That's a request, Your Honor. A request is not hearsay.
That is overruled. You can answer.
Yes, she did.
Okay. And did you respect Melanie's wishes on that?
I did my best.
And was that because she was your wife?
Yeah, I wanted to stay married. It was really important to me.
And so we kind of moved on now to the beginning of 2019. Is that accurate to say in
Yes.
these events that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Did you see Lori Vallow much in early of 2019?
Not at all.
Okay. And I believe, I don't want to misstate what you said. It was your understanding that she had left.
Yeah, I don't know where, because I didn't have any contact, and it didn't seem like anyone else did. But
Did you see Charles Vallow at all during that time?
I did a few times. We would agree for JJ to come over, play with my kids, and so he would come over.
Okay. And Lori was never with him?
Never.
And was she with JJ?
No.
But Charles would come over and bring JJ to the house?
Yeah.
And what would JJ do at your house?
He would just come play with my son. He would, they play video games as long as he could keep his attention on it. Sometimes he just bounced from one thing to another and be all over the house. Braxton would kind of keep his eye on him and play with him. He knew JJ was special, and so he kind of kept that assignment. Before JJ came over, we put little stoppers on the top of all the doors out or whatever to make sure he would try to sneak outside. And then he's so fast that you had to be prepared. So you'd pre-plan some of that stuff before he came over, make sure it was ready for him. And then, but Braxton would kind of keep his eye on him, and I would usually at that time I'd sit and talk to Charles.
Okay. What would you speak with Charles about?
You can imagine someone going through a divorce they didn't want to go through. He was pretty, I don't know what the right words are, distraught, sad, overwhelmed. It was a lot for him.
Are you aware if at any time there was an attempt at reconciliation between Charles and Lori?
Yeah, I think Charles tried to reconcile. I actually think he stopped at the divorce. He always said that he was going to make it work.
Sustained.
I'm going to move forward to the summer of 2019. Did you have an occasion to take a trip to your in-laws' house?
I did, yeah.
And do you recall when that was?
It would have been in June of 2018.
Do you recall the exact date or approximately when in June?
The week of June, 23rd, 25th, something like that.
What was your purpose for going to your in-laws?
My wife's younger sister was getting married.
And while you were there, did anything out of the ordinary happen?
Yes.
What was that?
A few things, but the first thing that happened is my grandfather died of a heart attack.
And were you expecting that?
No.
And so you're at your wife's family's house when you got the news?
I was actually with my parents. We took my family, went to, decided to go to church with my mom and my dad, which is they still live in the same place where I left for my mission on. And we were actually just sitting in the pews right before church started, and my dad got a phone call. He never gets up and takes his phone calls in church. So he got up and he left. And he came back and he waved us all out. Said,
Your Honor, this is, I apologize.
Go ahead. It's sustained as hearsay.
It's just some foundation, so I can move on at this point.
Very well.
Did you have any conversations about your grandfather's death with your wife, Melanie?
Yes. After he passed away, I waited a day or two. My mom called me to tell me when the funeral was, and I told her that when it was and that I wanted us all to go, and she told me she wasn't going to go.
Sustained, and I'll strike that final part of the response of what was said.
All right. At this point, were you still at your in-laws' home?
Yes.
And did you have a disagreement with your wife over whether or not to attend your grandfather's funeral?
Yes.
Did you want to go to your father's funeral, your grandfather's funeral?
Overruled. You can continue, Mr. Wood.
Yes, I wanted to go to my grandpa's funeral, and I wanted my family to.
While you were having this discussion with your wife, did that escalate into any other type of conversation?
Yes. It escalated into a conversation, an argument that didn't make any sense to me.
What was it about?
Well, she started bringing Lori into this argument, which had nothing to do with what we were talking about. She said that God had...
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's hearsay.
You're right.
Response, Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, I believe it comes in for the effect on the listener, not for the truth of the matter.
Well, I think just the specific statements are hearsay. Beyond that, so I'll sustain the objection.
Without saying the words your wife used, what was the context of that conversation?
We had an argument about whether or not I hacked Lori Vallow's computer.
Did your wife accuse you of hacking Lori Vallow's computer?
Yes.
Did she request that you admit that you hacked into her computer?
Yes, she said that I had to.
Judge, I'm going to object again.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I might briefly argue, a request is not hearsay.
Well, a request, if it's calling for specific statements of the party not here for cross, would be hearsay. So I'm not saying you can't answer, but in terms of specifically what was said, that's where the ruling stands.
All right. Thank you. So that accusation was made.
Yes.
What was your reaction to that?
I just felt really frustrated. I had no idea why we were even talking about it. It had nothing to do with what I was trying to get through to her and what I was trying to talk about. It was like this thing that didn't make any sense to me.
Without going into any specific statements, did Melanie Boudreau provide any context for why she thought you'd hacked into Lori Vallow's computer?
Judge, it's going to call for hearsay.
Overruled.
Can you ask that question one more time?
Yeah. Without providing any of the statements, she said, did Melanie Boudreau provide any context for why she thought or why she was accusing you of hacking into Lori Vallow's computer?
Can you ask that one more time? I want to answer it properly.
Sorry, it's probably complicated.
Yeah.
Was there any reason given why she thought you had hacked into Lori Vallow's computer?
Judge, response calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
No.
Just a bare accusation?
Yeah.
To be clear, Mr. Boudreau, did you ever hack into Lori Vallow's computer?
No.
Did, in this conversation, did Melanie Boudreau inform you of anything that God had revealed to her
Judge,
in relation to this divorce?
Judge, I'm going to object. This is leading.
On leading, that's overruled.
Yeah, the argument continued to progress, and I guess she actually specifically said that God had told her.
Judge, I'm going to object. It's hearsay.
It is hearsay.
Your Honor, this statement is not coming in for the truth of the matter. It's just simply to show the argument and the effect on the listener.
All right. And again, for that purpose, it's not hearsay, but any specific statements where they're not subject to cross, I'm finding are hearsay.
Yeah. Without saying the specific statement she said, what did she accuse you of?
Of being gay and of hacking her Aunt Lori's computer.
And what was your response to those accusations?
I mean, all of the emotions you would think you'd feel after 10 years married to somebody. Disappointment, frustration, a lot of grief, a lot of grief.
Did you have any idea that she would make an accusation of homosexuality against you?
No. I mean, I had a thought that it might happen because of something Charles had said, but no, I never would have believed it.
So you have, is it fair to call it an argument?
Yeah.
How did it end?
Yeah, I mean, it took a long time. It started in the afternoon. It went past midnight, and she went to bed. I just stayed up troubled all night.
Okay. Did you send a text to Charles and Lori that night?
I did. I was really frustrated about this whole thing being involved in my relationship with my wife. So I sent it.
It's becoming a narrative. It's non-responsive.
Overruled.
So I sent a text to Charles and Lori both, telling them that if my family was broken up and my marriage ruined, it was on them.
Did you ever hear from Lori in response to that?
No.
Did you hear from Charles in response to that?
I did.
When approximately was that?
A little bit later, a lot was going on at the time, so I couldn't say like a specific time, but I ended up talking to him on the phone.
Would you say this? Is it fair to say we're still in the late June?
Yeah, it was like the next day, probably at like in the evening.
And what was that conversation like?
He just apologized. Or
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's calling for hearsay.
Sustained.
What did you say to Charles?
I just apologized to him. Told him I was really sorry about not being there more for him, because now I was feeling like I know he must have felt. And he was really gracious.
Was that the last time you spoke with Charles Vallow?
It was.
After Charles Vallow died, did you have any contact with Lori Vallow?
No, I did not.
After Charles died, did you have any contact with JJ Vallow?
No, I did not.
And after Charles died, did you have any contact with Tylee Ryan?
No, I did not.
After Charles Vallow died, what happened with your relationship with your wife?
Oh, we got divorced.
When did that happen, approximately?
We started the divorce right after my grandfather's funeral, but it takes a little while. So we got a mediator right after and signed all the documents. And I moved her into a rental house, and then I think it finalized in October.
Okay. In that process, was there any the home that you and Melanie lived in? Did you sell it?
I did.
And did she move to another location?
She did. I helped her get a rental home.
And did you move to another location?
I did. I ended up getting a rental home as well.
Approximately when did you get that rental home?
I got it. I found out the house was sold like the end of September. It looked like it was going to sell, and so I went and found a rental home at that time.
All right. And where was? Don't go into specifics of neighborhoods, but what city was this in?
Gilbert,
Arizona.
Okay.
And is that where you had been living the last several years?
Yeah, I moved back.
And so did you located a property that was it close to the home that you and Melanie had been living in?
Yes.
And why was that?
I wanted to make sure my kids had stability. I was really worried about all the changes.
And were you sharing custody with Melanie at this time?
I was.
What was the situation between you and Melanie like at this point, at the end of September, beginning of October of 2019?
It had changed quite a bit. Since June, she just stopped talking to me. We could text, but barely. There was no connection anymore, and she's very cold to me.
At this point, did you know where Lori Vallow was?
No.
Is it fair to say that probably wasn't the first thing on your mind?
Yeah.
But you hadn't heard from her?
No.
And you hadn't heard from Tylee or JJ?
No.
So we've been speaking about this, your situation with your wife, Melanie Boudreau, at the end of September, beginning of October. Did anything happen at the beginning of October of 2019 that affected that situation?
Yes.
What was that?
On October 2nd of 2019, someone parked in front of my house and shot at me and tried to kill me.
Okay. Let's talk about that. October 2nd, you said?
Yes.
Let's go to the kind of beginning of the day. How did your day start?
I woke up, I had all my kids at my house, so I got them ready for school, and then I got them out the door. We did our normal stuff, breakfast, prayer, and then I dropped the older two at school, and the younger one, the second youngest at a preschool, and then I dropped my youngest at Melanie's house.
After you dropped your kids off, where did you go next?
Then I went to the gym.
This is all in that same area, Gilbert, Arizona.
Yes.
And after the gym, where did you go?
Then I drove back to my house, and as I was driving around, my house is a couple of houses in on the street, so I made a left in onto the street. And as I was driving, I noticed a few things. My house, the the driveway, there was like a Jeep parked right on the edge of it, where I would normally turn in, and there was nothing parked there usually. I'd only been there for a few days, but so far there's this van there, and like the Jeep was parked with its like bumper basically on the van. And it just looked at that place. It had a Texas license plate. There was no tire on the back of the Jeep. And you know how when you open and close a Jeep, there's like little tabs on the window. Those were sitting on the outside of it. So it just looked awkward. You know, just was awkward enough that I noticed it right as I turned around the corner.
Okay. So you noticed the Jeep. How did you notice anybody inside of it?
I couldn't tell if there was anybody inside of it. You know, this all happened in such, I mean, imagine coming around a corner, driving a couple house lengths. So it all happened very quickly. And then the window opened up and I saw a gun and a silencer. And I was just, I mean, my window shattered, I heard a bang, you know, all kind of in the same amount of time. And my immediate thought was just, I'm getting shot at. And I, instead of turning my wheel into my driveway, I just pushed the gas and drove straight forward.
What happened after that?
I drove to where my street ended, and there was a turn. And kind of as I came up to that part, I remember grabbing my phone, calling 911. Talking to the operator, I went and pulled a little bit around, and there was like a little community pool there, and I kind of parked in front of it for a second. And there's like a loop between my street and the street above me. And I remember I could see on that loop, I saw that in such, I mean, imagine coming around a corner, driving a couple house lengths. So it happened very quickly. And then the window opened up and I saw a gun and a silencer. And I was just, I mean, my window shattered, I heard a bang, you know, all kind of in the same amount of time. And my immediate thought was just, I'm getting shot at. And I, instead of turning my wheel into my driveway, I just pushed the gas and drove straight forward.
What happened after that?
I drove to where my...
And hey, Patricia. Did I miss anybody else come in? Did I miss anybody else? Lisa Brown, hey. And Lee, thank you for the buffet table. Always. God had told her, Judge hearsay. I know, I heard that, Patricia. Cracked me up. I'm like, really? Come on. Yay. All right. I don't know why it keeps trying to go back to the minimum size screen, and it's getting on my daggone nerves. Maybe it's because I got it on high speed, or I don't know.
My street ended, and there was a turn. And kind of as I came up to that part, I remember grabbing my phone, calling 911. Talking to the operator, I went and pulled a little bit around, and there was like a little community pool there, and I kind of parked in front of it for a second. And there's like a loop between my street and the street above me. And I remember I could see on that loop, I saw that Jeep started to come around the corner, and then it U-turn the other way. And I think I started to follow it first, and then I think
were you on the phone with 911 during this time?
Yes, yeah, the whole time I was talking to an operator.
And you just said, if I understand correctly, that you started following the Jeep.
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking at the moment, but
did you notify 911 that that's what you were doing?
Yeah, and they I believe they told me to pull around and park in front of my house, so I did, and then they told me to wait for police, and they came shortly thereafter.
Okay. I believe you testified, correct me if I'm wrong, that you had only been in this house for a few days.
Yes.
How many people had you told that you were in this house?
Almost nobody. It would happen very quickly because I wasn't supposed to be able to get my kids as soon as I was, but my wife had agreed to let me have them sooner. And so I had moved everything out of the house that was selling to get them in so I could have them for that weekend with me in my house, because I would do anything to keep my kids with me.
So when Melanie Boudreau, you were there, had you told anybody else?
So I had to tell her when I got the place. I hadn't told anybody else, but my neighbors had seen me moving and they helped me move. So the right was just the ones that lived by me there.
So had you told any other friends and family yet this was your new residence?
Just hadn't had time to tell anybody. It was so quick, and I had my kids.
So did law enforcement show up?
Yes.
And did you notify them of what happened?
Yeah, I told them everything that I could.
And when you said your window had shattered, is that your driver's side front window?
Yes. The bullet had lodged up in like the door frame, which I didn't know in the moment, but later you could see where it had hit. And it was just right above like where my head would be.
And did you describe the Jeep to law enforcement?
Yes.
And did you follow up with law enforcement after that?
Yes. When you go through something like that, I mean, you spend all day, it feels like, with law enforement. It takes a really long time. So at some point, like, a detective came over, I talked to him, and then later, as I was thinking through everything and talking with other people that were close to it, I realized that I felt really confident that the Jeep was Tylee's Jeep.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Were you aware that Tylee Ryan had a Jeep?
Yes.
Did you know how long she'd had it?
Charles got it for her during all of this, when he was in Texas, he got her Jeep.
So when he was in Texas, was that in 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And you had seen that Jeep?
Yes.
And so I don't want to put words in your mouth. Your testimony is that as you reflected on it, you thought more and more that this was Tylee's Jeep.
Yeah, I think I might have called Zach Cox and talked to him too, and he might have had the same thought, and we both were just like, that's got to be the Jeep.
Who is Zach Cox?
Adam Cox, Lori's brother. It's his son. He had lived with Lori and Charles for a period of time, and with me. He's 18, 19 at the time, so just kind of out on his own. He was working for me. I had given him a job.
Did you take any other steps to identify that Jeep?
Yeah, I was an insurance agent at the time, and previously Charles had given us the VIN number, and so I just gave that VIN number to law enforcement.
Okay. And so you had the VIN number for Tylee Ryan's Jeep?
Yeah.
And that's the number you provided to law enforcement?
Yeah.
And just to be clear, you had that because you were insuring that Jeep?
I didn't end up insuring it. He had just given us all the information. Charles had.
Okay.
So.
Your Honor, I don't know what time the court wants to take the mid-morning break.
This is probably about a good time to do it, Mr. Wood.
Okay.
All right, so we will take our mid-morning recess. Remind jurors, please, not to discuss the case amongst yourselves on the break or with anyone else. We will return to the courtroom here in about 30 minutes, maybe. All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell, continuing direct examination of Mr. Boudreau, who's still under oath for testimony. I'll remind the witness, the jurors have returned, and Mr. Wood, you can continue with your direct.
Thank you. Mr. Boudreau, when we left off, we were discussing an incident on October 2nd. And again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. It sounds like you had testified you had come to some opinion as to which Jeep was involved. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you provided the VIN number of Tylee Ryan's Jeep to law enforcement?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask State be allowed to publish State's Exhibit 9A.
As previously admitted, correct?
Yes.
Yes, you may publish it.
Mr. Boudreau, do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes.
Do you know who that vehicle belonged to?
We called it Tylee's Jeep. I believe it was Charles's. I think he's the one who bought it.
But you were aware that Tylee Ryan drove that Jeep?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the Jeep that you saw on the morning of October 2nd, 2019?
Yes.
So as you provided that VIN to law enforcement, did you do anything else in regards to that shooting?
That day or when specifically?
Well, let's start with that day. Did you do anything else? Or let me ask this, strike what I just said. When approximately did you give law enforcement the VIN number for Tylee Ryan's Jeep?
That day.
Okay. And did you take any other steps or did you provide any other information to law enforcement?
I just shared with them who I thought did it and why.
At any point after that first day, did you do anything else looking into the shooting that took place?
Yes.
What did you do?
After you go through something like that, it was pretty traumatic. It took me a little bit to realize that that a resolution wasn't just going to come really quick. Like the police weren't just going to arrest someone, a day or two later, and and then it would all be resolved. So I started trying to figure out things I could do to help assist law enforcement into finding who shot at me. That included hiring a private investigator, going back through any information I had, like old emails, the ones that Charles had sent me.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You said Charles had sent you some emails. When had Charles sent you emails?
He sent me emails. So when he and Lori were going through the divorce, he was sending out emails to the family with things he was concerned about, because he was very concerned about her mental health, and with things that pertain to this belief set that she was building.
Okay, and so that was during the period that Charles and Lori were separated. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And were you the only recipient of those emails?
No, he sent it to all of our family. So any of us who he considered family. So like Janice, Barry, Zach, Adam, all of us.
And so it's your testimony, you started going back through those emails.
I did, yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
I thought maybe if I knew more about what these beliefs were, that now apparently to me it seemed my wife had and Lori had, that I could maybe I could try to figure out more of what was going on, because everything was so bizarre.
And these emails that Charles sent, what was the nature of these emails? Was it a narrative that he was speaking about?
Well, in them I found that a lot of the stuff was being sent by a Chad Daybell, who I didn't know.
Okay. And when you say stuff, what type of stuff?
There was like these documents that talked about like light and dark spirits, and it was like rating my family, like and myself, and then my extended family, like Lori's family and things like that. There was invitations to some of these firesides and stuff like that, and information about them that I didn't consider firesides, things like that.
Okay. And did you provide those emails to law enforcement?
I did, yeah.
Did you see your own name written in those emails?
I did.
With some type of, did you understand what that was? Like you said some type of rating. How did
Judge, I'm going to object. This is becoming leading, and we haven't had a sufficient foundation to tell us what emails, date, time, place, year.
It's sustained as leading.
You testified that you saw your name.
Yes.
Was there anything written next to your name?
At the letter D.
Okay. After you provided those emails to law enforcement, did you do anything else?
I wanted to figure out more, so I got into Google and searched for Chad Daybell, because I didn't know him, so I wanted to see more information about this person that was sending the information.
Right. And what did you find?
When I typed his name in, an obituary popped up for a Tammy Daybell, and something inside of me was just shocked. I was just.
Did you provide that information to law enforcement?
I did, yes. I called up my detective, Ryan Pillar, at the time, and I texted him.
So just to clarify, you said my detective. Was that your private investigator or a law enforcement detective?
Sorry. Yes, he was the detective at Gilbert at the time that was assigned to my case.
Right. As this process went on, did you ever learn that Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow were missing?
Yes. We were worried about it early on, and I often told Detective Pillar my concerns.
Did you ever learn whether or not JJ and Tylee Ryan had been found?
Did.
I'm sorry.
I did. Sorry.
And do you remember when that was?
I got a call June 9th of 2020.
Where were you?
My parents' house.
Do you remember who called you?
I don't. I just remember somebody from, I think, Rexburg calling just to let me know that they had found what they were pretty sure was the kids.
Huh. Well, once you got that information, what did you do?
The next day was my wedding, so I was getting remarried. So I got married, and shortly after that, I just felt like I needed to go up to Rexburg. I don't know what for. I just felt like I should, so I drove up there.
When you were in Idaho, did law enforcement ask you to do anything as it related to JJ or Tylee?
Yes, they asked me to identify JJ.
And do you recall where you were when that happened?
Where I was when I identified JJ?
Yes.
Okay. It was, I think, outside of Pocatello at an FBI location,
And do you recall the date?
June 11th or June 12th.
How did they have you identify him?
They showed me some pictures of him deceased. They asked me if that was JJ. I said, yeah.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right. Cross-examination.
I'm okay. We can go.
You mentioned made contact with Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow quite frequently. Is that right?
Yes.
What was the frequency with which you had contact with Charles Vallow from when you first met him to the time of his death?
And it varied by the years. Sometimes when he lived close to me, I'd see him often. I could see him every week, and sometimes, and then there's other times where he traveled for work, so I might not see him for a couple months. And they also lived further away, so sometimes I wouldn't see him as often.
They were nomadic. They never owned a house. They would just constantly rent. That's what I recall. I think you testified to that. Is that right?
I wouldn't use the word nomadic, but they definitely moved more often than I did.
Okay. And approximately the date you first met Lori Vallow?
It would have been in 2008. I was driving with my then fiance at the time from Texas to Utah, and we went through Phoenix, and I met the Cox family at that time.
Okay. And would you agree with me that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox had a very, very close relationship?
It was on again, off again. There was times where it was very close, and there was times when they wouldn't see each other very often, but they knew each other very well.
Well, are you aware that it seemed that every time Lori moved, Alex would follow her and move to where she would move to?
Not always. Yes, sometimes that did happen, but other times no.
And more often than not, though.
It depended. There were times where Alex lived with in Arizona with us, and Lori left to Hawaii for a few years. But then there was other times I agree with you where
right.
they all moved from Texas to Arizona together and things like that.
And on the subject of Hawaii, during the time that Lori left JJ with Charles for that 2-month period, and I believe that was January and February of 19. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, it might have gone into March a little bit too, but yeah, that time frame sounds right.
And during that time, are you aware that she was residing and staying in Hawaii?
I don't know where she lived at that time. I didn't have any contact with her.
Okay. And at the time you were married to her niece, so you guys didn't discuss Lori's whereabouts as being in Hawaii for 2.5 months.
Well, my wife said she didn't know where she was.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that was true. I just know that's what she said.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that Tylee and JJ had a very, very close relationship?
Yeah, I mean, they were brother and sister, so I would say they were close.
Well, more than that, isn't it true that for all practical purposes, Tylee was really like the second mother to JJ and caring for JJ?
It depended. I mean, she was a teenager, so there was definitely times where that wasn't the case. But there was also times where she was a nurturer for JJ. I mean, she loved him, but she was, like I said, she's a teenager, so that was not her primary responsibility for sure.
But did you observe JJ looking at that in maybe a different perspective, that he relied on Tylee for a lot of things and things that maybe Lori wasn't providing for him?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Did you observe anything to that effect?
And JJ was special needs, so I don't know that I could have identified that JJ could have. I mean, JJ needed every adult or anyone who was there to help him. That's what he needed. And I definitely remember during that time when Charles had him, he missed his mom a lot. Charles brought it up in those same emails a lot, and it broke your heart.
And after Lori got back from Hawaii in March, early March, there was an attempt at reconciliation.
Yeah, they did try.
And at that point, did Charles confide in you that he actually was convinced by Lori to make Lori the beneficiary of his life insurance policy again?
Charles didn't talk to me about his life insurance policy. Charles did not talk to me about his life insurance policy.
So he never discussed with you finances or anything like that?
We talked about financial stuff, but he never talked to me about his life insurance policy.
Okay. So you're not aware that the life insurance policy was placed in Lori Vallow's name during this reconciliation period, then, correct?
I would have no ability to testify to that.
Okay. You brought up the subject of Melanie Gibb. And my recollection of your testimony is that you found it unusual that Melanie Gibb was there for Christmas of 2018.
Yes.
And I can't recall if you had said that they seemed to have a close bond at that point. How would you characterize their bond at that point?
Who's they?
Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow.
Okay. Yeah, it seemed like they definitely had a closer bond.
And are you aware of when Melanie Gibb and Lori first met?
I can't testify to when they met.
Did your wife participate in these gatherings in August, September, and October with Melanie Gibb and Lori?
I believe so.
Yeah. And these gatherings in August, September, and October of 2018 were what you described as these fireside chats?
And I think they went past October. I think they were in November as well, in December. But
But they started in the mid to early summer of that year. Is that right?
I can't say when Melanie's very first one was.
Okay. And were you aware that Melanie Gibb was the organizer and planner of all of these events?
I can't testify who planned them.
Okay. It wasn't your wife who was planning them?
I don't think so. It would have been without my knowledge.
Okay. And you found it unusual that Melanie was there at your Christmas holiday for what would be deemed a family holiday. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you happen to recall seeing a gentleman by the name of David Warwick at Christmas that year as well with Melanie?
No.
Okay. Now, you touched on a little bit about the temple, and I don't want to cover this too much, but in terms of the temples, what I don't understand is when someone goes to the temple in your faith, they do that as part of the marriage process in the beginning, right? To sort of the bond, it's a bonding, or you bond with each other, or I'm grasping for the word seal. You're sealing.
Mhm.
Is that the word?
There's a few things that you can do at the temple. You can go and do something called baptisms for the dead, or you can.
Well, I want to talk about. We'll get there in a minute.
Okay.
And I don't know that we need to spend a lot of time on that, but I'm as part of the marriage process, you seal with each other as part of the marriage process when a couple first gets married, right?
Yeah, we have something where you can be sealed to your spouse for time and all eternity, is what we call it.
Okay. And regardless of what happens, you're sealed, even if it means divorce or otherwise, right?
No, not quite. But
Okay.
I mean, we make promises to God,
Okay.
and with those covenants, if you keep those, we believe He gave authority to the person who seals you to be able to stay married even after you die.
Right.
But obviously, with any covenant, if you don't keep your promises to God, then you can break that, and it's no longer
Right.
sealed.
Right. And that's something that's important in the LDS faith, is to keep your covenant to God, right?
I would hope for most people, if they believe in God and they make a promise with Him, that they would want to keep it.
So and I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but the sealing is also a process in which you, and I'm trying to be careful about the way I phrase this, so correct me if I'm wrong. You stand in for somebody else who has passed away or is no longer alive, and you baptize them as a proxy for them. Is that kind of what goes on there?
Sealing or baptizing? Because you said baptize.
Well, sealing. There's a sealing process about being a proxy for someone who's passed on, right?
Yeah. So if I can be sealed to my wife here living, and that's something that I want to do, then I have that option. And for those who passed on, we practice in proxy is what we call it, but we practice the process of doing that for them so that it could be done here on earth, so that if it's something that they wanted, they could have that option in heaven.
So when they pass on, you're helping them move on to heaven. Is that really what that's all about?
The process would be up to them to choose, right? But yes, we're going through the process here in behalf of them.
Well, you mentioned the baptism then, and that's what I'm a little confused about. So you baptize people who have passed on as well.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to be on the scope of direct.
Overruled. So, Mr. Pryor, there needs to be some relevance as well. So that's
Okay.
narrow.
Well, Judge, I think I'm going to move on. This was more curiosity than was anything else. So
Yeah,
let's move on.
Not relevant if it's just curiosity. So
Yeah, let's move on then. As part of these fireside issues, have you ever heard of an organization or a group preparing the people?
I have, yes.
And that's an organization that sort of caters to people of your faith about being ready for the second coming. Would that be fair?
I don't know if I would agree with that statement, but so I guess I would say no for me.
Okay, well, not for you, but in general, for people who are participating in those preparing the people rallies or conventions or firesides. Really, the theme is what to do after the second coming, or preparing in case of an emergency, something of that effect. Would that be fair?
I've never been to some things. I can't testify as to what they believe.
Okay. Is that something that would be considered outside the realm of your faith, or not something you should be looking into as part of your faith?
I mean, I think each person has to decide what they're interested in and what things apply to their faith.
But obviously, if there are some things that you're engaging in that are contrary to the faith, then you don't get to choose that, right?
The church can occasionally come out, right, like any organization, and say, hey, these are things that don't apply to our faith.
So having visions, have you heard about people who are blessed with the ability to have divine visions and be able to see events that are occurring in the future?
I have never had any visions, and I don't know anybody who I personally believe that I know personally who's had a vision.
Okay. And then having seances, like conducting a seance, is that something that your wife was doing as part of this back starting in the summer of 2018? Is she engaging in seances?
I can't testify to that because I don't know.
Okay. Did she talk to you anything about conducting vibrations and having vibration movements as part of these seances?
She didn't
Nothing
talk
like
to me
that?
about that.
Okay. And the discussion of light and dark, you talked a little bit about Chad Daybell and then that there was some discussion about light and dark, right? But
Yes.
that's not necessarily inconsistent with your faith. Your faith is talks about it in a number of your publications about light spirits and dark spirits. Isn't that true?
We don't talk about light spirits and dark spirits. No,
No, there's nothing in the faith that talks about light or dark spirits, right?
nothing in what I've been taught. I mean, it's a large faith. There's a lot of information. So
Okay, so you're just not aware of whether that's taught in your faith or not. Is that fair?
I've been going to my church for a really long time and I've never experienced it.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Redirect.
The state has no to redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Are there any, is the witness perhaps can be recalled by the state or the defense?
Not by the state.
Not by the defense judge.
Okay, that concludes your testimony, Mr. Bidwell. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from any subpoena. You may go ahead and step down.
And Judge, could we have a quick sidebar just on an issue?
Yes.
Hey, Ween baby, Ween baby. I know, QB, I love that too about boys. He knows this case like the back of his hand. Yeah, we're gonna time warp. Time warp.
Describe your training that you've had to become a police officer.
When first hired,
Lord.
I
Back
attended
up,
an
back
18-week.
Went too far.
Provided at trial.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth. Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Handsome fella. Handsome, handsome fella.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, before I allow direct here, let me just inquire of the officer now that you're under oath. These trial proceedings have been live streamed and open to the public. Have you been observing any of the testimony that's been provided in trial up to this point?
No, sir.
Okay, and have you discussed with anyone else the testimony they've provided at trial?
No, sir.
All right, thanks for your responses. Ms. Beatty, you may inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Pillar, can you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
Yes, it is Ryan Pillar. Last name is spelled P as in Paul, I-L-L-A-R.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Town of Gilbert Police Department.
And what state is the town of Gilbert in?
It is in the state of Arizona, Maricopa County.
How long have you been employed by the Gilbert Police Department?
I was employed February 2007 and have been with them for a little over 17 years.
Have you had any other law enforcement jobs prior to your experience with the Gilbert Police Department?
No, ma'am.
Can you briefly describe your training that you've had to become a police officer?
When first hired, I attended an 18-week Arizona Law Enforcement Academy, followed by an 18-week field training. And then I was a patrol officer for 9 years, where I received hundreds of hours of continuous training to include arrest procedures, state laws, firearms training, basic investigations and interrogations. In August of 2016, I lateral moved to our Special Victims Unit within our Criminal Investigations Division, where I was a detective and I received training in interview interrogation, crime scene. I spent a week-long training with child crimes investigations. I also went to a week-long forensic interview training. In August of 2019, I lateral moved to our Violent Crimes Unit, which is focused on investigating robberies, homicides, and violent crimes. I received another 5-day training with homicide investigations and interviewing techniques, as well as crime scene investigations. I'm now back on patrol work voluntarily and working within the school programs within Gilbert, Arizona.
So your current job title is you're an officer with the Gilbert Police Department.
That is correct. I'm a police officer.
What was your job title in 2019?
In 2019, I was a violent crimes detective.
Can you briefly describe your job duties as a violent crimes detective?
As a violent crimes detective, we investigated crimes that are related to violence, death investigations of any kind, homicides, and robberies, anything that would potentially lead to a death or serious physical injury sustained to a victim.
Were you on duty as a violent crimes detective on October 2nd of 2019?
Yes.
Did you respond to an attempted shooting of a gentleman named Brandon Boudreaux that day?
Yes, I did.
Approximately what time was that?
About 9:13 in the morning is when the initial call for service kicked out.
And did you go to a location?
Yes, 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona.
And whose residence or what place was that?
It was soon learned that it was the residence of Mr. Brandon Boudreau.
When you arrived at the scene, what was your role?
Upon arrival to the scene with fellow detectives, I took the primary investigator role, which is the lead detective for that particular investigation.
And when you're the lead detective of any investigation, what are your responsibilities?
Initially, it is to task fellow detectives with their duties, and then as the primary investigator, it's to interview the involved parties, in this case, the victims and witnesses.
Are part of your duties as a lead detective to make determinations about next steps and directions that the investigation should go?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you arrived at the scene on October 2nd of 2019, did you make contact with Mr. Boudreau?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to him without getting into any narrative or any specific statements he made to you? Did you discuss the incident with him?
Yes.
Based on your discussion with him, were you able to ascertain what had happened?
Yes.
Did you have any other discussions with anybody else at the scene or in the area?
Yes. Part of the duty, again, was tasking the other detectives with canvassing the areas and speaking with witnesses. There was evidence at the scene to include in the roadway some shards of glass. Mr. Boudreau's vehicle was parked in front of his residence. It had evidence that it did, in fact, sustain damage from a projectile. And witnesses at the scene confirmed a vehicle was idling in front of Mr. Boudreau's residence prior to shooting occurring.
Okay, so let's scene or in the area.
Yes. Part of the duty, again, was tasking the other detectives with canvassing the areas and speaking with witnesses. There was evidence at the scene to include in the roadway some shards of glass. Mr. Boudreau's vehicle was parked in front of his residence. It had evidence that it did, in fact, sustain damage from a projectile. And witnesses at the scene confirmed a vehicle was idling in front of Mr. Boudreau's residence prior to shooting occurring.
Okay, so let's walk back just a little bit. When you described seeing Mr. Boudreau's vehicle, were you able to ascertain where the shooting had occurred, where Mr. Boudreau was?
Yes.
Where was Mr. Boudreau when the shooting had occurred?
Mr. Boudreau was driving his vehicle westbound on Phelps Street, approaching the residence.
And you mentioned that a projectile hit the vehicle. What do you mean by projectile?
Bullet.
Okay, and where was that bullet mark on Mr. Boudreau's vehicle?
It was up in the A pillar of the door frame, near the windshield. The damage itself actually caused the windshield, or excuse me, the front driver's side window to fracture, crack, and ultimately shatter. And then there was a hole within the B pillar.
And you personally observed that at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
After discussing what had happened with Mr. Boudreau and other individuals at the scene, were you able to get a description of a suspect or suspect vehicle?
Yes.
What was the description that you got?
From Mr. Boudreau and witnesses, it was a darker color or gray colored Jeep that was parked facing westbound and eastbound lanes in front of Mr. Boudreau's residence, or near the front of his residence. This Jeep was a Jeep described as a Jeep Wrangler, and specifically did not have a wheel affixed to the back of the vehicle, which is standard for Jeep Wranglers to have a spare tire affixed to the back of the vehicle.
Did you learn anything about the license plate of that Jeep?
Yes. Additionally, with the color and description of the physicals of it, it was described by Mr. Boudreau that it was a Texas license plate that was affixed to the back of this vehicle.
Based on your discussions with Mr. Boudreau and other individuals at the scene and the description of the suspected Jeep, were you able to take that investigation in any specific direction?
Yes.
And what was that?
From interviews and the vehicle description, I reached out to the Chandler Police Department detectives because it was learned that a homicide happened in their jurisdiction in July of 2019. So I'm
I
sorry.
apologize. Could you briefly tell the jury where Chandler is in reference to Gilbert?
Yes. Chandler, Arizona is adjacent to Gilbert, Arizona. We refer to it as a sister city. So it's right next to Gilbert within Maricopa County.
And you described learning about a homicide that had occurred in
Yes.
Chandler. What was the significance of that homicide to your investigation?
So upon learning about the Chandler homicide, it was learned that family members of Brandon's wife at the time, Melanie Boudreau, were present at that Chandler homicide scene, as well as a couple vehicles.
And when you say Brandon's wife, Melanie, do you know what the status of his relationship with Melanie was at the time?
His relationship with Melanie Boudreau at the time is marriage. They were married. They were in the process of a divorce that was near finalization.
Was there anything you learned about that homicide investigation or that death that occurred in Chandler that was applicable to this case or the vehicle specifically that was at the scene?
Yes, the Chandler investigation learned that the decedent was a gentleman by the name of Charles Vallow, who was married to Melanie Boudreau's aunt, Lori Vallow Daybell. Present at that scene as well was Lori's brother, Alexander Cox. It was learned that a vehicle at the Chandler crime scene was a dark colored gray Jeep with a Texas license plate that was registered to the decedent, Charles Vallow.
At that time, were you able to develop a person of interest with regard to that Jeep?
Yes.
Based on the information that you had as the lead detective, who was that person of interest?
Person of interest was Alexander Cox.
What further steps did you take in that investigation with regard to the Jeep?
From the Jeep information and the license plate that we confirmed, we reviewed LPR hits. LPR is an acronym for license plate reader. And we were able to track the movements of that Texas license plate on that Jeep with photographs to confirm it was still on the Jeep, moving from the state of Arizona to the state of Idaho.
And did you determine what dates that had occurred?
Yes.
What were those dates?
Those dates were
just prior to and after the shooting in Gilbert, Arizona.
Were you able to determine where in Idaho the Jeep had traveled from?
Yes,
Where was that?
it traveled to and from the area of Rexburg, Idaho.
And were you able to determine whether or not Alex Cox had a connection to Rexburg?
Yes, it was soon learned that he was residing in Rexburg, Idaho.
Okay. At some time, did you begin coordinating with law enforcement agencies in the Rexburg area?
Yes, once it was learned the Jeep was located in the area, we reached out to Rexburg Police Department and Fremont County Sheriff's Office. Fremont County Sheriff's Office, sorry.
At some point in time, did yourself or any of the law enforcement agencies you were working with obtain a search warrant on that Jeep?
Yes.
When was that?
The Rexburg Police Department was able to locate and confirm the Jeep was at an apartment complex in the area, and they executed a search warrant in mid-November, November 18th.
Were you present when that search warrant was executed?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe what took place during the execution of that search warrant?
Myself and a crime scene specialist flew up from Arizona directly to Rexburg. We went to Rexburg's property evidence building where the Jeep was secured. I stood by with my crime scene specialist as she processed the vehicle. Processing included taking exterior photographs, opening the vehicle, taking interior photographs, and then she collected physical evidence to include DNA swabs in areas that would have the most contact by the operator, some physical items from within the Jeep, and then collected from the back of the vehicle GSR, which is an acronym for gunshot residue evidence, because we believe this vehicle to be our suspect vehicle and the shooting occurred from outside the back window.
And what did you do with those samples that you retrieved from the vehicle?
These samples were packaged individually from each location where it was collected, and then it was ultimately impounded for evidence and then forwarded to the respective crime labs within Arizona for processing.
And did you have any more, did you do anything else with regard to the Jeep at that time?
No, once the Jeep was processed per the search warrant, it was turned over back to the Rexburg Police Department where it remained in custody.
At some point in time, did your investigation into the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux shift?
Yes.
Why was that?
Because working with Rexburg Police Department, Fremont County Sheriff's Office, and Chandler Police Department still, as well as the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, it was learned that children belonging to Lori Vallow Daybell had not been seen or heard from for quite some time.
When did that shift occur?
It occurred in shortly after the processing of the Jeep. It was late November. I believe it was November 26th was when the focus really changed.
Did you take any steps on the Arizona side of things to locate these children?
Yes.
Can you describe those steps that you took?
Myself and fellow detectives began interviewing associates and family members of the involved parties. We set up surveillance to include pole cams, which is discrete cameras that are affixed to a light pole, for example. These cameras were located in locations to monitor friends and family believed to have custody of, at this time, JJ and or Tylee Ryan.
In addition to the pole cams, did you do anything else?
Contacted other family members and associates.
Yes. Were you able to determine whether or not those children were ever in Arizona in November and December of 2019?
Upon review of all surveillance and all interviews, no, there was no indication either child was in the state of Arizona.
Now, at this time in late November and early December of 2019, were you still investigating Alex Cox for the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes.
What did that investigation look like at that time?
Gilbert Police Department, as well as other agencies, were keeping our eye on Alex Cox. With my investigation in particular, we were tracking his movements.
I apologize for interrupting. When was that?
This was in early December of 2019.
And you were surveilling Alex Cox?
Correct.
How often were you surveilling him?
It was learned that he was back in Arizona, Gilbert in particular, and we were surveying him 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And in December of 2019, did you stop surveilling Alex Cox for any reason?
December 12th, 2019, yes.
Why did you stop surveilling Alex Cox on that date?
Alex Cox died on the 12th of December of 19.
After Alex Cox died on December 12th of 2019, did you execute a search warrant on his residence or vehicle?
Yes.
What day was that?
It was the same day of his death.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value in Alex Cox's home?
Yes, in his residence, he had multiple munitions and some firearms. He also had indicia to show that he lived in the residence, ID identification, clothing items. And then he had some literature, multiple books of literature authored by Mr. Chad Daybell.
And did you find anything of evidentiary value in his vehicle?
Yes, there was paraphernalia to include holsters and ammunitions within Alex Cox's pickup truck. And there was a letter that was found also within his pickup truck.
What was that letter?
It was a patriarch blessing authored by Chad Daybell.
And who was it directed to?
Alexander Cox.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
And Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Before cross, just a quick sidebar with counsel, if I may. minutes or less. We'll come back on and then we'll take our lunch break at noon. So let's just have the jurors excused just very briefly.
All right.
Of impropriety. So I just wanted to inquire and make sure that no passing comments were made at the conclusion of the witness's testimony to that effect, because we're just trying to keep the jurors as impartial as possible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's all I wanted to address, and we just didn't know a better way to do that with the jurors here. So with that, we'll just have the jurors brought right back in. We can continue with cross then, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so if the jurors can return. Right.
Good morning, sir.
You spoke about having coordination with the folks in Rexburg, the folks in Chandler, Arizona.
Yes, sir.
You at Gilbert, Arizona. Would you agree with me that the common denominator of all of these matters is Alex Cox and Lori Vallow?
For the Gilbert investigation, Alex Cox was our primary focus. Yes.
And Lori Vallow as well.
Yes, she came into play with being Alex's sister.
Right. And those are the ones that are implicated in the Gilbert, Arizona case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then as far as Charles Vallow is concerned, the murder of Charles Vallow, are you aware that, again, it's Alex Cox and Lori Vallow who are implicated in the murder of Charles Vallow?
Yes, for the Chandler, Arizona case.
Okay. And the evidence that you found in the Jeep were 2 of Chad's books.
No books of Chad were found in the Jeep. No.
That's it, right?
No books were found.
Oh, no books.
No, sir.
Oh, okay. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness going to be recalled by the state or the defense?
Not by the state, Your Honor.
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, you're released from any subpoena. Thank you for appearing and testifying today, Officer Pilar. All right, before we call another witness, the court has previously provided a limiting instruction in this case, and given the nature of both this testimony and the testimony of the previous witness, Mr. Boudreau, the court is going to reiterate that instruction, which will be included in your final instructions as well when you retire to deliberate in the case. Ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, evidence will be introduced for the purpose of showing that the defendant or an alleged co-conspirator may have committed acts other than those for which the defendant is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident. So that's the court's limiting instruction. With that, then, is the state ready to call another witness before the lunch recess?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, you can call your next witness.
At this time, the state would call Deputy Coulter Cannon.
All right.
Be safe out there, Lisa.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give.
All right, now that the officer's been sworn, I'll just inquire on the court's exclusionary order. This trial has been broadcast and is available for public view. Deputy Cannon, have you reviewed or listened to or observed any of the trial testimony in this case since it began?
No, I have not.
Okay, and have you discussed with any other witnesses their testimony in the trial?
No, I have not.
All right, thank you for that acknowledgement. Mr. Wixom, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Deputy Cannon.
Morning.
Could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
It's Coulter Cannon, Colter. Cannon is Cannon.
And where do you work?
I work for Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for the Sheriff's Office?
Right now, I am a school resource officer, but I'm also a patrol deputy.
How long have you worked for the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 10 years.
If you were to explain to the jury how many years as patrol officer exclusively and how many years also as a resource officer?
I've spent about 4.5 years as a patrol deputy and then 5 years in the schools. And then in the summertime, I go out to patrol. So,
And briefly for the jury's sake, what does a resource officer at a school do?
mainly just handles any calls inside the schools that he patrols in, making the schools safe and secured, and making sure nobody's there that shouldn't be there.
And what training and experience do you have as a law enforcement officer?
I graduated post academy, so I received my basic certificate. I've also advanced up into my intermediate certificate, and then I've taken numerous trainings throughout my years of service on different trainings throughout the years, and continue that training each year.
Can you explain to the jury what does it mean to have an intermediate certificate?
It just means that I've I had so many years of service, and then had so many training hours that I've been able to advance up into the certificates.
I want to call your attention back to October 9th of 2019. Do you recall if that's the day that you were doing patrol duty?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall whether or not you responded to a call involving a Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I did.
And based upon your recollection, what was the nature of that call?
It was put out as a suspicious call, suspicious circumstance.
Can you describe what you were told, what you understood that suspicious circumstance was?
Yeah, so that day I got a call of a gentleman that was at a residence that had pointed a paintball gun or a gun at a female in her driveway. So we responded to the area to check it out.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would wish to play two different stipulated exhibits. One would be state's proposed 232A.
232A?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that is a 911 call from a Joe Murray. The second will be state's 232B, which is a dispatch call from Tammy Daybell, both of the same date.
All right, Mr. Pryor, does the defense have an opportunity to review these proposed exhibits?
Yes, Judge, I have, and there's no objection.
All right, so exhibit 232A and exhibit 232B are both admitted into the record. I presume those are each an audio file on a separate thumb drive. Is that correct?
They are, Your Honor, if I might offer them up just so the court can observe them.
Okay.
It's okay. I need to grab my laptop too. I've forgotten.
Okay, if you'll do that, I'll have the court clerk as well take a look at those. Okay. You want these returned to be published, Mr. Wixom?
If I may, Your Honor.
All right, I'll have the bailiff return them. Thank you.
And Judge, I'm not certain if I heard the court rule or if I've been requested, but are these exhibits admitted?
They are.
Thank you. And for the record, the first exhibit that I will be playing is state's exhibit 232A. I apologize.
Okay, yeah, we'll activate the podium microphone.
Thank you.
All right, if you'd like to start it, Mr. Wixom, we should be able to.
Thank you.
911, like emergency? Yeah, so my mother-in-law, who lives pretty close, had just come home about 10 minutes ago, was unloading her car, and she thinks a man, but she's not 100% sure she didn't see, because they bring CMAS, came up to her with a paintball gun, they started shooting at her. It wasn't loaded, because he didn't know he came out of it. But she kept asking what he was doing, he would respond, and then suddenly, after she pulled out her husband.
Okay, because that's one of the phone calls. I'm going to go back and rewind it to that phone call and put it on regular normal speed because I can't understand a word that's coming out of his mouth. Spencer, yeah, that's what I was referring to, except for I couldn't come up with the next line. Let me think about it. I should have some lyrics down by the end of the stream. So funny. Take me down to the sidebar city where the and the oh, won't you please take me out? All right, hold on. Let me get back over here. And let me just rewind it back a hair smidge. All right. Normal speed, please. Normal speed. Okay. Let's do this.
So my mother-in-law, who lives pretty close.
Okay, yeah, we'll activate the podium microphone.
Thank you.
All right, if you'd like to start it, Mr. Wixom, we should be able to.
Thank you.
911, like emergency? Yeah, so my mother-in-law who lives in Columbus had just gotten home about 10 minutes ago, was unloading her car, and she thinks a man, but she's not 100% sure she didn't see, because they were wearing ski mask, came up to her with a paintball gun, but they started shooting at her. It wasn't loaded, so it didn't, he didn't know if he came out of it. But she kept asking him what he was doing. He would respond, and then suddenly, after she told out her husband, he ran off.
Okay, what's the address? Are you there? Hello? Are you still there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you. What's the address?
It's 199 North, 1900 East, Rexburg, Idaho, 83440. That's my address. She lives in corner. I don't know what her address is.
Okay, I need her address. What's her location?
I think it's 201, I think is her address.
201 North 1900 East?
North, yep.
Does she know which direction he ended up running?
He headed east, back behind their house.
Okay, and did she give you a description of the clothing?
I didn't get one from her. I didn't follow that.
And what is your name?
My name is Joseph Murray.
Okay, is this a good look or a good phone number for you?
Yep.
Okay, I am sending a deputy out to your mother's home.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And for the record, Your Honor, I would next play 232B, the dispatch call from Tammy Daybell.
Very well.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 49 minutes, 20 seconds.
Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Hi, I need to report something.
Okay, go ahead. What's the address?
Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway.
Is it a suspicious person?
Yes.
Okay, what was he wearing?
He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on.
And he's at the blinking light now is where you saw him?
No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and like he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing.
Okay.
And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house.
Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me.
Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
And that was North 1900 East?
Yes.
Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
In what direction he was going?
He went behind my house and it's so dark out here and I just went in the house and got my husband and son and then they went out and looked and he was long gone by then.
Okay.
So he was on the north side of my house is where he went to get away.
Okay.
He didn't say anything or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me. So But nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded.
Okay, and what is your name, ma'am?
My name is Tammy Daybell.
Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies. We actually just had a previous call about this individual, so they're out in the area looking now.
Okay, yeah, I think it was my son-in-law who lived diagonal from us that called you guys already.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to make sure it got reported. So,
let's see. And what's your son-in-law's name?
is it Joseph Murray?
Okay, yep, it was him.
Okay.
So, all right, I have a deputy that will be out at your home here shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Deputy Cannon, do you recognize the information relayed in those two calls as essentially the same information that you were asked to respond to?
Yes, it was.
And can you help the jury understand, is there a difference when someone calls 911 as opposed to calling in dispatch?
Just a different phone number, I believe. I'm not 100% familiar with that. 911 is our emergency line, and then there's a non-emergency line that goes there as well.
What time of day or night do you recall responding to this?
It was approximately around 9 o'clock p.m.
And do you recall at that point in the year, was it dark outside or was it light outside?
The sun was going down. It was dusk.
And how far away from the address that you were given were you in a patrol when you first received the call?
I was only a couple miles away. I was in the Egan area.
And so was this the type of call when you were responding, did you activate your sirens and lights?
I did initially activate my lights and sirens, and then when I got closer, I deactivated them.
Why did you deactivate them?
I didn't want the subject hear me coming or see me coming. I wanted to be able to find him.
And how long did it take for you to actually arrive at the address from the time that you were dispatched to the call?
It was approximately 6 to 7 minutes.
And what's the first thing that you did when you did arrive at that address?
I initially drove around the property, around the roads in that area, trying to look for a suspect wearing that clothing description. And then I went and made contact at the residence with Tammy.
Your Honor, at this time, would it be appropriate to stop for our lunch break?
Yeah, we're right at that time, Mr. Wixom. So if you've got some more direct, I would say yes.
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take our lunch recess then. We're stopping just short of the noon hour. So I think we'll try to come back on if we can in an hour at 1 o'clock. So we'll be in recess until then.
All right, please.
Hey, Mickey Joe. All right, we're going to skip through lunch. Vroom, 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 vroom. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Let me just keep hitting the little 5-second button to get it to go, go, go. Okay.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We are back on the record on KCR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Concluded our lunch recess. Court notes the presence of the prosecution as well as the defendant and counsel for the defendant. In addition, the jurors have all returned and are properly seated. Deputy Cannon is on the stand and has previously been sworn. And I will note that based on a request from counsel to end slightly early today, the court's intention would be to take evidence going forward from now until 3 o'clock and forego the normal afternoon recess in order to stop a little early but not be interrupted by the recess. So hopefully, if the jurors are able to make it through that time, we'll go ahead and recess today at 3 o'clock without a mid-afternoon break. However, if for whatever reason you do need a break, just please advise the bailiffs or the court and we'll do that. So with that in mind, Mr. Wixom, I believe you were conducting direct still of this witness and you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Deputy Cannon, I believe we left off and I was asking you about what you first did when you arrived at the location.
Yes.
Okay. And what was it that you first did when you arrived?
I drove through the area looking for what the suspect in that area. So,
And what was the description of the suspect that you were looking for?
a male wearing all black clothing and a black ski mask.
And what did you find? If
We didn't locate anybody in the area matching that description.
when you say we, was there other law enforcement helping?
Yes, there was another deputy that responded to the area as well.
When you responded and looked for that person with that description, did you do that from your patrol vehicle? Did you do it on foot? How did you do it?
Yes, it was from the roadways in the area. We drove through the areas and tried to look for anybody matching that description from our vehicles.
And once that was completed, what was the next thing that you did?
I went to the Daybell residence and contacted Tammy at the front door.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened in that conversation?
Yeah, so I contacted Tammy by knocking on the front door. She answered the door. I just kind of tried to get her information, what happened. She told me that she had just got back from grocery shopping, was getting groceries out of the backseat of her car, noticed a male standing at the rear of the vehicle. She confronted him and asked him what he wanted. He didn't say anything. He just held up the gun, and she heard 2 pops and then yelled for her husband, Chad, and that he eventually came outside.
Okay. While you were talking to Tammy, did you have any contact with Chad?
I didn't have contact. I didn't talk to him. He was there present when we were having that conversation, though.
Where was he relative to where you and Tammy were having the conversation?
So we were standing by the front door of his residence, and him and his son was actually standing back towards the kitchen area, maybe 10, 15 feet from us.
Any question from your perspective that he would have been hearing the conversation you were having?
Absolutely, he would have heard it.
And when you were there talking to Tammy, were you and Tammy were having the conversation?
So we were standing by the front door of his residence, and him and his son was actually standing back towards the kitchen area, maybe 10, 15 feet from us.
Any question from your perspective that he would have been hearing the conversation you were having?
Absolutely, he would have heard it.
And when you were there talking to Tammy, were you wearing a uniform with a gun and a badge?
Yes, I was.
Did anything at any time during your interaction with Tammy, did Chad attempt to talk to you in any way?
No.
Anything about that unusual to you?
I thought it was kind of odd that she had just been victimized and he wasn't taking any actions to protect her in a way, I guess, but that was just my thoughts personally.
Did that play into your investigation at the time at all?
No, not really, just that it was odd.
What did you do next, if anything?
After that, I went outside. I walked around the initial area where the vehicle was, looking for any shell casings or paintball marks or anything like that in the area.
Does a paintball gun typically have a shell casing?
No.
So why did you say you were looking for shell casings?
If it was possibly a firearm and not a paintball gun.
And did you find any indication either way?
No, I did not.
What did you do next, if anything?
I went and talked to Joseph Murray, who was across the street chopping wood. I spoke to him for a brief moment, just trying to figure out what he saw. And that he told me that he heard Tammy scream and he saw a male run around the north side of the property.
Was there anything contradictory between what Tammy had said and what Joe had said?
No, there wasn't.
At that point, did you do anything further or did you leave the property?
I cleared from the scene, unable to locate any suspect or that.
After that incident on the 9th of October, do you recall ever going back to that address?
Not on the property at all. I might have drove past the property, but I didn't go to the home.
Did you ever participate in any searches on that property?
Yes, later on in the next year.
To the best you recall, what was the date that you participated in that search?
It was January 3rd
of what year?
2020.
What were you there searching for?
We did a search warrant on Mr. Daybell's home. I helped the FBI sift through the snow, again, looking for any shell casings, any evidence that we could possibly find of a gun being used there.
So at either point, did you find any evidence of any bullet or any traces of any shots in any buildings, anything like that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So as far as you sit there today, would there have been anything else you could do to investigate that particular call?
And me personally, no.
No, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Coulter, you made an initial report in regards to this case. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and the initial report was relatively brief.
Yes.
Recall that?
Yes, I did.
And then you made a subsequent report afterwards. Do you recall that as well?
Yes.
What's the time frame between the initial report and the subsequent report?
I don't recall exactly the time difference between them.
Okay.
I didn't look at that.
Was it a week?
No, I think it was further out, maybe a month or so, 2 months. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, and then you also made some comments about not wearing a body cam on that day. Is that right?
Yes, I didn't have a body cam on me that day.
You were a patrol officer. Is that right?
Yes, I was.
Standard issue to have a body cam?
It was lost, or it was broken and lost. So
When did you break it?
Couldn't tell you exact date.
Did you try to replace it the same time you realized that it was broken, or did you wait a little while?
I informed my sergeant that it was broken.
Okay. And then you went on a call and you didn't have any body cam to actually accurately reflect what was transpiring that day, correct?
No, I didn't have body cam.
Okay. And Judge, could we utilize the HDMI?
You gonna publish something, Mr. Pryor?
I want to show the officer a copy of his report, if at all possible.
Okay, are you gonna do that by giving him a copy or publishing it?
I'd like to publish it and have him look at it while I speak to him about it, if that's acceptable to the court.
From the defense, any objection to doing that?
No objection, Your Honor, so long as he admits it as an exhibit. I'm not sure he should be publishing things to the jury that aren't admitted.
Judge, I can do it the other way and ask the officer when he did his report, but he doesn't have a recollection of when he did the supplement, and there's 3 parts to this report. So my hope is that to show him the report, lay the proper foundation, and then I'll move to admit defense exhibit 89. But if your court prefers a different manner, we can go a different way.
Okay, well, it's up to you. We just can't publish it until it's been admitted. I agree. So that in case it's not admitted, the jury doesn't already see it.
Okay.
So however you want to handle that. And if the state doesn't object, then we can perhaps shortcut that.
And Judge, can I have my laptop approach the witness with a copy of my laptop, show him the reports, and have him authenticate the reports?
Yeah, perhaps maybe just ask Mr. Wixom and show him what you've got and see if the state is going to object. I think he's indicating maybe he's not.
Judge, we're not going to object to that approach at all.
So it's 89.
89, and the parts are A, B, and C, Judge.
All right. Well, if you just want to move for the admission, then
I'll move for admission then, Judge.
No objection.
all right. Defense exhibits 89, A, B, and C
Yes,
are
Judge.
admitted. And what are they 3 separate reports, or what are the exhibits? If you just describe them for the record.
Judge, A would be the initial report, which is about a paragraph. B would be approximately a 2-paragraph report that was done, I believe, a couple months later. And C would be just the initial incident report by Officer Coulter, the face page of the incident report.
Okay, and we'll just need to be able to make sure to get those submitted into the record for evidence, but you may go ahead with those now admitted and publish, and we'll make sure the court receives copies so they can be given to the jurors for deliberation.
And Judge, whenever the clerk is ready to bring that up.
Yes, it can be published.
Now, do you recognize this report, officer?
Yes, I do.
And is that your report?
Yes, that is.
And that's a true and accurate reflection of what you prepared close to the time to when the incident occurred. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you would do me a favor and read the very first sentence.
I was dispatched to a suspicious call of a male holding a paintball gun at a lady on 1900 East and 200 North.
Now, 1900 East and 200 North is Chad Daybell's property. Is that right?
Well, that's the intersection.
The intersection.
Yeah.
And Mr. Daybell's property is on the corner of which would be the northwest corner. Does that sound right?
Northeast.
Northeast corner. I'm sorry, I got my east and west backwards. Okay. Now, when you first testified for the prosecution, your comment was in regards to a paintball or gun incident. And you made a point of adding the word gun after paintball.
Well, it's a paintball gun. So
But
she,
you knew
she
this was-
reported she reported different things of possibly being at a gun or a paintball.
When did she report that?
In her 911 calls.
Okay. Could we have a copy of exhibit regarding the 911 call, please?
Which one? There were 2.
Well, Judge, I think what I'm going to do is play actually both of them.
All right, those are exhibits 232A and 232B.
And Judge, I'm going to get through this before we start the 911 call. Just right there is fine. Thank you, officer. So your recollection of the 911 call is that Miss Daybell said something about a gun as well?
Yeah, she just said gun as well in that call.
Okay. Okay. But the dispatcher said it's holding a paintball gun, correct?
I believe so.
And then it says that you attempted to locate the suspect but couldn't find anyone in the area, right?
Correct.
You talked to her and she said she noticed a guy standing behind her and was holding a paintball gun again, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what your statement says, right?
Yes, sir.
So the dispatch was about a paintball gun. When you spoke to her, she said it was a paintball gun and then pulled the trigger a couple of times and then ran off and was described as 5'11", 190 pounds, right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And then you didn't locate anybody, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you, a couple of months later, your story, at least your report expanded a little bit. Would that be fair?
Yes, I was asked to put more detail into it.
You were asked to put more detail into the report.
Yeah, just to be more brief about actually more detail on the report.
Who asked you to put more detail into the report?
I don't exactly remember who asked me. It was one of my supervisors.
So one of your supervisors said they needed to get more detail in the report.
Yeah, they just said be more specific.
Okay. And that was after the death of Tammy Daybell, right?
I believe so.
So this occurred on October 9th, correct?
Yes.
And Tammy Daybell died sometime shortly after that, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And then after you did your initial report, your supervisor came up to you and said, we don't have enough information in that initial report, so we need to add some more information, right?
Well, just more detail.
Okay.
Report.
Was this such a significant issue with a paintball gun that it required you to go back and then write a 2-3 page paragraph with more detail on it after the incident had occurred 60 days earlier?
Can you ask that again? Sorry.
Well, they put you up to putting more detail because they were trying to get you to allege that in some way there may have been a gun there. Isn't that what the police are trying to do here?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Sustained.
So you put in your report on October 9, 2019, 21:45 hours. You were talking to Tammy Daybell in front of her home, right?
Yeah, it should have been in her home.
Okay. Front room of her home.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I listened to the 911 call, and I seem to recall the 911 call coming in at 21:49. So you're not quite clear on the hours that you talked to Tammy, right?
Yeah, it might have been a different timestamp. I'm not sure.
Okay. So if the 911 call says 21:49, we can rely on that reasonably well, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you put in your report that at 21:45 you were talking to her 4 minutes before she ever called in the 911, right?
If that's what it's saying, yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll go back and listen to the recording again in a minute here. But and her son and we're sitting back with the room by the door. Okay. And I believe that led to the kitchen. They were sitting back in a room by a door.
Sitting at the back of the room by the door. They were standing there in the doorway.
Okay. And then you made mention of the fact, and when you revised your report a little bit, you mentioned that she was standing at the back of her car with a gun she believed to be a paintball gun. So you've added the word gun and said believe. So what you're really doing is she told you it was a paintball gun, right?
To my best knowledge, yeah.
Yeah. And the 911 dispatcher said it was a paintball gun, right?
Yes, I believe so.
So why did you put that caveat in there saying believed to be a paintball gun? You knew it was a paintball gun. There was no gun there that day, was there?
Sustained.
Yeah. She said she screamed and her husband ran and son. So her husband and son took action. They ran out and they tried to see what was going on, correct?
I'm sorry, where are you at in the
middle of the news statement? Tamara stated she screamed and called for her husband and son. Okay. Right?
Yes.
And to your recollection, the husband and son went out and looked at the what was going on out there, correct?
As far as I'm aware, just Chad.
Okay. So from your perspective, it was unusual the way Chad acted, because when his wife said someone shot a paintball gun at him, you think it's unusual for him to run out and see what's going on, right?
No, that's not what I said.
All right. But you did say it's unusual because he stood there silently while Tamara talked to you, right? That was unusual?
Yes, it was unusual that he didn't get involved in the...
Do you know anything about Mr. Daybell's personality?
I do not.
Do you know that he's somewhat of a shy person?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you know that he's somewhat of a humble person?
Objection, Your Honor. The attorney is testifying.
Sustained.
Yeah.
Mr. Pryor, also please let him finish his answers. The court reporter's getting stressed.
Okay. And then you modified your original statement, because in your original statement you said the shooter, according to Tammy, was about 5'10", 190 pounds. Where did you get the 6 feet tall and 200 pounds from?
I said approximately.
Okay. Well, why didn't you say what you put in your original report? Why did you add 2 inches and add extra weight on this person?
It was 2 months later. I was going off my memory.
Okay. Or is it possible that when your supervisor said we need a greater report with more detail that seems to point the finger at Alex Cox, is that why you changed it?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You changed it because it didn't fit the scenario of Alex Cox, did it?
No, that's not why I changed it.
Okay. But you waited 2 months on a report before you decided to change that report, correct?
I didn't wait. I was asked to change it.
Okay. By your
Not change it, but to put more detail into it.
And I guess this more detail that you need of a paintball incident is a result of your supervisor needed more favorable information, didn't he?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
Your supervisor needed more favorable information to link this to Alex Cox, didn't he?
Not to my knowledge. No.
Okay. Not to your knowledge, right?
No.
Okay. And then you say Joseph Murray, who lived kitty corner from the property, right?
Yes, he lived kitty corner.
You went over to talk to Joseph Murray, right?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And Joseph Murray stated he was cutting wood, heard a scream, and he saw someone run around the north side of Tamara's property, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would it surprise you to learn that Joseph Murray may be telling you a different story than what you're telling this jury?
No.
Okay. That wouldn't surprise you, right?
No, it would surprise me. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. You know, did Joseph Murray hear a gunshot?
I don't know.
Well, did you bother to ask him if he heard a gunshot?
No. I just asked him what he saw.
So according to your testimony and your report, Joseph Murray saw somebody running, and that's an important fact, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, it's important enough that you had to change your report and add that into the report, right? So it must be an important fact.
I guess maybe so.
Okay. But wouldn't you think it'd also be an important fact if Joseph Murray had actually heard a gunshot of some kind?
I don't think he would have heard a gunshot if it was a paintball gun.
Exactly. Exactly. So this narrative that you're trying to suggest to this jury that this was a gun, you know it was a paintball gun, don't you?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
All the information that's been presented to you points that this was a paintball gun, doesn't it?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah. What information from the reports you gleaned at the time you investigated this suggests that this was not a paintball gun? Give me a couple of reasons why you don't think this was a paintball gun.
Just from the calls and whatever on the testimony from Tammy's call.
Okay. Okay. So from Tammy's call and from your report and the dispatcher saying it's a paintball gun, where did it say it was a rifle or an AK-47 or anything like that?
I never said it was.
Okay. So again, you know this was a paintball gun, don't you?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. Judge, I'm going to replay the video if I can get it to work on my, the 911 if I can get it to work.
All right, please clarify which of the two you're playing. And you may publish, but clarify which one.
232B will be first, Judge. Maybe not.
Okay, I'm gonna go back in again. I know that was rough, right? I know what you mean, Miss King. Miss King says, I do think the updated report is suspicious. I don't know. I mean, I personally don't think it was a paintball gun. Why would it was Alex Cox? Why would he have brought a paintball gun? No, I don't believe that. Margaret said, I'll say this for a guy who said he wasn't qualified to argue a death penalty case. He's no shrinking violet in court, right? Exactly. He's a great defense attorney. I'll give him that. For sure. Hey, Cherie. Good morning. Good morning. Well, good afternoon for me now. But I'm going to put this on regular speed instead of fast because I think they're getting ready to show body cam footage. So let's play it at normal speed, shall we?
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 49 minutes, 20 seconds.
Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Hi, I need to report something.
Okay, go ahead. What's the address?
Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway.
Is it a suspicious person?
Yes.
Okay, what was he wearing?
He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on.
And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him?
No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and like he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. Okay. And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house.
Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me.
Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
That was North 1900 East.
We can stop.
Yes.
Okay.
And Judge, I'm done with the, so I was listening pretty carefully. I heard the word paintball gun and I heard the word paintball thing. Would you tell me on that tape where the word gun was used?
Later on.
Later on?
Mhm.
Oh, are you telling me there's more evidence here?
Of that recording, yes.
Where's that?
More further on in that recording, she talks more.
She talks, I didn't hear that. I heard it stop.
That's because you stopped it.
So there was mention of a gun, is that right?
I believe so.
You believe so?
Yeah.
And when you first listened to this, you heard the words paintball gun, right?
In her initial statements, yes.
You heard the words paintball thing, right?
Yes.
And the dispatch said that it was a paintball gun incident, correct?
That's what she put in her notes, yes.
And in your initial report, you said that it was a paintball gun incident, right?
Yes.
And then 2 months later, after Tammy Daybell dies and you talk to your supervisor and you don't know why he asked you to change it, you changed it and now you're talking about possibly it being a gun, right?
Objection, Your Honor. That misstates the evidence.
Sustain.
Well, the subsequent report then starts hinting at, well, maybe this was a gun, right?
No, it's
Okay.
still a paintball gun.
Okay, all right, just so we're clear. Now, were you part of the other investigation that looked at some of the other possibilities of why someone on the property would be out there roaming around? Did you talk to any of the other potential suspects in this thing?
No, I didn't talk to anybody about Tammy.
Okay. Who was the other officer with you?
Deputy Simper.
Okay. Did you go down and talk to one of the neighbors about the husband of a dog kidnapper that had been causing some problems down the street, just right down the street?
Not that I can recall.
And what about the autistic child that was roaming the neighborhood, causing some issues within the neighborhood? Did you talk to that person as well?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. But you agree with me finally now that this was a paintball gun incident, right?
Like I says, I don't know if it was a paintball or a gun.
Okay. All right, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Wexham, redirect.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Deputy Cannon, you were just asked on cross-examination a number of questions about having written this second report.
Yes.
So in reference to those questions, how long after this incident was it that you wrote the second report?
Like I said, I'm not 100% sure, maybe a couple months or so.
Is it fair to say that over the course of a couple of months, you have a number of calls and interactions with the public as part of your job?
Absolutely.
And as part of law enforcement, as a deputy, is it expected that you will conform to your superiors?
Absolutely.
So if a superior officer says, please go write another report, is that something that you would do?
Yes.
But in this case, is that what you did?
Yes.
Is there any question in this case, were you fed information to put in the report?
No, just more information about what happened.
But the information that you included in the report all came from your memory. Is that fair?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about whether or not you were wearing a body cam at the time.
Yes, I was asked that.
I think you explained that at the time yours was broken.
Correct.
Can you state, is it fair to say that at Fremont County Sheriff's Office, is there any kind of policy requirement that you wear a body cam for anything?
No.
And so why do you normally wear a body cam?
Just for my recollection and safety and different things like that.
But that doesn't mean you can't perform your duties without the body cam.
No, it doesn't mean that.
And what else do you do when you have an incident besides recording it on your body cam? What else do you do as law enforcement to memorialize what happened in that incident?
I don't understand. Sorry.
Why do you write police reports?
Oh, so you can remember what happens.
Okay. And when you do that, do you write these reports to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
Defense counsel pointed out that in one report, in the second report, you had noted the time that you were talking to Tammy as being 21:45. Do you remember that?
Yes.
But yet we heard in the call that her call came in at 21:49.
Yes.
Can you explain that discrepancy?
It was probably I was dispatched at that time at 21:45, and she had called briefly thereafter.
And again, when you were
when I was responding, sorry.
Finished, I'm sorry.
Sorry. When I was responding to the call, she probably made that phone call.
When you were writing that second report, were you writing it from memory?
Yes, just from my memory.
Is it possible that the 4-minute difference could have just been a function of your memory?
Absolutely.
And to be clear, you did use the word paintball gun in your report, correct?
Yes.
But yet, on direct, you indicated that you were looking for shell casings.
Correct.
What made you look for shell casings?
Judge, exceeding the scope of cross.
I'll sustain that.
Was there anything about the information that you received when you initially investigated that would cause you to rule out the possibility that it could have been a real gun?
Sorry, say that again.
Was there anything about the information that you had when you first responded that would have required you to rule out that it could have been a real gun?
No, it's just she heard two pops and she screamed, and so.
So as you sit there today, from the information you have, can you rule out that whatever she saw was not a real gun?
No, you can't.
You were asked a question about whether or not Joe Murray had said if he had heard a gunshot. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Why didn't you ask Joe if he'd heard a gunshot?
I guess it just didn't cross my mind. It didn't seem important at the time.
Did Joe bring up to you in the conversation that he'd heard a gunshot?
No.
Is that something that you might have assumed he would bring up?
Possibly, or if he saw a gun or something.
This is the last question, to be clear. In the second report, did you include any information in there that had been provided to you by anybody else?
No, just from my memory.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Deputy Cannon.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Is the state or defense intending to recall this witness?
Judge, I subpoenaed Deputy Cannon, but I'm going to relieve him of his subpoena today so that he will no longer have to show up in my case in chief. You're welcome.
Your Honor, the state is not going to recall Deputy Cannon.
Okay, that'll conclude your testimony then. Thank you for appearing this afternoon. You can be excused, and the state can call up its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Officer Allie Greenhall.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to say will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn before direct, I'm going to inquire of the witness. Officer Greenhall, have you listened in on or in any way observed or heard any of the testimony that's occurred in this trial thus far?
No, I have not.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else their testimony they've given at trial?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you for that affirmation. Mr. Wixom, you can inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Greenhall, I believe I'm mispronouncing your name. It's Greenholz, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay, I apologize. Will you please spell your full name for the record?
No, first name is
Okay, question. QB, do we want to go back and re-listen to her full 911 call to see what she says on normal speed? Do you guys want to do that? We can do that, but I think that we have to go from before the last guy was on there and to the one before that, the witness that was before that. We can do that, and then skip back to where we're at. If you guys want to do that, just let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Lauren says sure. It was that witness just when the state was questioning. Oh, to begin with, before the cross. Is that what it was? Okay. All right. Let's do that. I will be at 5:26. 526. I'm going to go into the private chat, my back chat here on StreamYard and put 526 so I know where to go. I ain't got any paper to write on. So I'm just commenting to myself in the back chat. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, let's rewind it then. Let me go back to normal speed first before I forget. All right, I will go back to before prior. Was it before or after the break? I don't remember. Do you remember? Da, 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 da. Oh, I need to hit play.
We could have the jurors brought in, please.
See, I don't remember where this started. Ugh, I hate. Why does it keep like refreshing? It just like keeps refreshing on me. I don't know why it's doing that, but it's getting on my daggone nerves. Make it bigger again. Jeez Louise. Come on, man.
That in the area. Does a paintball gun typically have a shell casing? No. So why did you say you were looking for shell casings? If it was possibly a firearm.
Is this it? Where do we hear it at?
Victimized, and he wasn't taking any actions to protect her in a way, I guess, but that was just my thoughts personally. Did that play into your investigation at the time at all? No, not really, just that it was odd. What did you do next, if anything? After that, I went outside. I walked around the initial area.
I did not delete a driver, QB. Let me go to before the break and see if he's on there. Okay, he is on there. Okay. Let's go to the beginning. All right, so Boudreaux goes off and now he's on. All right.
Allow direct here. Let me just open to the.
No, sir.
All right. Thanks for your responses. Ms. Beatty, you may inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, any other law?
Arizona laws, firearms training, crime scene. I lateral move to, and then
Briefly describe your job duties as a violent crimes detective. Brandon Boudreaux. And
lead is to
make.
We'll find it.
had evidence that it did in fact sustain damage from a projectile vehicle with residents.
And you vehicle
Facing west.
Oh my God.
They were married. They were in the on that Jeep with photographs to confirm it was still on the Jeep. Moving from
I don't think this is the guy. I think
Jeep,
the other guy was in a
and then,
blue suit, wasn't he? Oh my God. I'm so confused.
Contacted other family members and associates.
Oh, jeez. I can't. Okay. This is a different guy.
Exclusionary order. This trial has been broadcast and is available for public view. Deputy Cannon, have you? Correct.
Yeah, I had the
Thank
wrong
you, Your
guy.
Honor. State and spell for the sheriff's office. We also
To be
calls
fair,
inside
though, they were both
the
pretty much
schools that he
bald headed. So
numerous trainings
that you were doing patrol.
Okay.
A stipulated exhibit B. Judge, I have, and there's no objection.
Separate thumb drive, is that correct? Clerk as
Okay.
well, take a look.
here we go.
For the record, the first exhibit. Putting microphone.
Oh my God. Okay, this is it, I think. Or I think this is the guy. The first call is the
911,
son-in-law.
emergency.
Yes, so my mother-in-law, who lives pretty close, had just gotten home about 10 minutes ago, was unloading her car, and
Let me get through him and get to Tammy's call.
8344.
Hey, Chaloon.
Get that deputy out to your mother's home.
(2019)
Okay,
21 hours, 49 minutes, 20 seconds.
Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Hi, I need to report something.
Okay, go ahead. What's the address?
Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway.
Is it a suspicious person?
Yes.
Okay, what was he wearing?
He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on.
And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him?
No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and like he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing.
Okay.
And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house.
Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me.
Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
And that was north 1900 East?
Yes.
Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
In what direction he was going?
He went behind my house and it's so dark out here and I just went in the house and got my husband and son and then they went out and looked and he was long gone by then.
Okay.
So he was on the north side of my house is where he went to get away.
Okay.
He didn't say anything or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me. So, but nothing came out of the gun either. So I don't think it was loaded.
Okay. What is your name, ma'am?
My name is Tammy Daybell.
Okay.
See, QB, she didn't say it was a rifle. She said he was holding it like a rifle. Right? She said he was holding it like a rifle. But she didn't say it was a rifle. She had also just said she didn't say paintball gun there, but she had previously said, like seconds before, that she said she looked at him long enough, she knew it was a paintball gun. Let me rewind it again.
And then he just kept doing it, so I yelled for my husband, and then he took off running around the back of my house.
Okay, give me just 1 minute, Stan. Okay, go ahead. What's the address?
Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway.
Is it a suspicious person?
Yes.
Okay, what was he wearing?
He was all dressed in black, and he had a ski mask on.
And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him?
No, he's gone now, because I pulled up into our driveway, and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car, and suddenly he was there, and he had a paintball gun, and he was and like he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing, because I could tell it was a paintball thing. And then he just kept doing it, so I yelled for my husband, and then he took off running around the back of my house.
Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me.
Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
That was north 1900 East?
Yes.
Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
What direction he was going?
He went behind my house, and it's so dark out here, and I just went in the house and got my husband and son, and then they went out and looked, and he was long gone by then.
Okay.
So he was on the north side of my house is where he went to get away.
Okay.
He didn't say anything, or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me. So, but nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded.
Okay, what is your name, ma'am?
My name is Tammy Daybell.
Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies.
Wonder why they didn't play it, QB. I mean, you're right. Why wouldn't they have played that? Yeah. This is Tammy Daybell that was called. This was the 911 call back when she was getting shot at, but she thought it was a paintball gun. I don't know. That whole thing is just kind of, yeah, QB. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't do that. Oh, I got you, Julian. Just the basics, yeah. Well, even just the basics with this case is a big deal because this story, this whole thing is so massive. There are so many things with this case. Hey, Kayleen. Kayleen says, hiya, what gets me is the leading questions from the operator, like, how did she know? Like, how did she know? It was a suspicious person. Oh, Kayleen, it's because right before that, Tammy's son-in-law had just called. So the 911 operator had just spoken with Tammy's son-in-law who lived diagonally across the street. And he was like outside when I guess it happened. And he called 911. And so and he had asked what the person was wearing. And he said, I don't know, I couldn't tell, or I didn't see the guy or whatever. So whenever Tammy calls back and she's talking to her, then she's like, is this the suspicious guy? Okay, what was he wearing? So she, knew what was going on. Yeah, Mickey, I don't think it was a paintball gun either. I think she just assumed it was, because who in their right mind would think that somebody's like literally going to stand right there in your driveway and shoot you with a real gun, right? Okay. All right. Now I'm going to skip back to, where was it? 5:26. Okay, 5:26, 5:26. Let's go to 5:26. Here we are. All right, now let's go. Let's do this. Next person on the stand is this chick, and I don't know who this chick is.
I swear or affirm the testimony you're about to say will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn before direct, I'm going to inquire of the witness. Officer Greenhall, have you listened in on or in any way observed or heard any of the testimony that's occurred in this trial thus far?
No, I have not.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else their testimony they've given at trial?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you for that affirmation. Mr. Wixom, you can inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Greenhall, I believe I'm mispronouncing your name. It's Greenhalgh, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay, I apologize. Will you please spell your full name for the record?
Oh, first name is spelled Alyssa, and the last name is spelled Greenhalgh.
Thank you. And ma'am, can you tell the jury, where is it that you work?
Currently, I work in Rexburg, Idaho for the Rexburg Police Department.
What is your job title there?
I'm a patrol officer.
How long have you done that?
Total about 7 years.
7 years with the Rexburg Police Department?
About 3 with Rexburg and 4 years before that with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
What was your job title at the Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
I was a patrol deputy.
And can you explain to the jury what post training or otherwise do you have as a law enforcement officer?
Currently, I hold an advanced certificate through the Idaho Post Academy, as well as some other miscellaneous specialty trainings.
And as part of your work for Fremont County, was it one of your functions to respond to calls about unattended deaths?
Yes.
From your perspective as law enforcement, please tell the jury, what is an unattended death and what is your function as law enforcement?
An unattended death is, generally speaking, any death that occurs where the person is not under a physician's care. Typically, somebody will call when they find a family or friend or loved one that has passed. And my duty as a patrol officer or deputy initially on scene is to respond before the detectives and the coroner get there, to check for obvious signs of foul play, and then request resources as needed.
And when you say foul play, can you tell the jury what types of things do you look for when you're looking for signs of foul play?
Yes, so typically we're looking for obvious injuries, disheveled houses, like if furniture is broken or pushed around, obvious injuries being gunshot wounds, stab wounds, needles, drug overdoses, things like that.
So with any given unattended death, is it fair to say that you respond with that role in mind, trying to either identify or rule out some foul play.
Correct.
I want to draw your attention back to October 19th of 2019. Do you recall responding to an unattended death call for a Tammy Daybell?
I do.
At that time, prior to your response to the scene, had you ever heard Tammy Daybell's name?
No, I had not.
Had you ever heard Chad Daybell's name?
No,
So you weren't familiar with either one of them?
I was not.
Who dispatches you to an unattended death?
Whichever dispatch officer is working that day.
So is it fair to say that when there's an unattended death, that someone will call into law enforcement and 911 or otherwise, and then they'll find an officer on duty and send them to the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state wishes to request admission of what we believe is a stipulated exhibit number 233, which is a recorded 911 call made by Garth and Chad Daybell on the day of Tammy's death.
Any objection? Okay, exhibit 233 then is the audio file of that call. It will be admitted by stipulation. Just make sure we have the correct exhibit submitted to the clerk, and then if you wish to publish, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would the court have me send it up now, or should I play it first?
As long as you're convinced it's the right thing, you can go ahead and start publishing.
Thank you. Your Honor, would it be possible for, I think I skipped a step here, us to broadcast this over the court system by plugging my HDMI?
Sure.
Thank you.
911, where's your emergency? We're at 202 North, 1900 East. What's going on? We just found my mom. She's on the ground frozen, or she's stiff, and I don't know. Are you in Madison County or Fremont County?
Hello, I'm Chad, the husband. She's clearly dead. We don't know.
Sorry. Okay. Okay. Are you in Rexburg, or because your address shows Rexburg address, but you're in Fremont County?
It's a mile past.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, she's not even, she's gross.
Okay, this is vomiting. So I think it was Mickey, if I'm not mistaken, who mentioned that Pryor was like really consoling Chad during this part. You guys, watch his face and watch Pryor. Let me rewind it so you can see in case you missed it. This is so gross. It's disgusting. Because he's acting all cry and stupid. Yeah.
In Fremont County?
It's a mile past.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, she's not even, she's gross.
Okay, can I get your name?
Chad Daybell. Oh, man. Oh,
Okay, Chad, I'm gonna get somebody out to you right now, okay?
yeah, the corner where the blinking yellow light is with the red house.
Yes, sir. Red house on the corner,
Yes.
blinking yellow light.
Right.
Okay. We'll get somebody out to you, okay? I'm so sorry.
Okay.
If you need anything else, you call me back, okay?
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Ma'am, to the best of your recollection, was that particular phone call related to your response to Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Prior to responding to this, let me withdraw that. To the best you recall, what time of day was it that you were responding?
It was approximately 6 a.m.
And was it light outside yet?
I don't think so.
Prior to your response that morning, approximately how many times had you personally been involved with responding to an unattended death?
Probably 5 to 10.
And when you did, in fact, arrive, what was the first thing that you observed?
I observed Garth Daybell in the living room. He's the one that let me into the house. And then Chad came into the living room shortly after I arrived. And I just asked them what was going on and to show me where Tammy was.
And did they do that?
They did.
Let me pause and ask, at that point in time, was anybody else at the home?
No.
Did anybody else later arrive at the home that morning?
Yes.
Who do you recall arriving at the home?
The deputy coroner arrived, the coroner arrived, and then some family members also arrived later.
And for the jury's sake, to the best we can identify those people by name.
Yes, sorry. The deputy coroner, Cammie Wilmore, the coroner, Brenda Dye, and I'm not sure who the family was. I didn't speak with them after they arrived.
Were you aware if there was a male or female family member that arrived?
I think both. Several of his children showed up as well.
Okay. So you were explaining that you arrived and you made contact with Garth and then Chad?
Correct.
Just to help the jury have a picture in their mind, what was the layout of the home the best that you can recall?
The living room is the first room that you come into, and then there's a hallway to the right. There are several bedrooms and a bathroom. Directly behind the living room across the hallway was the kitchen, and then to the left was the garage.
Okay. And relative to the front door, did you come in the front door?
I did.
Relative to that front door, where is the room that you ultimately saw Tammy's body in?
To the right at the end of the hallway.
When you came through the front door, where do you recall both Garth and or Chad being inside the home?
In the living room.
So could you explain again, what was the first conversation that you had with either one?
I asked them where Tammy was and what had happened, and then they walked me back to the bedroom where her body was.
At that point in time, did either one of them seem to have any emotion or anything like that going on?
Yes.
Both, or which one?
Chad was definitely more emotional than Garth was. He was sobbing and then would gasp for air. Garth was a little bit more reserved and didn't say very much.
So when you got back to the room where Tammy was, what was the first thing that you observed?
I observed Tammy's body on the bed, and her feet were hanging off the corner of the bed, and the mattress was pushed off the box spring just a little bit, and she was covered up with a blanket up to about her shoulders.
In that moment, did you notice anything else about Tammy's body?
Not from the doorway until I moved in closer to her.
Before you moved in closer, did you engage in Chad in any conversation about what had gone on?
Yes, during the walk back and while I first entered the bedroom, he was kind of explaining to me the course of events that had happened that morning.
What do you recall him explaining to you at that time?
He had told me that about midnight, Tammy had woken up with a coughing fit, and he said she had vomited on the bedroom floor and then had moved into the bathroom down the hallway and had continued vomiting. And he said he got up to help her clean up and then put her back to bed. And then they both went back to sleep. And then at approximately 5:40 a.m., he had felt the blankets shift off of him in bed and had woken up, and he said that he had thought Tammy had fallen off the bed. So he told her to get back on the bed. And then when she didn't answer him, he stood back up, turned the lights on, and found that she was unresponsive.
Did he indicate at that point whether Tammy had fallen all the way off the bed or just partly?
He did. He indicated that she had fallen partially off the bed because her feet were wrapped in the blanket and the sheets. And so her feet were still up on top of the mattress, but the side of her head was on the floor.
What did Chad do or say next, if anything?
He said after he had turned the lights on and found her, he checked her and then called to Garth for help to come help move her back onto the bed, which Garth came over and they both moved her body back up onto the bed.
So when you first, let me withdraw that. This is being explained to you as you're walking into the room where Tammy's body is?
That's correct.
So when you first walk into that room, did what you saw with Tammy's body
Came over and they both moved her body back up onto the bed.
So when you first, let me withdraw that. This is being explained to you as you're walking into the room where Tammy's body is?
That's correct.
So when you first walk into that room, did what you saw with Tammy's body match the description of what Chad had just explained to you?
Yes, it did.
And what about the covers on the bed?
The covers on the bed had been pulled back up, covering her arms to about her shoulders.
When you arrived, when you got into the room, can you describe for the jury what your observations were about the condition of Tammy's body at that point?
I first checked her for a pulse, which she did not have. Her skin was colder than the room temperature. Her body was stiff. And I recognized that she did have some pink foam coming out of her mouth and down the side of her face, and she was deceased.
And you personally had made the determination for yourself that she was deceased because of her pulse, or what was the big factor?
Correct. It was a combination of her body being cold and the fact that she did not have a pulse.
Okay. And at this point in time, when you're investigating an unattended death, do you gather more information from family?
I do.
Did you do that in this case?
I did.
What did you do next?
I asked Chad about if she had any serious medical conditions or had been sick recently. He told me that she had been suffering from a pretty bad cold and that she didn't like to see the doctor very often, so that she hadn't been diagnosed with any serious medical conditions. He did tell me she had fallen in the driveway a few weeks prior that she had seen the doctor for, and she was going through menopause. He did say that she had suffered from low blood pressure and did have fainting spells once in a while as well.
Okay. And based on your recollection, was this information that Chad had relayed specifically to you at that point in time?
Yes, it was.
Did he say anything else about whether he believed that Tammy had any other major medical issues or injuries besides what you just talked about?
Not that he said to me.
Did he mention anything to you about Tammy having shaking fits at that point in time?
No.
Did he say anything about Tammy's sleep pattern generally?
No.
At what point in time, well, I'll withdraw that. As law enforcement, is it your role to determine whether or not it would be appropriate to have an autopsy?
It is not.
Whose role is that?
The coroner.
And then as you were there on scene, did you reach out to any other superior officers to get any help with your investigation?
I did.
Who did you reach out to?
I reached out to Detective Mattingly and Detective Kayakamanu.
And why did you reach out to them?
It's standard procedure when there's any kind of death, especially an unattended death, that we notify detectives to give them kind of the basis of what we've learned in our investigation to determine whether they need to respond or not.
Did they give you any instructions that you can recall?
Yes, they told me to take photos and then let the coroner decide whether or not to do an autopsy.
And in fact, did you take photos?
I did.
We'll get to those photos in just a moment. At that point in time, did you do anything else in your investigation?
No.
At any point in time, did you do anything to look at medications or anything else in the home?
I did.
When did you do that?
I did that shortly after I had taken some initial photos of Tammy's body while I was waiting for the deputy coroner to arrive.
And with respect to your time there and your observations, had you identified anything at that point that you felt like was suspicious about the scene?
No.
Now, were you basing that perspective upon the information that Chad was giving you?
Yes.
And without getting into it, were you basing upon any information that Garth had given you?
No, because he hadn't given me any information.
Besides Chad, did any other family members give you any information that morning?
No.
When you were talking to Chad that morning, was Garth within earshot of that conversation?
Yes.
Did he ever voluntarily interject or contradict anything that his dad was saying?
He did not.
Did he try to add anything to the conversation?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to offer up to the court and request admission of the state's proposed and marked exhibits 295A through. Sorry, Your Honor, 1 second. If you're J, and I believe we have a stipulation that these will be admissible, Your Honor.
Any concern with broadcasting these, Mr. Wixom?
Maybe sidebar, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to speed through it. You just scooching right along like a little inchworm. Bump. Oh, here they come back.
All right, thank you, counsel. The court will note in a sidebar, we just were reviewing these exhibits that are, as I understand, going to be admitted without objection, somewhat graphic in nature. The court's determined would be inappropriate to broadcast those publicly. However, of course, they will be published to the jurors and the parties. And so we've made those arrangements for the publication of those once they're admitted. And Mr. Wixom, if you need to take a moment to get that set up, that's fine. And that's the purpose of the sidebar we just had.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could have just a moment, please.
Right, Miss King?
And Judge,
I don't
as we
understand
attempt
that.
to set up electronically, I need to clarify for the record.
Like, I mean, I don't know if maybe they just feel like they don't have to because they, I don't know how big their city is or the county or whoever it was that showed up out there, but I don't know. Right, Spins. It should not appear on screen. But yeah, I don't know. You would think that at least one of them would have had their body camera on if the other one, like, that should be a thing. Like, No. If you got more than one going out there, then someone should have a body camera on. That makes no sense to me. I don't know. I mean, it's not like any place is like Mayberry anymore, right? So,
The state does not intend to admit the photos in full sequence that we gave, Your Honor. May I correct and let the court know now which exhibits we're talking about?
Yeah, let's go through the admission process and then we'll go on publication if you wish. So on the admission process, if you would set out in the record what you're being offered, and individually I'll ask defense if there's any objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. All of these photos for frame of reference are death scene photos of Tammy at the time that this officer responded to the call. They're marked as states 295D, as in David, through 295L.
Okay. Mr. Pryor, have you reviewed the photographs on exhibits 295D through L?
I have, Your Honor. My understanding there's a stipulation to their admission.
Okay, without objection then, each of those individual photos, 295D through L, are all admitted as evidence. And in terms of publication, Mr. Wixom, if you just want to work with co-counsel, and if you need to review or view that other monitor to get things lined up, I understand the difficulty where you can't use the big screen because we're intentionally not broadcasting there. The monitors the jurors have will show the images.
hey, Kel, how are you, girl? I hope you're doing good today. Missed you guys. She says we miss you too. Yeah, these are the scene photos where they went in and found Tammy. So yeah. I mean, sometimes they'll show a few things, but usually they try not to. So, all right. Yeah, 2 separate calls, 2 weeks apart, no body cam. Exactly. It's weird.
And Mr. Wixom, there's that light on the Elmo that I think helps with the shadow. If you could flip that light on.
I believe I'm ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
And reference each one, of course, as it's published.
Will do. So, ma'am, I'm going to show you what I believe are photos that you took at the scene. The first photo that I'm going to show you is a photo. It's 295D as in David. Can you see that, ma'am?
I can.
And ma'am, could you describe for the jury what is that a photo of?
This is a photo of Tammy's body as she was lying on the bed when I arrived.
As you look at that photo, can you recall what was it that you were trying to capture in that particular photo?
The position she was lying on the bed, the positions of the blanket, as well as her face.
Next, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 295E. And ma'am, can you describe what you were trying to capture in that photo?
With this photo, I was trying to capture a closer, more focused view of her face and the foam that was on it.
Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury?
Yes, so a closer view of her face to focus more on the pinkish foam that's running down the side of her cheek.
Why did you feel like it was important to document that?
I like to document any bodily fluids that are present.
Next, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 295F as in Frank. Can you tell the jury why you took that picture?
I took this photo to also show how her arms were lying when I arrived, uncovered by the blanket.
Why was it important to document how her arms were lying?
It's important just to document everywhere of how she's lying as she was when I get there, uncovered from the blanket, because from the initial photos, when she's covered, you can't see how her body is actually lying.
And QB, you are 100% right, ma'am. Or not QB, Spin. Spin said that. Spin said
next, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 295G as in George.
Body cams are on. We as citizens,
please explain to the jury why you took that photo.
Body cameras.
I took this photo because at this point the coroner had arrived and she was completely uncovered from the blanket. So just another full body photo to show how she was lying on the bed.
Earlier, you had indicated that the mattress had been moved from the box spring.
Correct.
Does this photo capture that?
It does a little bit.
Can you explain that a little bit more for the jury's sake?
Yes. So on the top right of the photo, you can see that the mattress is shifted a few inches off of the box spring below it.
Why was that significant to document?
Typically, that isn't how your bed is laid out, and it was consistent with Chad stating that they had lifted her body back onto the bed, and that had shifted the mattress a little bit when they did that.
When Chad explained that they put the body back on the bed, had he explained that this is the position that they'd last left it in?
That's correct.
Next, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 295H. Ma'am, can you take a moment and explain to the jury why you took that picture?
I took this photo to get a clear portrait of the other side of her face, as well as her hair and her left ear, which had a little bit of discoloration.
Does this document the discoloration in her left ear?
Or her right ear, I'm sorry.
So you're noting discoloration in the right ear?
Yes, it's a little bit red.
Can you just be a little bit more precise for the jury's sake where you see that discoloration?
Yes, the top of her ear is a little bit more red than the bottom part of her ear, which is a little bit more pale.
Was that anything that cued you into anything as part of your investigation?
Not particularly, no.
Next, I'm going to show you State's 295L. Oh, sorry. 295I. And why did you take that photo?
I took this photo because it was a little bit closer up of her face, where you can see some blood around her nose and mouth, and then some more purple discoloration in the middle of her ear.
When you say blood around her nose and mouth, is that in reference to the sputum or some other source of blood?
It's in reference to the sputum.
Does this picture document from your perspective which direction you believe that sputum had been flowing from her?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what you believe it shows?
It shows that it flowed down the left side of her face.
And did you find that at the time to be consistent with the way that Mr. Daybell had explained that she had been positioned in the bed and fallen out of the bed?
Yes.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 295J. Why did you take that picture?
I took this photo to show the foam and blood running down the left side of her face.
Okay. At this point, why did you need to take this picture of the foam running down that side of her face?
Because I had never responded to an unattended death that had foam coming out of the mouth, so I felt it was important to document.
What was your intention of taking yet this photo when you had some other photos already of the pink foam?
This one specifically showed a little bit more of the blood running down the side of her face and not just the foam.
And at that point in the photo, being there in real time, could you tell if that blood running down her face, had it dried, any change in color at all?
I don't think I checked that at the time.
Next, I'm showing you 295K. Why'd you take that picture?
I took this photo because at this point the coroner had arrived and some of the fluid from her face had been cleared off. So I just took another photo after it had been cleared off.
When you say because the coroner had arrived, did the coroner give you any instruction about other photos that you should take?
No.
So you did this at your own behest?
I did.
Okay. Lastly, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's 295L. Can you please explain to the jury, please, why you took this photo?
I took this photo because at this point she had been moved to the mortuary and some time had passed. And so I took this photo to show some bruising and color changes that had happened on her skin.
When you say bruising, can you identify in that photo where you believe the bruising had identified itself?
Yes, on the top of her forehead showed a little bit more bruising, as did her mouth and her neck, chest area.
And at this point, do you see the pink foam in there anywhere?
I do not.
Had you done anything to wipe or remove the pink foam at that point?
I did not.
Based on your observations, did you check Tammy's body to see if it was cold?
I did.
And the result?
Her body was colder than the room temperature when.
Wait, what, QB? What? Where did you hear that? Wait a minute. Okay. Couple things. So QB says, weird fact, you can die from ingesting malachite and it disperses from the body fairly quickly. Okay. So malachite is the kind of stone that Chad and Lori had as their wedding rings. Remember? Do you remember? Malachite rings. Da, da, da. Okay. So, I would like to know if someone dies from ingesting malachite. Really? Like, how do you ingest it? Is it, does it come in, does it cause pink foam to come out of your mouth? Second of all, Patricia says, so there was bruising. Why was it determined an autopsy wasn't necessary? The coroner made that call. So the family, I think, said no because they didn't say that there was foul play, and they said that she had been sick days prior, and I think that they just assumed it was natural. But apparently in that state, all deaths don't have to have an autopsy unless it was an unattended death, which means someone dies at home by themselves, right? And they're alone. Yeah, bruising can happen in the death process, but I thought they said that she had died from asphyxiation. So would that include suffocation, like a pillow over the face, or I don't know. Emmy said they didn't think an autopsy was necessary, and they agreed. QB knows things. All right, let's continue, but I want to know more about this malachite stuff.
When I checked it,
Did you notice whether or not she had rigor mortis set in?
I did. Her body was stiff, which is consistent with that being set in from my experience.
In addition to noticing the pink sputum and what you thought was bruising, did you notice anything else on her body at any point?
I did.
What'd you notice?
After the coroner arrived and we had moved the blankets off her body, I did notice lividity on the back of her legs and on the lower back as well.
Can you explain to the jury, in case they don't know, what does the word lividity mean?
Okay, well, I didn't know that about the hers was considered unattended as well. I didn't know that. Did not know that. And I thought that all unattended deaths required an autopsy. So how did they get out of that? I don't know. If they want to consider it unattended, how did the medical examiner say that an autopsy was not needed? That's, I don't know. I don't know.
Lividity means when you pass, the blood in your body will pool to the lowest part and cause kind of reddish bruising, which is referred to as lividity.
And once again, where did you identify that lividity?
On the back of her thighs and on the back of the small of her back.
From your perspective, what did that tell you?
That told me from my experience that she would have been lying on her back for a significant amount of time after she died.
Okay. Now, at some point, I'll withdraw that. At some point in the interaction, did you go and have a conversation with the deputy coroner and the coroner?
I did.
And what was discussed there?
The cause of death was discussed, as well as whether an autopsy was to be performed, and as well as things that were said to the coroner.
Okay. And again, your role as law enforcement, do you have any role in determining cause of death?
No, I do not.
And do you have any role, as you understood it, to determine whether an autopsy should be performed?
No.
Did you ever discuss the potential for an autopsy with Chad?
No.
Did you ever hear him discuss that with anybody on scene?
No.
Mr. Rickson, are you done publishing?
I am. I'm sorry.
If you are, go ahead and we'll turn the lights back up. We'll keep the audience seated where they are for the remainder of the day.
So I think just the last couple of questions, ma'am. Did you eventually do any kind of medication check at that home?
I did.
Did you determine whether or not you believed Ms. Daybell had been on any medications?
Yes.
What did you determine that she was on?
I was told by Chad that she did take fluoxetine for depression and then some natural remedies and over-the-counter medications as well.
Was there any evidence, as far as you're concerned, that she could have been overdosed on something?
No.
And with respect to anything else about that investigation that caused you any concern about anything suspicious at that point in time?
No, there was not.
You know, that's all the questions I have at this time.
All right.
I'm going to do it over this. That's fine.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Greeno, you prepared a report in regards to this incident, is that right?
Yes.
And at the bottom of your report, you made mention that the coroner determined an autopsy was not necessary unless the family wanted one, which they did not.
Correct.
So from what I read from your report was that you discussed the option of whether an autopsy would be performed, and the coroner determined that it wasn't necessary. And then subsequent to that, the family decided they did not want an autopsy. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, I also noted, did you have a chance to talk to Brenda Dye and Deputy Coroner Wilmore about this case in detail?
At the scene, I did, yes.
Okay, did you discuss the fact that there were some old bruises on Tammy's arms?
Yes.
And that, were you aware that Coroner Dye made note of that they were old, from some time before this incident, bruises on both of her arms as well, correct? She just testified to it, Judge.
Overruled.
The fact that Ms. Dye noted in her coroner's report that there were old bruises on her arms, correct?
I wasn't aware if she knew the age of them.
Okay, but you are aware that there was a discussion with you folks about the fact that there were some old bruises on Tammy's body, correct?
That there were bruises, correct.
You were also aware that when you looked for the medication, you saw the it's Prozac, right? Fluoxetine?
I'm not sure what the generic is.
Okay. Acetaminophen, right? Some ibuprofen?
Correct.
Vitality extracts, which are, like non-traditional medication, correct?
Correct. And like essential oils.
Like essential oils that she would use. And then Chad talked to you a little bit about the fact that she was experimenting with essential oils as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then some extra strength acetaminophen. There was also some cough medicine that was found there as well, correct?
Yes.
And that's important because when Chad first spoke with you, he said that she was having coughing fits, right?
He did.
And you were able to confirm the fact that there was cough medicine as part of the medicine that was at the table at least at that evening, correct?
Correct.
You weren't able to tell whether she took it or not that night, but clearly on her side of her bed, there was cough medicine, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then again, some essential oil. What is essential oil respiratory blend? I don't understand what respiratory blend means when it applies to essential oils.
That's what the bottle was labeled.
Did you happen to look into what that's for?
I did not.
Well, the word respiratory implies to me that it has something to do with breathing. You didn't look any further than just knowing that it was for it was some respiratory essential oil.
Correct.
Okay. And then below that one, you put a note that there was also a supplement for bruising and sore muscles.
Yes.
So she was taking supplements for some bruising that she must have been experiencing and sore muscles, right?
I assume so.
Okay. Well, those are the ones that the family showed you that she was taking regularly, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, again, I'll go back to what he initially told you that she got up at about midnight right?
Correct.
Military time always confuses me. So 0000, right?
Yes, that's midnight.
And then at approximately 5:40, he felt the bed and she slid off the bed. And that's when he realized that she had passed, right?
Yes, that's what he told me.
Okay. And he was pretty shook up about this, wasn't he?
Yes.
Far more shook up than anybody else in the house, right?
Yes.
He was more disturbed about this than his daughter, who eventually showed up, right?
I didn't see or observe his daughter after he showed up.
He was far more despondent than his son, who was there as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. And what you observed in terms of the mattress, in terms of the position of the mattress, was consistent with what Chad told you in terms of why the mattress was moved. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's nothing unusual about the mattress, nothing there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as medical conditions, again, while he was discussing this with you, he was pretty despondent, pretty upset, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as while he was trying to talk to you, he made something that she had taken some steroid shots for some sore muscles, that she had fallen a few months ago in the driveway and injured her arm. Did he happen to mention to you that she was having incidents of falling, unexplained falls that she was making?
Not that I remember.
Don't remember that? You didn't have a body cam on either, though, did you?
I did not.
You didn't have a recorder with you either, right?
No.
And you were going to an unattended death. Are you issued a body cam?
I was.
Are you issued a recorder?
No.
Okay, so you are issued a body cam. It wasn't available, or was that one broken too?
I believe it was charging at the time.
Okay, all right. And then he mentioned that she had been feeling sick, had a cold, and that she had low blood pressure, and that she'd been fainting occasionally.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did he ever mention to you the fact that Tammy Daybell suffered from anemia?
Not that I recall.
Okay. When you looked at the pink foaming, did you happen to do some research on what causes that pink foaming?
I did not.
Okay, so you're not aware of the medical condition someone would have that would cause their mouth to foam at the mouth, right?
I'm not.
Okay. She was having incidents of falling, unexplained falls that she was making?
Not that I remember.
You don't remember that? You didn't have a body cam on either, though, did you?
I did not.
You didn't have a recorder with you either, right?
No.
And you were going to an unattended death. Are you issued a body cam?
I was.
Are you issued a recorder?
No.
Okay, so you are issued a body cam. It wasn't available, or was that one broken too?
I believe it was charging at the time.
Okay, all right. And then he mentioned that she had been feeling sick, had a cold, and that she had low blood pressure, and that she'd been fainting occasionally.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did he ever mention to you the fact that Tammy Daybell suffered from anemia?
Not that I recall.
Okay. When you looked at the pink foaming, did you happen to do some research on what causes that pink foaming?
I did not.
Okay, so you're not aware of the medical condition someone would have that would cause their mouth to foam at the mouth, right?
I'm not.
Okay. At the time you showed up, there were no bruising on the neck or the arms, like recent bruising. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there was no indication of a struggle, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing in the position of the pillows or the sheets or anything in the bedroom that would indicate there was any sort of a fight, struggle, or altercation within that bedroom. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then he also Chad told you that through the coroner, that Tammy had an occasion to have minor shaking fits, right?
He did say that to the coroner, not to me, though.
With seizures, right?
I'm not 100% certain what he said.
And then were you there to talk to the daughter, Emma?
No.
But you put in your report that Emma mentioned that her and her mother were trying to do that clogging thing, and that her mother had been slowing down the last couple of months. You're aware of that as well, right?
Yes, that was relayed to me through the coroner.
So the mother, or the daughter, Emma, had confirmed that her mother had been slowing down and wasn't as active as she had been previously, right?
Not to me.
Okay. But Chad did talk to you about significant fainting, seizures, a number of maladies, right?
He had mentioned fainting. He didn't mention seizures to me, though.
Chad told the coroner that sometimes Tamara had minor shaking fits consistent with seizure activity.
That was with the coroner.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. So at this point, after this was done, it was the determination made that it was not a homicide or any foul play as a result of this, correct?
I'm not sure exactly what the determination was that was made by the coroner.
Okay, and we'll get to that with the coroner, but from your pictures and your assessment, it didn't appear that there was any foul play from the pictures that you took. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just a few, Your Honor, a few questions.
Very well.
Officer Greenhalgh, you were just asked some questions about a body cam.
Correct.
At that time at the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, was there any requirement that you have and use a body cam for any purpose?
No.
And you said yours was charging?
Yes.
Does that happen sometimes during your shift?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about, great question about by the time you showed up to the scene. Do you remember that reference from defense counsel?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked questions about essential oils and some non-prescription items that were found?
Yes.
Now, did you have any information outside of what Chad had told you about whether it was Tammy who'd been using those things?
Not outside of what Chad had told me.
Did you have any information other than what Chad told you about how long those items had been in the home?
No.
And to be clear again, at the time that you responded, Tammy was cold to the touch.
Yes.
And as far as you knew, she had rigor mortis set in.
Yes.
You were just asked questions about having been told by Chad, the coroner having been told by Chad, that Tammy had been having seizures. Remember that question?
Yes, I do.
But to be clear, that was never told to you directly.
That's correct.
So then is it accurate then that Chad told you some things and then told other things to the coroner?
Yes.
No, I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you. That will conclude then the testimony of this witness. Is the state intending to recall Officer Greenhouse?
I'm sorry.
Will the state be recalling the witness? No. All right, the defense.
And Judge, I also subpoenaed Officer Greenall to be there, but I'm going to excuse her from that subpoena. She won't need to show up, and I think we've covered everything that we need to cover at this point.
All right, so that excuses you from any further subpoena. You're released from those. Thank you for appearing to testify, and you may step down from the witness stand. I don't believe there were any exhibits up there with her. Counsel for the state, you want to get started on another witness?
So sorry. We certainly have a witness available, but given the time, would the court have us go ahead and call that witness?
We have a real quick sidebar to discuss whether that makes sense.
Okay, so is this about the end where we're getting to the end of the day? Looks like we got about 3 minutes left. So I guess that they're going to be saying, I said good day, sir. I said good day, right? Husband standing here. You guys want to say hi to the husband? He don't want to say hi to you, but he wants you to say hi to him. Oh. Okay, so I think they're getting ready to call it for today. Or
All
for
right, counsel, we just did discuss scheduling, given the next witness that's coming up and where we are and where we would need to end for the day. I think it's a logical time to break for the afternoon and not divide that witness's testimony up over 2 days. So for that, we will go ahead and conclude for the evening a bit early. Thank you for going through without an afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We are going to conclude then. We'll continue tomorrow morning at 8:30 with additional testimony on the state's case in chief. I will admonish the jurors again as you break for the day. Please make sure to not discuss this case and the evidence with each other or with anyone else on.
All right, let me go find today's stream. Let me go find it. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Here we go. Let me rewind it to the beginning of the day. Share this tab. Delete that one. And let me find where the beginning of the day is. All right. We will continue to do 1.5 speed until we're caught up. Oh, did Nightbot get a new pick? I didn't give it to him. Mm-hmm. Nightbot's like, hi. Oh. Okay, let me let's do 1.5. Make it big for you guys.
All right,
All rise, please. All rise, please. All rise, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record on Fremont County case CR 22-21-1623. Council's present as well as the
Okay, and let me just so that people understand what we just finished watching was from yesterday's trial. Today, now we're starting fresh with Wednesday, April 24th's trial, but this is from the beginning of the morning, starting the new day fresh. So we're still behind about 3-4 hours, something like that. But we should be able to get caught up because we'll be able to skip through the breaks again and we'll be able to skip through lunch. So, all right, let's go.
defendant and defense counsel. The court will note that all 18 jurors are present and properly seated, and the court has reviewed and confirmed that all 18 jurors have signed their juror affirmation for the day. So thank you again for following the court's admonishment given to you at the end of each day. We're continuing with the case in chief of the state. I believe the state at this point is calling its next witness, and who's going to be conducting direct?
Your Honor, the state will be calling Brenda Dye, and I'll be handling that.
All right, Mr. Wixom, then you can call your witness.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, let me just inquire, because this trial is being live streamed and accessible to the public, I wanted to inquire on the court's exclusionary order. Ms. Dye, have you reviewed or watched any of the trial testimony that's taken place since the case started?
No.
Okay, and have you talked to anyone else about their testimony they've given in trial?
No.
Okay, with that affirmation, then I'll allow Mr. Wixom to commence with the direct, and I'll ask the witness please talk right into the microphone so we make sure to pick up your words. And go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Dye.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Brenda Dye, Brenda, last name Dye, Dye.
Thank you. And ma'am, where do you live?
I live in Fremont County, Island Park, Idaho.
And what do you do for a living?
I am the Fremont County coroner, and I also work for Fremont County EMS as an EMT.
And to clarify that for the jury, as an EMS, are you trained in life-saving techniques?
Yes.
As an EMS, are you trained in autopsies or any of those kinds of things?
No.
How long have you been the coroner?
I took office in January of 2019.
So when you say that you took office, you're an elected position?
I am, yes.
When you took office at that time, did you receive any specialized training as to how to be a coroner?
Very limited training. I did attend a 2-day training in Boise. And then I attended probably a 4-day training in Las Vegas, Nevada in July of 2019.
Since that time, have you received other training as a coroner?
Yes.
What training have you received?
Every spring and fall training in Boise, here in Boise. And then every July, we have a training in Las Vegas, Nevada. And I've attended that every year since 2018.
Can you explain to the jury what is the primary function and role of a coroner in Idaho?
We respond to unattended deaths. We determine the cause of death. We make sure that our decedent gets to the proper funeral home. And then I sign off on the death certificate.
Okay. I want to back up and have you explain a little bit. Does Idaho have an ME system, a medical examiner system?
Yes, and here in Ada County, that's our closest facility to take our decedents for autopsy.
Typically, in most counties in Idaho, do they have their own ME?
No.
I'd like you to kind of please explain what functions or things do you do to help determine a cause of death when you arrive at an unattended death?
We conduct an investigation. We look for weapons. We look for medications. We look for the family to give us information, health history about for the decedent.
And just for the jury's sake, from your perspective, how do you define an unattended death?
Death that is not someone who's not directly under a doctor's care.
And you just noted that one of the things you do is to look for weapons. Why do you do that?
To determine cause of death.
Why is identifying whether there's a weapon important in determining a cause of death?
If it was homicide, suicide, medications for natural health history.
What factors as a coroner do you look at when you determine whether or not to have an autopsy performed?
When we conduct our investigation, we usually have a detective on scene who helps us determine that. And usually if we cannot find a cause of death, and we don't do a lot of autopsies just because of my budget. It doesn't allow for us to do a lot of autopsies, and we have to come over to Ada County and transport the body over here if we deem it necessary for an autopsy.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to define for the jury some terms that you might typically use as a coroner. Are you familiar with the term lividity? Can you explain to the jury what that word means?
Judge, can I have some foundation as to how she knows about lividity?
Mr. Rickson?
Ma'am, how do you know what the word lividity means?
Oh my God, is he for real? She knows about lividity because she's a freaking medical examiner, a coroner. Are you crazy right now?
My training and my EMS training for years.
Will you please go ahead and explain to the jury what that word means?
Yes, it's the lowest point of the body that the blood pools when somebody is no longer living, and it pulls at the lowest point in the body, and it looks like a bruise. It looks like a red. Oops.
Help the jury understand, how does identifying whether or not there's lividity help you in your role as a coroner?
It helps me to know how the body was found, how the body, the position of the body at the time of death.
Why is that important for you?
To know if the body was moved. That's the most important, is to know if someone has moved the body or not.
Perhaps maybe this is more of a common term, but can you explain to the jury your understanding of the definition of rigor mortis?
Rigor mortis is stiffening of the body. It normally occurs 2 to 6 hours after the time of death, and then it releases after about 8 hours approximately.
And why is identifying rigor mortis important to your role as a coroner?
To determine the time of death.
In addition to rigor mortis, are there other things that you look at to determine time of death?
Yes, we can look at lividity, rigor mortis, the temperature of the body. A lot of times, well, the abdominal cavity is the last part of the body to lose its warmth. So if somebody is cold to the touch on the abdomen, they have been deceased for quite a while.
And then when you are responding to an unattended death and are making a determination if an autopsy is necessary, what other factors besides those mentioned do you look at or consider to determine if an autopsy is appropriate?
I think for a minute. Part of our investigation, when we cannot determine a cause of death, or if it is a homicide, then we do autopsies. Child deaths, we normally do autopsies.
Okay. I want to draw your attention back to October 19th of 2019. Do you recall responding to an unattended death for a Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And prior to responding to that, had you ever heard Tammy Daybell's name?
No.
You didn't know her in any way?
No.
What about her husband, Chad Daybell? Were you familiar with him at all?
No.
Any of the Daybell family members that you were acquainted with or knew in any way?
No.
So can you explain to the jury, when you responded to that unattended death, how did you receive that call or that request to come?
I was on the ambulance for my other job, and we were returning from an ambulance call from the hospital, and I received a call from our dispatch that there was an unattended death that I needed to respond to.
Is that the norm? Dispatch will call you?
Yes.
Okay. And to the best you can recall, what time of day did you receive that call?
It was early morning.
And did you respond immediately?
I got there as quickly as I could. I had the ambulance drop me off on my way back through.
When you say the ambulance dropped you off, were you hurt or were you working otherwise?
No, I was working.
How long approximately did it take for you to arrive on scene from the time you got the initial call?
Approximately 45 minutes.
And prior to arrival, did you talk to anybody else about helping you with this?
Yes, I called my deputy coroner, Wilmore. She's about 10 minutes away from where the deceased was. And dispatch had called me a few times to request my estimated time of arrival because the decedent's husband was very distraught, very upset, crying. And so I had my deputy go and start the investigation until I showed up.
Are you aware, was anybody else dispatched or sent to the scene?
Yes, we had Officer Greenhalgh there.
So at the time that you arrived, had the Officer Greenhalgh and Deputy Coroner Wilmore already arrived?
Yes.
So I want you to tell the jury, what's the first thing that you observed when you arrived on scene?
I observed Chad, the husband, very distraught, very upset, walking around. And his son was on scene also with him, Garth. Chad was very distraught. Garth was emotionless to me.
And for the jury's sake, can you describe your recollection of the layout of the home when you first arrived there?
I walked into the kitchen, and there I met with Officer Greenhalgh and Deputy Wilmore, and they kind of filled me in on what they had done, what they had seen.
And then at some point, did you go in and observe Tammy Daybell's body?
Yes, I did.
And how did you get there?
I walked through the kitchen, down the hall into the back bedroom.
Who took you into the bedroom?
I believe Officer Greenhalgh and Deputy Wilmore.
And at some point, did you engage Chad Daybell in any conversation or discussion?
Yes.
When did you do that?
After I looked at the body, I questioned Chad about Tammy's health, her past health history.
Your Honor, at this time, rather than republishing this exhibit, I would ask to have the witness provided the state's exhibit 295B as in David.
Okay.
And it was published yesterday to the jury. Ma'am, for the record, what are you holding in your hand?
I'm holding a picture of Tammy, deceased on the bed.
In looking at that photo, on the back of it, is there a mark on it?
The exhibit.
Yes, ma'am. Do you see that?
Yes.
Will you just know for the record what number that is?
295D.
Thank you. Now flipping it back over and looking at it, just can you confirm for the jury, is what you see in that picture the same position that Tammy's body was in when you first walked into the room and observed her?
Yes.
What did you first observe about her body when you first went in and looked at her?
I observed the blood tinged sputum coming from her mouth. Kind of a foam, a pink foam. She was wrapped in a blanket. I asked if that is the position she was in when she was found, and Chad told me no, she was hanging half off the bed with her face and head towards the floor on her left side. When he discovered she was deceased, he called for Garth to help him, whose bedroom was across the hall, and they picked her up off the floor and put her on the bed and covered her with a blanket.
At that moment in time, when you were observing her, did you do anything to physically check her or touch her?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
Looked at the body. We always look at the body and know any injuries, any signs of struggle, anything. I did observe rigor mortis had set in, lividity on the backside, so her back, her bottom, her legs, the back of her legs as she was laying. And then I also noted that she was cold to the touch. Her abdomen was cold, so.
When you just noted that you observed lividity, did you make that observation at that moment in time, or did you examine her body? At what point did you identify what you thought was lividity?
At that point, when I examined her body, I saw lividity.
What, if anything, let me withdraw that. Did you just tell us, did you observe lividity on her body?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did that lividity tell you?
That she died on her back.
Did you observe anything else in the room at the time?
Yes, there was a kitchen towel to the side of the bed, and it had the pink blood tinged sputum on it. And I asked Chad if he had used that towel. He said yes, that he had used that towel to wipe her face.
And you were starting to explain to the jury, Chad gave you an accounting of how he discovered her?
Yes, he said that he felt her body roll off the bed, and that's what awakened him. And just because of the rigor mortis, lividity, the coldness of her body, I asked how that was possible if she had been gone that long. And he said it may have been from him pulling on the sheets and releasing her body as it fell. He stated that she was going through menopause and she had hot flashes, and she liked to sleep with her feet outside the covers and on the edge of the bed.
What triggered you to inquire how that was possible, or his account of how the body fell? Why did you question that?
Because if someone's dead, they can't roll out of bed. So I was trying to understand how that woke him up when somebody is dead, they can't move.
Did his explanation make sense to you?
The explanation of maybe him pulling on the sheet or the blanket released her body. But looking back on it, no.
Why, looking back on it, does it not make sense to you?
It would take a lot of force to roll a body out of bed.
So I'll move on. What else, if anything, did Chad tell you at that time about Tammy?
Chad stated that Tammy had been feeling really off for the past few months. He stated that she had told him she felt outside of her body, not normal. He told me that she had been having fainting spells. And one occasion, he said they were at the temple and she was kneeling at the altar. And when she went to stand up, she fainted. He said she had extremely low blood pressure, but she did not seek medical attention for that from a doctor. He said she did not like going to the doctor, and she would try to treat everything natural. There was a lot of natural supplements and oils in the kitchen cupboard when we were looking for medications, and also a natural remedy book on her side table in the bedroom.
I want to take you back. You said that Chad indicated to you that Tammy had a low blood pressure problem,
Yes.
but she wouldn't go to the doctor about that?
Yes, he said that she tested it like on a Walmart or Walgreens blood pressure machine.
Did Chad give you any accounting of the timing of the night before and kind of how he perceived Tammy?
Yes, he said about 12:30 she was having a coughing fit and she vomited in the bathroom. He helped her back to bed. She said she was okay, and then he went to sleep.
Did he ever identify for you what time it was that he claimed he was woken up by her falling?
Approximately 12. Oh, her falling out of bed?
Yes.
I think it was just before 6 a.m. in the morning.
You indicated that there were some, I think you talked about supplements or oils that were found in the home?
Yes.
Okay. And did anybody tell you whether or not those were things that Tammy was using?
Yes.
Who told you that?
Chad.
What did he say about that specifically?
That she liked to try and treat everything naturally and not go to the doctor. But we did find a prescription for fluoxetine. And Garth admitted that he was sharing that with his mom for his depression, anxiety.
Did you identify any other prescribed medications in the home?
Just the fluoxetine and then over-the-counter medications and the natural supplements.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that Chad had said that Tammy had been feeling out of her body.
Yes.
Your experience as a coroner, is that a common way or a common symptom for someone to describe?
Judge, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Could you repeat it? Sorry.
In your experience, is saying that I feel out of my body a common thing for someone to describe as a symptom?
It can be, yes.
What did you take that to mean, and how did that play into your assessment?
With the low blood pressure, with the fainting spells. And also he did say that she had a fall a month or two prior to this day, and she hurt her wrist. She did go to the doctor for that because she was afraid it was broke. The doctor did prescribe tramadol for that. There was no tramadol found on scene. He stated that she had taken the prescription as prescribed.
Now, I want to be clear. As a coroner, you're not a medical doctor.
No.
Are MEs medical doctors?
Yes.
At the time you were on scene, besides identifying the supplements or the fluoxetine,
Yes.
did you have access to any medical records for Tammy?
No, those we have to request from the doctor, and it can take up 2 weeks to receive those.
So at that time, I'll withdraw that. At that point in time, approximately how many unattended deaths had you responded to?
It was my first year being in office, so under 10.
And now, on average, how many unattended deaths do you respond to?
It could be 20 to 50 a year.
And ultimately, did you determine what you believe was the time of death for Tammy?
We estimated the time of death. If we don't have an exact time, then we do an estimation of when she was last seen alive and when we get the call. And then lividity, rigor mortis, and the temperature of the body also plays into that.
And ultimately, do you determine a cause of death? And are you the one who signs a death certificate?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
What did you determine the cause of death for Tammy was initially?
I determined it was pulmonary edema.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Due to a cardiac event. So pulmonary edema is the backup of blood in the lungs. And where he told me she had low blood pressure and the fainting spells, that can play into that part. And also, I asked about any seizure-like activity because of the foam in the mouth. Chad did tell me that she did have shaking fits when she would faint. So her legs would shake and she would convulse.
And how did you factor that into your determination of cause of death, that accounting from Chad about shaking fits?
Seizure-like activity.
And what led you to, you mentioned a second ago that you had included in your potential cause of death a heart attack. What led you to include that?
A cardiac event, just because of the extremely low blood pressure and the fainting, which if your blood pressure does drop really low, it does make you faint.
Now, as a coroner, do you make a decision about an autopsy based upon a family's wishes?
No.
Is that something you consider, though?
Ultimately, the decision is up to me. If I deem one necessary, then I do it, regardless of family's wishes.
In this instance, did you have a discussion with Chad or with the family about their feelings about an autopsy?
I did mention it. Chad didn't seem to want it or not want it. But Emma was on scene, Chad's daughter, and she really didn't want her mom to have an autopsy. It's pretty extensive, and she didn't want her mom's body to have to go through that.
So understanding that you make the shots in the call, do you still, as a factor, at least consider what the family is telling you about their wishes?
If I deem it necessary, then I do order an autopsy. If I do not deem it necessary and the family requests an autopsy, then they are they're responsible to pay for that autopsy.
Now, have you recently made any amendments to the death certificate?
Yes.
And what have you done with that?
The manner of death was changed to homicide. The cause of death was changed to asphyxiation by suffocation.
Can you explain to the jury, why did you make that change?
Tammy's body was exhumed and a medical
I'm telling you guys, my daggone computer is possessed. See, it jumped all the way to live, and that's not where I need you to be. Yeah, I know you're upset, kiddo. Kiddo's upset because her daddy left. Okay, let me
Jury,
get back
why
where I
did you
need to
make
be.
that change?
Tammy's body was exhumed and a medical examiner from Utah autopsied her body. She had a very deep...
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. She's calling to make conclusions that she doesn't have any foundation or we don't have any foundation to suggest she's qualified to make. And in addition, she's going to be reciting what another medical examiner may or may not have said.
All right. On lack of foundation, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, you mentioned that there was an autopsy performed.
Yes.
Did you attend that autopsy?
Yes.
Were you present for the beginning to end of the autopsy?
Yes.
As you were there, were you standing there with the ME performing the autopsy?
Yes.
Was the ME explaining as performing the autopsy what they were seeing?
Yes.
As a 20-year veteran as an EMS, were you understanding the terms and things that were being explained to you in
Yes.
ME?
Yes.
So then I'd like you to please go ahead with what you were explaining to us about.
Judge, and I'm going to renew my objection. At this point, it's relying on hearsay to make a determination of what someone else may have said about what they think they may or may not have found.
It's overruled.
Go ahead, please, ma'am.
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
I was asking you to please explain what you were observing during the autopsy that helped cause you to change your mind about the cause of death.
As they were dissecting the bruise, it was a very deep bruise on her arm. It didn't make sense that she had thrown up the night before because she still had stomach contents.
I pause you, please.
Yes.
Explain that to the jury, please.
So her stomach was full of food. If she threw up, there wouldn't be food in her stomach during the autopsy. I was going to say, so I'm the one that signs the death certificate. I'm the one that makes that determination. I do, if we do an autopsy on a body, I do take the medical examiner's words advice. I'm not a doctor, they're a doctor. When they do the autopsy, then it helps me figure out the cause of death.
You explained earlier that one of the bases for your original determination was seizures. What did you learn from the autopsy about that factor or that aspect of Tammy?
All of Tammy's organs were very healthy. There was nothing in the brain. The heart was healthy. The only organ that was not healthy were the lungs. When they were dissected, there was still foam, a lot of foam in the lungs.
How did that impact your decision to change the death certificate?
There shouldn't have been that foam in the lungs still. It was 2 months before she was exhumed and then autopsy was done.
Is there anything else besides the autopsy that has impacted your decision to change the amended death certificate?
Yes.
What other things?
I received a call from Arizona police. They wanted all of my coroner records. There had been a death in Arizona, and Chad's name was brought up. And there was also an attempt. And when I heard all those names in the investigation that was going on, and then it did change my mind. If I had known that information, it would have been.
Who were the names that had been brought up?
Lori Vallow.
I'll withdraw. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Chad Daybell.
You mentioned the word attempt. What did you mean by that?
An attempt for Lori's niece's husband, attempt a shooting.
At the time that you made your original determination, had you heard the name JJ Vallow or Tylee Ryan?
No.
Did information related to those names also impact your decision to amend the death certificate?
Yes.
As you sit there today, do you have any regrets about your original decision?
Yes.
What are those regrets?
So, had I known that information, I would have ordered an autopsy. At that time, with my limited training and being new, I did the best I could with what training I had at that time.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, I have no more questions at this time.
All right. Cross-examination.
Judge, before we start, I have exhibit 19 and 20. If I could provide those to the bailiff to have those marked. My understanding is 19 and 20 are admitted by way of stipulation of the parties.
Okay. Have they? And what are those, Mr. Pryor?
Those are a death, 20 is a death certificate, 19 are pictures. And Judge, we'll have a sidebar prior to going forward with the pictures, if that's acceptable.
All right. How many pictures have you got in?
It's going to be one. There are a number of pictures, A through I think K, but specifically it's going to be F that I think I'm going to be looking at. But I request a sidebar before we go down that road, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, for my benefit, could I just ask counsel to refresh me what these photos are of? Are they of Tammy's death scene?
Correct.
Thank you.
And Judge, there may be some overlap with what the state had admitted as well previously. So.
Sounds like we have a defense exhibit 20 that's already been admitted.
They may already be on there.
Okay, so the death certificate exhibit 20 has previously been admitted.
I didn't have a recollection of that, Judge. My notes didn't reflect that. I apologize.
All right, thank you. So you can, if you can start there, and when we get to the pictures, if we have exhibits not yet admitted, we'll take those up in turn.
All right. And Judge, whenever I can go forward.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you. So, and how would you like me to address you? Miss Dye or Coroner Dye? Miss Dye is okay? Okay. Miss Dye, you had an occasion to discuss this case with the FBI. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that discussion took place at the Rexburg Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of that discussion with the FBI, you had mentioned that you had worked for EMS for 20 years,
Yes.
that you were an EMT for 5 years and an advanced EMT for 15. Is that still accurate?
That was in 2019. So
You have even more experience now.
I have more experience now. Yes.
So when you're talking about an EMT and an advanced EMT, an advanced EMT is someone who is qualified to give medication. Is that right?
Certain medication. Yes.
And there's also additional training as well, identifying medical emergencies. But in addition, there's also some training as it relates to death scene investigation. Is there not?
Yes.
And for 20 years, you had experience doing that, right?
My main concern as an EMT is to save lives.
I understand that, but if the life can't be saved, you're still, as an EMT for 20 years, given a significant amount of training about the death scene investigation, are you not?
If we can't save the patient before I was coroner, then no, I didn't. We would leave the scene.
Okay. Now, when you spoke with the FBI, your testimony with the prosecuting attorney is you said something about taking a 2-day seminar. Is that right? Some sort of 2-day training?
In Boise, yes.
And then you said there was some other classes or some other issues, right? That you took?
There's a week-long conference, and it's about 4 days, but yes, it's a week long in Las Vegas, Nevada.
That's what I was curious about, because you mentioned something about something else, but when you talked to the FBI, you described it as a week-long conference with the FBI as part of your training, right?
Right.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what areas did that cover as part of that week-long conference?
Causes of death, times of death. It covers a wide variety.
It's an extensive course.
Yes, it was my first time attending too.
And is it required as part of being a coroner? Isn't that one of the requirements that you have to go through that training in order to be either elected or appointed as a coroner of a county?
Yes.
And you have to get this extensive training because we're not dealing with a minor issue. We're dealing with making a significant determination of the cause of death of somebody, aren't we? Ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Title 19, Chapter 43 of the Idaho Code?
I don't recall.
Judge, would there be something that could refresh your recollection if I showed you something?
Sure. Yes.
If you wouldn't be so kind as just read that. I'm not having a talk, just read that. You can read that, take the time to read that, and then when you're done, hand it back to the bailiff, and then we'll talk a little bit about it.
I know we've already said this 100 times, but this dude, Pryor, as much as I can't stand him, he is a good defense attorney. He's good at his job.
What statute are you having her review, Mr. Pryor?
1943-01, Judge. I have another copy. If I would like, I could provide it to the court.
Fine, I have it.
Thank you. Now, you've read Title 19, Chapter 43 of 01 of the Idaho Code. Is that
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds?
Your Honor, this witness is not qualified to give she has no legal expertise to be interpreting statutes for the jury.
Well, if it calls for a legal conclusion, I'll sustain it, but I don't know what the question is yet, so overruled for now.
Now, ma'am, did you have an occasion to read that as part of your responsibilities of becoming a coroner?
When I first took over as coroner, yes.
Right. So you're aware that your primary job as a coroner under this particular legal statute of the law is when a county coroner is informed that
Objection, Your Honor. This is calling for a legal conclusion.
it's not, Judge.
Overruled.
When a county coroner is informed that a person has died, the county coroner shall investigate the death. You read that first line, right? And you're aware of that, right?
Yes.
You are under a legal obligation under the law as part of your position to investigate any death, correct?
Yes.
And if that death was suspicious or unknown circumstances, that's sub B, or the death occurred as a result of violence, whether by homicide, suicide, accident, you are required to investigate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then as a result, if you determine that there's an issue, you can require an inquest to be conducted, which is basically like a jury trial, right? You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And you are also to notify the police if you have any, before even doing an inquest, if you have any concerns under the statute that there's anything suspicious or out of the ordinary, you are to notify the police department and ask them to conduct an investigation. You understand that as well?
Yes. And we did have an officer on scene that helped investigate this. And we have an officer respond to every death call that helps investigate.
And I appreciate that, ma'am. But in talking to the prosecutor, you talked about, well, the lapidity caused me some concern. Remember you said that about lapidity, that was a concern of yours and your questions weren't answered, right? Well, at the time of the scene there, you said, you noticed lapidity in the body, that Tammy Daybell apparently had died on her back, right?
Right.
Okay. Was that of a concern of yours at the time that would cause you to say, maybe I ought to take a step back before I sign this death certificate?
At that time, no.
Okay. But you were fully aware of the lapidity that you're claiming had occurred at that point. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. There were no fresh bruises on Tammy Daybell's body anywhere, were there?
On her arm, yes.
Those were fresh bruises?
I don't know. I'm not qualified to.
Well, you did
take that.
you did a report in that regard, did you not?
I did, and it looked like an old bruise to me. And with
We'll get to that.
Okay.
So when you filled out your medical report, you specifically not only identified that she had bruises on her arm, you actually used the word old bruises. Do you remember that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. And these were not fresh or red or irritated or anything like that, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already indicated she's not qualified to determine that.
Well, based on our observations all over.
These weren't fresh bruises, were they, on her arms? These were old bruises, just like what your report says, correct?
I can't answer that.
Okay. But you will answer that on your report, when you decided to fill out a report relating to this case, that report said old bruises. When the picture of the body, you wrote on the arms, old bruises on the arms, right?
Yes.
Okay. No other bruises on her body anywhere else, right?
No.
Nothing else that would deem to be suspicious on her body, correct?
No.
And in fact, there was no indication of any trauma to the neck that you could observe, right?
No.
There were no scratch marks on her hands that would indicate any kind of a struggle, correct?
No.
There was no irritation on her ears or her face or her head that would give you any indication that there was any kind of a struggle. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. When you arrived, Chad Daybell was distraught, wasn't he?
Yes.
Sobbing.
Yes.
And you noted that it was his son that was not upset. His son was, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would you say his son was reserved?
Yes.
Quiet.
Yes.
And in the FBI report, you mentioned that you think that maybe his son was in shock. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And it's still your assessment at this point that at the time you felt that his son Garth was in shock. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You went over to the nightstand, and on Tammy's side of the bed, you found the essential oils, right?
The book.
The what?
The book
The book.
of essential oils of natural.
Did you see any? I would represent you that Officer Greenall testified that she found a number of items in the bedroom. And you also saw cough medicine on Tammy's side. Is that right?
I don't recall the cough medicine being in the bedroom.
Okay. What about the medication for strike? What about the medication for bruises that she had that was in the bedroom as well? Do you recall that?
No.
Okay. But if Officer Greenall was there, right?
Yes. she
And
was.
detailed that in her report, correct? Correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would it help you to review Officer Greenall's report?
Yes.
Judge, if I could just have a moment.
You may.
And Judge, I think while I'm waiting for this to load, I'll continue with some questions so we don't waste any time. If it loads. So back to I think where we left off is that Garth was, in your opinion, was in shock at the death of his mother, correct?
Correct.
And Chad Daybell, throughout this episode of being there with Tammy, for the most part, was sobbing and was highly emotional almost the entire time. Is that fair?
Yes.
There was no instance where you saw that he was faking it or trying to pretend to be upset. This was a genuine situation where you truly believed he was upset about the death of his wife. Is that right?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yes.
Now, I appreciate you talking about it, and you mentioned it in the report, that at no time did the family ever try to prevent you from doing an autopsy in this case. Is that right?
Emma stated she didn't want one done, but
Right.
it's my choice. Ultimately, my choice. Yes.
Emma didn't want one done because she didn't want her mother cut up, right?
Correct. Yes.
She didn't want her mother subjected to she didn't want her mother treated that way as part of the examination. Is that what her primary and only concern was?
Yes.
Okay. And yet Chad was indifferent one way or the other. He didn't tell you one way or the other whether he wanted one or didn't want one. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And ultimately, it's not the family's decision whether this occurs. It's your decision whether this occurs. Is that right?
Yes.
And based on the facts as you saw them, you saw some old bruises that you identified in your report, right? Correct?
Bruises.
There were no other indications of a struggle or a fight as it related to Tammy Daybell's body. Is that right?
No, not that I noticed. No.
Okay. No other indication right up to the time you dropped her off at the morgue that there was any problem with Tammy's body in any way, correct?
Explain problem.
Well, you didn't see anything as part of the when you arrived, the time that you loaded her up and took her off to the morgue, there was never anything during that process that would indicate there was anything wrong with Tammy Daybell's body, right?
I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay.
I can't answer that question.
Okay, how about this? There's nothing suspicious that you noted other than the lapidity and the old bruises that you put in your medical report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, at this point, I've got the report of his Officer Green now. With the court's permission, I could give it to the bailiff. He could take it to her and she could scroll through. I think that would protect in terms of being able to refresh her recollection about the report, if that's acceptable to the court.
All right, I'll let the prosecutor take a look at that first before it goes to the witness to make sure it's appropriately identified.
Oh, it's okay. See, that has. And I could have printed it off.
Mr. Pryor, we've got that report also admitted as an exhibit. If that's
That
easier.
was also, maybe I missed it, but I didn't have that marked down. And if the court wants to, I don't, either way, Judge, either we can.
I'd prefer the exhibit to your computer.
All right.
State's Exhibit 418.
It doesn't work that way. I'm an idiot when it comes to electronics. Oh, thank you. And ma'am, after you've had a chance to review that, would you look up and then just hand that back to the bailiff?
Your Honor, while the witness is reviewing, may we have a quick sidebar?
Well, let's have the witness finish the review and then we'll have a quick sidebar.
I have it under, I think, 19 or one of these I have it under, and I'm going to move to admit the entire explanation. Yeah. I think the whole thing is. There's like 4 pages there in the whole thing. So. Yeah, oh no, that's okay. We can just correct that. I don't have a problem with that. And if you want stipulation, do you want to read over this so you know what's in the whole thing? Well, no, just use the up and down thing and you can start. And
Okay, in her,
get it back to the bailiff. And Judge, for counsel, may I have a look at that, Mr. Bailiff, please?
Yeah, and that's Exhibit 418 that council's reviewing.
You're right. Somebody too. Judge, we may have to have a sidebar just very briefly. Would that be possible?
Yes, that's fine.
Want to look at the rest of it? Or... Okay. Okay.
All right. So after a sidebar, we've determined we do need to take a little bit of time to get an exhibit prepared, which we're working on at this time. And we will take the mid-morning recess to allow that to occur while we're on break. So we'll take our break here, plan on a 30-minute break to come back on at 10:15.
All right, please. Please offer the counter for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record. CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Completed our morning break. Maybe to help move things forward here, Mr. Pryor, I'll note that we have now Defendant's Exhibit 19, which is the entire report of Officer Greenhalgh, including attached photographs. And I believe that's been offered and will be admitted by stipulation. Is that your understanding?
It is, Judge, and that's 19. Is that right, Judge?
Yes. Mr. Wixom from the state, does the state stipulate to the admission of Exhibit 19, which is the entire report, including statements and photographs?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll be admitted then as a single exhibit. And you can proceed with your continuing cross, Mr. Pryor.
Now, Ms. Dye, as part of your activities on the scene at Ms. Daybell's death, you eventually went back and did a chart or a report as it related to this case. Do you recall that? And part of that is to do a body chart and identify things of significance on that body chart. Is that right?
yes,
Okay, and you in fact did that. Did you recall that?
yes.
If I were to provide you with a copy of the chart, would you recognize that chart? If I could have the bailiff approach the witness? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I showed it to you. Okay. And do you recognize those documents?
Mhm.
Are those the documents that you prepared after your examination of Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And the date of those are 10/20 of 14, is that right?
Yes, that's the date the report was
Okay.
completed.
And those are true and accurate copies of what you prepared as a result of your examination of Tammy Daybell on the date of her death, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I'm going to move for admission of defendant's exhibit, and I would like it to be marked E and F, Judge. I think it's consistent with A, B, and C.
E and F,
E and F, 89 E and F.
89 E and F.
Yes, Judge, and I think that was how it was previously disclosed to the statement, my exhibits.
Any objection to exhibits 89 E and F?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Defense exhibits 89 E and 89 F are admitted. And again, two separate exhibits there, Mr. Pryor. It's a body chart and then
Two body charts, Judge.
two body charts. Thank
Do
you.
you want to have that marked now, Judge, or how do you want to handle that? I'll grab them.
I'll have the clerk mark that actually, so we keep it straight.
You're getting your biology today. Sorry. You're walking today.
Yeah. So to be clear then, Mr. Pryor, the top, there's two pages here. The top page you gave me will be E and the bottom page will be F.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Now, ma'am, you've had may I proceed, Judge?
You may.
You've had a chance to look at what's been marked exhibit 89E and 89F. Is that correct?
Yes.
And based on the time that you spent at Mr.
I hate it here. I hate it here. Okay, you guys. Yeah, that's why I played the I hate it here, because I hate it here. Let's try this again. So what it did was it went back out of the main big screen and then went straight to live. It is not going to let me live my life.
I've been deceased for quite a while.
And then when you are responding to an unattended death and are making a
Hold on,
determination if
hold
an
on.
autopsy is necessary.
So I got to get through the break part. I feel like we're going too far. Or was that the break that we needed to get through? I'm so confused.
reflection of what you observed on that day, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, there's no changes that you would make or anything that you would modify in regards to this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Judge, could I publish this?
Yes.
Okay, this is the body chart, right? This is where we were at. Yeah, Margaret, we are, but my computer is being a butt. I don't know that it's my computer though, as much as it is just YouTube being wonky donkey. But I think this is where we were at. I'll rewind it a smidgen, but I think this is where they get the body charts ready to show. Okay, it is. All right, let me rewind it back a bit. Jeez Louise. Okay.
Please offer the counter for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record. CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Completed our morning break. Maybe to help move things forward here, Mr. Pryor, I'll note that we have now Defendant's Exhibit 19, which is the entire report of Officer Greenhalgh, including attached photographs. And I believe that's been offered and will be admitted by stipulation. Is that your understanding?
It is, Judge, and that's 19. Is that right, Judge?
Yes. Mr. Wixom from the state, does the state stipulate to the admission of Exhibit 19, which is the entire report, including statements and photographs?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll be admitted then as a single exhibit. And you can proceed with your continuing cross, Mr. Pryor.
Now, Ms. Dye, as part of your activities on the scene at Ms. Daybell's death, you eventually went back and did a chart or a report as it related to this case. Do you recall that? Part of that is to do a body chart and identify things of significance on that body chart. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you in fact did that. Did you recall that?
Yes.
If I were to provide you with a copy of the chart, would you recognize that chart? If I could have the bailiff approach the witness. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I showed it to you. Okay.
Oh my God, I am so sorry. I thought I was muted and I'm not. Hold on a minute, you guys. Hold on a minute. Hold on.
And do you
hold on.
recognize those documents?
I'm sitting over here. Could you guys hear all that plastic? Could you hear all that plastic, you guys? Let me know. Oh my God. You guys couldn't hear any of that plastic? Oh, Patricia said I thought it was their stream. No, it was me sitting over here with this. I'm getting ready to yeah, okay. It was just me being loud and obnoxious over here. Okay. Sorry. I'll mute myself now. I'm God. Okay. Here we go.
Are those the documents that you prepared after your examination of Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And the date of those are 10/20 of 14. Is that right?
Yes, that's the date the report was completed.
And those are true and accurate copies of what you prepared as a result of your examination of Tammy Daybell on the date of her death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I'm going to move for admission of defendant's exhibit, and I would like it to be marked E and F, Judge. I think it's consistent with A, B, and C.
E and F.
E and F, 89 E and F.
89 E and F?
Yes, Judge, and I think that was how it was previously disclosed to the statement, my exhibits.
Any objection to exhibits 89 E and F?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Defense exhibits 89 E and 89 F are admitted. And again, two separate exhibits there, Mr. Pryor. It's a body chart in that
Two body charts, Judge.
two body charts. Thank
You
you.
want to have that marked now, Judge, or how do you want to handle that?
Rather not. I'll have the clerk mark that actually, so we keep it straight.
You're getting your mileage today. Sorry. You're walking today.
Yeah. So to be clear then, Mr. Pryor, the top, there's two pages here. The top page you gave me will be E and the bottom page will be F.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Now, ma'am, you've had may I proceed, Judge?
You may.
You've had a chance to look at what's been marked Exhibit 89E and 89F. Is that correct?
Yes.
And based on the time that you spent at Mr. Daybell's residence observing Tammy, this is a true and accurate reflection of what you observed on that day, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, there's no changes that you would make or anything that you would modify in regards to this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Judge, can I publish this?
Yes. There's a light on that device, Mr. Pryor, that'll help with the shadow.
Thank you. Okay. So and let me know when you're ready, ma'am.
Yeah, go ahead.
On your left, when you're looking at the screen, and it's the face down figure, up on the arm, we have a term. What is that term?
Lividity.
And blood had gathered there. Is that right? That's what that means?
Yes.
Okay. And then a little further to the right on the same figure, there's another word. What is that word?
Lividity.
And then to the left again on the same figure down near the lower part of the back, there's another word.
Lividity.
And then down on the legs, there's another term. What's that term?
Lividity.
So from what I gather from this, there was lividity on her entire body. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So we weren't able with lividity, you aren't able to really make a determination other than the fact that she was laying flat at some point, right?
Yes.
Or she was laying on her front, one way or the other, right?
On her back.
Okay. So in your report, when you discussed this with the FBI, you had, based on all of your experience, you had said that the body had been dead for about 5 to 6 hours. Do you recall telling the FBI that?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, well, you said 5 to 6 hours. So that's what you testified to the FBI. Is that incorrect?
No.
Okay. So I guess the question is that Mr. Daybell mentioned that he was awoken by the fact that Tammy had slipped out of the bed when he pulled the covers. You recall that?
Yes.
And Tammy had fallen down and her head was on the floor and her leg was up on the bed. You recall that?
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay. So if Tammy had died in the bed and had passed away in the bed, this lividity would be consistent with her dying in bed on her back, right?
Yes.
And if she fell down, and that's what woke Mr. Daybell up, there wouldn't be lividity up in her head, would there?
No.
So when Mr. Daybell told you that he was awoken when he pulled the covers, rolled over, and Tammy slid off the bed, well, that's consistent with the lividity here. She was in bed, she died in bed, and when he pulled the cover, she slid off. So wouldn't his story be consistent with the lividity findings, that she actually was in bed for 5 or 6 hours?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I want to go over to the other side, and the one that's facing. And on that particular one, it says something about tinged foam. Could you read that for me?
Blood tinged foam.
Okay, and that's what you observed on her body was and we saw the pictures of the blood tinged foam in her mouth, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then further down on what would be her right arm, you put two words there. And what are those words?
Old bruising. Old bruising.
Okay, so old bruising. Now, you didn't put new bruising, did you?
No.
You didn't put any marks on anywhere else on her body, right?
No.
And as part of your investigation, you by statute are required to do a thorough investigation of the body. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did that day, didn't you?
Yes.
And what you came up with is that she had some foam in her mouth and there were some old bruises on her right arm. That's what you came up with, right?
Yes.
And you came up with nothing else on her body that showed any indication of any other trauma, marks? 'Cause, 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 We can take that one down. I'm done with that. And Judge, at this time, I'm going to want to publish defense, like it's defense exhibit 19, I believe.
All right. Give me a moment.
19F, Judge, I'm sorry. And Judge, this is the one where we, counsel, sorry. This is just Mr. Bailiff, would do we already have it? I'll clarify. I don't know if you just mark that whole.
All right, again, Mr. Pryor, the way we're admitting and have admitted exhibit 19 is just a single exhibit. So you can reference photographs contained within 19. They're not going to be given separate designations. So 19F is not going to be an exhibit. So you'll have to refer to it by, I guess, page number, because that's the way it came in as one document. We're not going to have the sub documents in 19. It's just one exhibit.
And Judge, unfortunately, there are not page numbers on these.
Okay, well,
I can identify it as.
You can describe it or count through the pages, but it's one single exhibit.
And Judge, this page number is a photo of Tammy Daybell's right arm showing some discoloration.
Okay, and we've got the original exhibit here that's getting processed. We'll get that over to you here shortly, and you can publish off that courts.
Judge, I've also got it on my screen. Could we do that by HDMI?
You could do that as well if that's a accurate.
So would you approach and look at this to see that it's a true and accurate? Same one, right? And Judge Counsel has acknowledged it's the same picture.
Okay, as long as it corresponds with the actual exhibit. Exhibit 19 is admitted. It's the paper document of the entire report with the pictures. If you want to select one of the pictures to publish, we'll do that. I understand this is also a photograph, death scene photograph. The court's not going to publish to the public. It's going to be published to the jurors and the parties only based on a graphic content.
Your Honor, may I have permission to stand here during this part of the cross-examination so I can have a vantage point from the screen?
You may.
Oh, it's up there. The magic. So, ma'am, you're looking at what's a part of 19, exhibit 19. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And the old bruises that you were talking about, are those reflected on the two what look to be discolored marks on Tammy Daybell's arm?
Yes.
And that's what you saw on that day, correct?
Yes.
And those are the old bruises that you talked about that you identified on her body on that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, that's all I have at this point with this. All
right.
So you testified earlier and you used the words, if I don't deem it necessary. If I don't deem it necessary that an autopsy is done, it's my decision alone to decide whether an autopsy is done, correct? Your decision alone to decide whether an autopsy is done, correct?
It's ultimately my decision.
Right.
Yes.
And you looked at these old bruises that you identified, correct?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And you looked at the foam coming from the mouth, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I didn't see any other marks or any other indication of anything other than the lividity that you talked about, correct?
Correct.
And based on that, you then issued a death certificate, right?
Yes.
Now, before you issue a death certificate, you have an obligation, do you not? Before you issue and sign that death certificate? Are you aware of your obligation?
Yes.
Okay. And that obligation is that you want to attest, but when you put your signature down on that death certificate, you want to be sure that what you're signing is true and accurate to the best of your ability based on the information you have at the time of the death. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, the death certificate, and Judge, I'm not going to I'm not going to publish Exhibit 20, but Exhibit 20 reflects that death certificate. And you talked about pulmonary edema, and then there was another cause for this, right? Another reason why you cited her, two things that you cited as part of what you felt was her death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you did talk to Chad, and he talked to you about the fact that Tammy vomited the night before, correct?
Yes.
And you had mentioned about the stomach. Was that stomach completely full?
No, not completely.
Right. And were you aware, when you were there, did you talk to Garth about the fact that he bought Tammy a quarter pounder and some French fries that night? Did you discuss that with Garth?
No.
Okay. But when you went through the autopsy, you found potatoes in her stomach, right?
I didn't identify it.
Okay.
I just saw the stomach contents.
Okay, but you weren't able to identify that there were potatoes in her stomach.
I didn't know what it was.
And you didn't identify the fact that there was any sight of a quarter pounder or anything like that, correct?
No.
Okay. So when you said that you found it unusual that her stomach was full, it wasn't really full. It just had contents in it. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So we really don't know whether Tammy Daybell threw up that night, other than the fact that Chad said she did, right?
Right.
And when you showed up, Chad Daybell is sobbing. He's crying, and he's telling you how his wife threw up the night before, correct?
Yes.
Went to sleep, and she fell off the bed. And based on the lividity, his story is consistent with what the lividity findings you had, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also had an opportunity to look at Officer Greenall's report, correct?
Yes.
And you saw that the number of medications that Tammy Daybell was taking, correct? Do I need to refresh your recollection with it again? Do you need to see it again?
I saw it.
You saw it? You sure?
Yes.
So on page 1 of Officer Greenall's report, and the comment was that they're on the table every morning and she takes them to help her. You recall seeing that in Officer Greenall's report?
Yes.
And you discussed that with Officer Greenall, right? You discussed what Tammy Daybell was taking as part of your investigation, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, so you're aware that she was taking fluoxetine, thank you. Fluoxetine, which is Prozac.
Yes.
She was taking acetaminophen. She was taking ibuprofen, right? Vitality extracts, immunity, energy, grapefruit, peppermint. I'm sorry, and I apologize. Vitality extracts for immunity, energy, grapefruit, and peppermint. You saw that as well, right? On the table, right?
I recall it was in the cupboard.
Right. You recall that was in the cupboard? That wasn't on the table?
Not the bedside table, the kitchen cupboard.
Well, when Officer Greenall says, Chad showed me all of the over-counter medicines she takes, she said she has approximately 10 bottles on the table every morning. So would you be mistaken possibly that Officer Greenall must have made a mistake in her report, or do you just don't recall correctly?
Doesn't it say in her report, the cupboard?
Oh, it talks about what was in the cupboard and that there were other things in the cupboard in addition to these things. But Officer Greenall talks about this being on the table. You don't remember that?
There's a picture of those medications in the cupboard in the kitchen.
Okay. And then equate cough medicine, right?
Yes.
Essential oil respiratory blend, right?
Yes.
And then lastly, supplement for bruising and sore muscles. Remember that as well?
Yes.
And then there is a reference that most of what was in the cupboard were essential oils, natural remedies, and some pain medication. Okay?
Yes.
So this cupboard was full of a number of essential oils, right?
Yes.
This cupboard was full of natural remedies, correct?
Yes.
And this cupboard was included in all of these things as well. A lot of medicine that she was taking, right?
Natural, yes.
And there's no doubt in your mind that Tammy Daybell was the one taking all of these medications, right?
That's what we were told. Yes.
Okay. And Chad talked to you about Tammy having minor fits and shaking consistent with fatigue, right?
Consistent with syncopal.
Minor fits.
Syncopal episodes.
She had.
Yeah, Mr. Pryor, please let her finish her answer before you get another question going.
You want me to restate?
Yes, please.
You were told that Tamara would have minor fits of shaking, which were consistent with seizures, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you have a seizure, you're aware that you don't need to have a heart condition or a problem with your organs in order to have a seizure, right?
It's in the brain.
Okay. Well, what in the brain is the seizure? It doesn't necessarily mean you have a sign of it in your brain, do you?
I'm not a doctor, so I don't.
Okay. But you made an assessment here based on what you said, and you signed a death certificate saying that this was something other than homicide or murder, didn't you?
Initially, yes.
Okay. And then her daughter Emma talked about her mother was trying to take clogging classes, but then in the last month or so wasn't able to keep up and was having some difficulty as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was some discussion that Chad was in the temple, and that's part of his faith. I guess we previously talked about a temple, and that's somewhere, I guess, where you practice your religious faith.
Yes.
And during that time while in the temple, she fainted while she was kneeling down, right?
Yes, when she went to stand up, yes.
Right. And there were other instances where she was having health issues and balance problems as well that were vaguely referenced in the report, right?
Yes.
Okay. So based on the fact that she had seizures, based on the fact that those bruises were nothing new or recent, there was nothing on her neck or face that indicated that she was smothered, choked, or anything like that. You made the determination that there was a medical reason for why she passed away, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that all changed though, right?
Yes.
And then at some point, you received a call from some police officers in Arizona, right?
Yes.
And they said, hey, we got this situation with Lori Vallow, right?
Yes.
And we got another situation with Lori Vallow and Alex Cox related to the name Brandon Boudreaux, right?
Yes.
And the first situation was with Charles Vallow, right?
Yes.
Did that officer happen to tell you at that time that Chad Daybell isn't implicated or involved in any criminal proceeding against either of those folks? Was that told to you at that time?
Yes, Chad Daybell's name was mentioned with Lori Vallow.
Yeah, but did they happen to tell you that they're not pursuing any charges against Mr. Daybell at that point?
No.
Okay, so that was left out when they talked to you about looking into this thing, right?
Yes.
And then at that point, based on your previous observation of foam in the mouth, right?
Yes.
And the lividity, right?
Yes.
And what those police officers told you when you had your discussion with them, right?
Yes.
At that point, you decided maybe I need to look into this thing a little more, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you helped with the officers getting an order to exhume Tammy Daybell's body.
Yes.
Did you start an inquest per statute into this matter?
I can't answer that.
Well, you can, because did you start an inquest? You read the statute. If there's an allegation someone has been murdered, homicide, suicide, you have the option to start a public inquest.
Hold on before you answer. Grounds.
Counsel should not be interpreting the law at this point, and I don't know if she's able to draw a legal conclusion.
It's a yes or no question, but to the extent it's calling for any legal conclusion, it's sustained.
Okay, well, yes or no? Did you start an inquest?
No. No.
Instead, what you did is you started working with the police officers and the prosecuting attorney.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
At this point, you then notified the police that you wanted her body dug up, right?
At that point, we were working with the FBI and
Okay.
police from different locations.
Oh,
Yes.
so the FBI was involved as well, right?
Yes. I
Okay.
believe so.
And at that point, there was an order to have Tammy's body removed from the ground, right?
Yes.
Now, as part of your your duties as a coroner, isn't it true that you're also supposed to notify families in regards to any death or suspicious death and let them know what's proceeding in these matters?
I believe that was done.
It was done?
I believe it was.
Do you know what family members they happened to mention that to, that they were digging their mother out of the ground?
I don't recall which ones. No.
Okay. And it was your duty to do that, so you don't recall your duty of having to notify them that they're digging their mother out of the ground. Right?
I work closely with the investigators
Okay.
through the sheriff's office, our detectives, and
And I didn't ask you about what you did with the investigators, ma'am. I asked you whether you told the family you were digging their mother out of the ground.
no.
Was there any other reason you were looking for what a reason for why Tammy Daybell could have died other than what you said about the lividity or anything else? Was there any other suspicious circumstances you were looking for?
At the time of her death, no.
And at the time of digging her up, were you looking for something else?
Yes.
What were you looking for?
Suspicious activity, anything that would result in homicide.
Okay. And that was after talking to the police. You were looking for information that would help maybe convince you to change your report to something other than natural causes. Is that right?
After several things happened, yes.
Well, I'm not talking about Brandon Boudreaux or Charles Vallow. We've already established what that's all about. I'm talking about the facts you had when Tammy Daybell was put in the ground. It was lividity, and that really was it, wasn't it?
No, I was told about her past health history,
Okay.
and that played into her cause of death, yes.
Did you happen to look at Teton medical report and see what her past medical history was?
I did review it.
Okay.
Yes.
So then you're well aware that Tammy Daybell had a history of anemia, right?
Past history, not current.
Right. Well, she wasn't being treated because she wouldn't go to the doctor for anemia. You didn't see any indication that she had been cured of anemia, right?
It just stated her past medical history.
And based on your information, there's no indication in any single medical report that, amazingly, Tammy Daybell has been cured of her anemia, right?
No.
Okay. You also saw that she had a family history of heart disease and heart problems as well, right?
Family history, yes.
Yeah, family history, right?
Yes.
And you're also aware that Tammy Daybell had a difficulty with going and seeing doctors, correct? She didn't like to see doctors, did she?
Correct.
In fact, she relied on homeopathic essential oils and minerals to solve her medical maladies, right?
That's what I was told, yes.
Right. Okay. So based on the other information that you had about Tammy's history, you decided that even though there's anemia and there's a past history of heart disease and heart issues in the family, we were still going to dig her up, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, ma'am? You were basically going on a fishing expedition looking for a reason to change.
Objection. Argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were basically looking for some reason to dig Tammy up and try to come up with another cause of death, right?
Objection again. Argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask a question, please, Mr. Pryor.
End up requesting a search warrant from Fitbit.
As we were reviewing the crime scene photos on a nightstand by Tammy's side of the bed.
I gotta go back. Gotta go back. This is so frustrating. Okay, hold on. Now I gotta figure out what spot I was at. Good Lord.
And based on the time that you spent at Mr. Daybell's residence observing Tammy, this is a true and accurate reflection of what you observed on that day, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, there's no changes that you would make or anything that you would modify in regards to this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Judge, could I publish this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I want to go over to the other side. Homicide or murder, didn't you?
Initially, yes.
Okay. And then our daughter Emma talked about her mother was trying to take clogging classes, but then in the last month or so wasn't able to keep up and was having
Death.
I mostly just talked to Chad and Emma. At the time, Garth was just very quiet and just would nod when we would ask him questions or when Chad would respond. He was just really quiet.
And with respect to a number of the questions, you continue to tell the jury, that's what I was told. Do you remember responding in that manner?
Yes.
Yeah. Who was the person on scene that was primarily providing you with all the information that you were relying upon?
Chad Daybell.
And at the time,
Sustained.
At this point, you then notified the police that you wanted her body dug up, right?
At that point, we were working with the FBI and
Okay.
police from different locations. Yes.
So the FBI was involved as well, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
And at that point, there was an order to have Tammy's body removed from the ground, right?
Yes.
Now, as part of your duties as a coroner, isn't it true that you're also supposed to notify families in regards to any deaths or suspicious death and let them know what's proceeding in these matters?
I believe that was done.
It was done?
I believe it was.
Do you know what family members they happened to mention that to, that they were digging their mother out of the ground?
I don't recall which ones. No.
Okay. And it was your duty to.
You guys, this is so bad. I can't get to the right spot where I know I was at. Ugh.
But you were in Utah somewhere, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And Judge, if I could just have a minute.
You may.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Wixom, redirect.
Main owner.
We didn't get that far though, right? We didn't get to the end of his cross. I know we're through the part with this part.
There's a light on that device, Mr. Pryor, that'll help. We'll get that over to you here shortly, and you can publish off that courts.
Judge, I've also got it on my screen. Could we do that by HDMI?
You could do that as well if that's a accurate.
So would you approach? Was there any other reason you were looking for what a reason for why Tammy Daybell could have died other than what you said about the lividity or anything else? Was there any other suspicious circumstances you were looking for?
At the time of her death, no.
And at the time of digging her up, were you looking for something else?
Yes.
What were you looking for?
Suspicious activity, anything that would result in homicide.
Okay. And that was after talking to the police. You were looking for information that would help maybe convince you to change your report to something other than natural causes. Is that right?
After several things happened, yes.
Well, I'm not talking about Brendan Boudreaux or Charles Vallow. We've already established what that's all about. I'm talking about the facts you had when Tammy Daybell was put in the ground. It was lividity, and that really was it, wasn't it?
No, I was told about her past health history.
Okay.
And that played into her cause of death, yes.
Did you happen to look at Teton medical report and see what her past medical history was?
I did review it.
Okay.
Yes.
So then you're real well aware that Tammy Daybell had a history of anemia, right?
Past history, not current.
Right. Well, she wasn't being treated because she wouldn't go to the doctor for anemia. You didn't see any indication that she had been cured of anemia, right?
It just stated.
Yeah, it is. I think. I mean, I don't know. Spins asked if it only messes up when I put it on full screen. I don't know if that's the only time because I always keep it on full screen. Otherwise, it's hard to see. Should I leave it on the smaller one like this? Oh, I got to sneeze. Oh, okay. Should I leave it on leave it like that? And see if it don't do it? That's just annoying because I don't like seeing this people's chat. I guess I can exit out of the chat. I guess I could do that. Let's try that.
Did her past medical history.
And based on your information, there's no indication in any single medical report that, amazingly, Tammy Daybell has been cured of her anemia, right?
No.
Okay. You also saw that she had a family history of heart disease.
Oh, bye, Brenda. Bye, Brenda. Have a good day. I'm going to fast forward it a little bit more because I know we already got through this part. Just a little bit more, and then we'll start from there. I'm so sorry, guys. I hate this. I don't know why it's doing it. And no, QB, I did not delete drivers. Stop it. I'm going to delete you as a driver because you're going to not be driving anymore if you don't straighten up. Thank you, Lauren, for the bless me because I sneezed. Okay.
Disease and heart problems as well, right?
Family history, yes.
Yeah, family history, right?
Yes.
And you're also aware that Tammy Daybell had a difficulty with going and seeing doctors, correct? She didn't like to see doctors, did she?
Correct.
Gather anything that was there in way of exhibits.
Observed on Tammy's arm.
Yes.
And Judge, if I could just have a minute. Related to the name Brandon Boudreaux, right?
Yes.
And the first situation was with Charles Vallow, right?
Yes.
Did that officer happen to tell you at that time that Chad Daybell isn't implicated or involved in any criminal proceeding against either of those folks? Was that told to you at that time?
Yes, Chad Daybell's name was mentioned with Lori Vallow.
Yeah, but did they happen to tell you that they're not pursuing any charges against Mr. Daybell at that point?
No.
Okay, so that was left out when they talked to you about looking into this thing, right?
Yes.
And then at that point, based on your previous observation of foam in the mouth, right?
Yes.
And the lividity, right?
Yes.
And what those police officers told you when you had your discussion with them, right?
Yes.
At that point, you decided maybe I need to look into this thing a little more, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you helped with the officers getting an order to exhume Tammy Daybell's body.
Yes.
Did you start an inquest per statute into this matter?
I can't answer that.
Well, you can, because did you start an inquest? You read the statute. If there's an allegation someone has been murdered, homicide, suicide, you have the option to start a public inquest.
Hold on before you answer. Grounds.
Counsel should not be interpreting the law at this point, and I don't know if she's able to draw a legal conclusion.
It's a yes or no question, but to the extent it's calling for any legal conclusion, it's sustained.
Okay. Well, yes or no. Did you start an inquest?
No. No.
Instead, what you did is you started working with the police officers and the prosecuting attorney.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
At this point, you then notified the police that you wanted her body dug up, right?
At that point, we were working with the FBI and
Okay.
police from different locations.
Oh,
Yes.
so the FBI was involved as well, right?
Yes. I
Okay.
believe so.
And at that point, there was an order to have Tammy's body removed from the ground, right?
Yes.
Now, as part of your your duties as a coroner, isn't it true that you're also supposed to notify families in regards to any deaths or suspicious death and let them know what's proceeding in these matters?
I believe that was done.
It was done? Do
I believe it was.
you know what family members they happened to mention that to, that they were digging their mother out of the ground?
I don't recall which ones. No.
Okay. And it was your duty to do that, so you don't recall your duty of having to notify them that they're digging their mother out of the ground. Right?
I work closely with the investigators
Okay.
through the sheriff's office, our detectives, and
And I didn't ask you about what you did with the investigators, ma'am. I asked you whether you told the family you were digging their mother out of the ground.
no.
You guys, I'm losing my marbles because I remember him saying that part a long time ago. I'm so confused right now. Okay, I'm gonna put it on 2 times speed, I guess, or 1.5 and try to, I don't even know what it's on right now. Good gravy. It's on 1.25. I'm gonna put it on 1.5. Don't you all remember them saying this like a long time ago? Seriously, QB? Wow. She says they indicted Stephen Stearns capital murder. Okay, well, we will have to see what that's all about soon. Thanks for the heads up, QB. Oh, my Lord. Stephen Stearns is the one that was had like 60 plus counts of essay on Madeline Soto. Little what was she, 13, 14-year-old girl from, where was that at? Florida? Yeah. So, all right, let's continue with this. Let's continue.
Was there any other reason you were looking for what a reason for why Tammy Daybell could have died other than what you said about the lividity or anything else? Was there any other suspicious circumstances you were looking for?
At the time of her death, no.
And at the time of digging her up, were you looking for something else?
Yes.
What were you looking for? Deputy Coroner Tammy Wilmore to be there because she could have gotten there within 10 minutes, right?
Correct, yes.
And the purpose for that is that she lives, we're not going to say the town, but she lives close by this residence.
Yes.
And she could get there relatively quickly, correct?
Quicker than me, yes.
So when the dispatch 911 call was made, Miss Wilmore was there within 10 minutes, right?
She was in bed when it happened, so probably not 10 minutes. She had to get dressed and gather her stuff and respond to the scene, yes.
But you were there within 20 minutes and she arrived before you got there.
I said approximately.
Yeah. So prosecuting attorney suggesting that someone ran out and bought a bunch of supplements, staged this thing, and within 10 minutes of Miss Wilmore arriving, planted all of this evidence. That isn't very realistic, is it?
Could have happened before.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Before.
Fair enough. Thank you, Judge. Nothing else.
All right. That concludes the testimony then of Coroner Dye. Is the state seeking to recall the witness in the future? From the defense.
And Judge, Ms. Dye is under subpoena from my office, but I'm releasing her from that subpoena today.
Okay, so that does conclude your testimony for the trial. You can be excused. Thank you for appearing. You can go ahead and step down from the witness box and we'll gather anything that was there in the way of exhibits. All right, the state may call its next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state would call Kelsey Harris.
Affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
All right, the court will note the witness is now under oath. I do have a few questions before we start with the examination. Ms. Harris, have you viewed, watched online, or observed any of the trial testimony that's taken place since this case started?
No, I have not.
All right, have you talked to anyone else about the testimony they've given in trial?
No.
Okay. Mr. Wixom, you can proceed with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Will you please state your full name for the record?
Kelsey Harris.
Will you please spell it for the reporter?
KELSIE HARRIS.
And where do you live?
Sugar City.
Is that here in Idaho?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you recall knowing a Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention back to October of 2019. Did you have any association or interaction with Ms. Daybell back then?
Yes.
What was that association?
She was a student in my clogging class in Sugar City, and she also worked at the school as a librarian. And at the time, I worked at the school as well.
What did you do at the school at the time?
I worked in the kitchen.
Did you have regular contact while at work with Ms. Daybell?
Yes, I saw her frequently.
How often during the course of a week or a day might you have?
Every day I would see her.
How would you generally describe your relationship with her?
We were friends. We would see each other at class, in my class and at the school, and have conversation more than just a hello.
Okay. And you mentioned a clogging class. For the sake of jurors or any of us who may not understand clogging, will you explain what that is?
So clogging is a fast-paced style of dance, and you wear clogging shoes that are similar to a tap shoe. It has 2 taps, and it creates loud sounds and also different rhythm steps.
And did you say you attended the class with her, or you teach the clogging class?
I was the instructor of the class.
To the best that you can you recall what time frame was it that Tammy was attending that class?
It was the end of August, early September, until the time of her death in October 2019.
How often was the class held?
It was every week, a 60-minute class once a week.
Did she attend regularly?
Yes, every class.
How would you describe clogging overall? Would it be low intensity, medium intensity, high intensity? Where would you put it?
I would say medium intensity, because you're still getting that cardio and getting your heart rate up.
And when students are in the class, do you have the opportunity to observe them?
Yes, I do.
How often do you recall being able to see Tammy in class while she was clogging?
The whole time I'm observing all of the students, making sure there's no falling behind, that they're able to keep up with the steps that I'm teaching. And so I'm constantly watching the students that way.
Okay. From your recollection, do you ever recall her falling behind in class?
No.
Do you ever recall any issues with her getting tired?
No.
Any issues at all that you recall with her ability to perform the clogging and keep up with the class?
No.
Now, with respect to any other activities, did you have any other activities that you were involved with, Tammy?
I did.
What were those?
So I attended a high fitness class in St. Anthony, and I stood right next to Tammy in that class, and that was my first time going. I was not the instructor at the time. I was just a participant, and I stood right next to Tammy in that class.
And for the jury's sake, will you just kind of elaborate, what did you do in high fitness class?
So high fitness class is very high intensity. You're doing burpees, a lot of jumping jacks, explosive movements to really get the heart rate up.
And you said you were standing next to her in class?
Yes, I was.
How often was that class held?
2 times a week.
How long was each class?
60-minute class.
Did Tammy, as you recall, attend that regularly?
Yes.
What time frame do you recall attending that class with Tammy relative to her death?
It was about late September of 2019.
And what did you observe, if anything, about Tammy's performance in that class?
Nothing so I observed that she was able to keep up in that class and was doing those high intensity moves like the burpees and things like that. And she was able to keep up with that class as well.
And just as a comparison, how different was high fitness than clogging in terms of intensity?
So high fitness is very high intensity. Clogging is still that cardio workout, getting your heart rate up. But as far as like the up and down movements, clogging, we're still moving at a fast pace. And yeah.
Okay. So just based upon your personal observations overall with what you saw in Tammy in those classes and the interactions at school, let me withdraw that and go back. With respect to your interactions at school and at work, did you have any occasion to observe anything that would give you clues about Tammy's health?
No.
So did you, withdraw, based upon what you observed in clogging and in high fitness, did you ever see anything that would give you any questions or concerns about how healthy she was?
No.
Did you ever see anything about her struggling or not keeping up?
No, not at all.
Did she ever express any concerns about how she was feeling?
No.
And at these classes, did you talk to her regularly?
I did, yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you tell me, again, when did these clogging classes start?
It was the end of August, early September, and they ran every week. And that was the year 2019.
So it was once a week.
Yes.
And let's say you started in September. So there were a total of 5 classes that Tammy attended before she passed away. Would that be fair?
Yeah, correct.
5 classes.
Yes.
Okay. And the same thing for the other activity, the high intensity. She only went to one of those though, right?
I could tell she went to more of those. I just attended the one class for my first time.
Well, you don't know whether she attended more. You only saw her at one of those high intensity classes. Isn't that true?
So yes, I did see her.
Okay.
And
now, I don't want to disparage anybody, but would you describe Tammy's figure as being a body of someone who was extremely fit?
I would say she was a very fit woman.
You'd say she was a very fit woman. Okay.
I would.
Now, you know her daughter Emma, right?
Correct.
And her daughter Emma went to the one high intensity class with her as well, right?
Correct.
And that's the only time you saw Emma and Tammy at the high intensity class that one time, right?
So Emma was a participant as well in my clogging class.
And I'm going to get to that. Emma would stand with her mother at the back of the clogging class and participate in that as well in the very back of the room, right?
Right.
Right. And how many people were in this clogging class?
There were about 7 total.
Okay. And again, if I understand, the clogging classes were twice a week and about the same time, September until Tammy passed in October, right?
Correct. The clogging class was once a week.
Oh, the clogging was once a week? Oh, I'm sorry. I had it down for twice. It was only
The
once.
high fitness class was twice a week.
Oh, but the high fitness, you only saw her there once. The clogging, you saw her for all
Yes.
5 or 6 of the classes she attended that time, right?
Yes.
And her daughter Emma was there right next to her the whole time, correct?
Correct.
So if there were any issues, you're in the front of the class. If there were any issues with her mother, Emma would probably be the best judge of whether there were issues with her mother and her activity and participation level. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you worked at the school. You worked in the cafeteria or the food service portion of the school.
Yes.
Tammy was a librarian. You also know that Emma was teaching at that school as well, right?
Right.
And it was frequent in her usual practice for Emma and her mother to get together every time they had an opportunity to do so, right?
Objection, Your Honor. That assumes facts, not evidence.
Same.
Are you aware that whenever there was any free time during the school hours, that it was always Emma and her mother who would spend the majority of the time together?
Yes.
All right. Nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Can you recross?
Just a couple of questions, if I may, Your Honor.
Very well. I'm sorry, redirect, Mr. Wixom.
Which may, Judge. Ma'am, just very quickly, regardless of the cross-examination,
Judge, I'm going to object.
It's argumentative.
Yeah, fair enough.
Question.
Yeah. With respect to the questions that you were just asked, is there any doubt that you have in your assessment of watching Tammy in clogging class and her performance?
There's no doubt. No.
So you are confident in what you've told
Asked
the
and
jury?
answered.
Overruled.
You are confident in what you've told the jury about your personal observations about Tammy and how she performed?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Any need to recall the witness from the state or the defense?
Not from the defense, Judge.
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. That concludes your testimony in the trial. Thank you for appearing. You may go ahead and step down from the witness box. And you're released from any subpoena. All right. The state can call its next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state would call Shanna Miller.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. The witness has been sworn. I'll just have a few questions before we begin with the examination. This trial, Ms. Miller, has been live streamed and publicly available for viewing. Have you observed or watched any of the trial testimony that's taken place?
No, I have not, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Have you discussed with anyone else their testimony they've given in the trial?
No, I have not.
All right. Thank you for that affirmation. Mr. Wixom, you may proceed with the direct.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Will you please state your full name for the record?
Shanna Miller,
Will you spell it, please?
SHANNAMILLER,
And where do you live?
St. Anthony, Idaho.
And what do you do for work?
I have been retired for the last year and a half, but previous to that, I was a school teacher for 34 years.
What school did you teach at?
Central Elementary in Sugar City.
During your time teaching at Central Elementary, do you recall working with Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I do.
And did you become aware back in October of 2019 that she passed?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how often and in what way did you interact with Tammy at your work?
I was actually on the committee that interviewed Tammy for me for a job position at our school back in the spring of, I believe it was 2017. She was hired to be our computer specialist and our librarian. She also helped out with the lunch count, checking the kids in as they went to lunch. So I was her colleague after we hired her. I also attended a high fitness class in St. Anthony with her and her daughter twice a week.
Okay. And what was that high fitness class?
It's called High Fit. It's a high intensity workout that lasts an hour. It consists of burpees, jumping jacks, lunges, squats, planks, all set to music.
And how often did you attend that class?
At the time, I was attending twice a week.
Do you recall how often at the time, prior to her death, Tammy was attending the class?
Yes, she and her daughter started attending, I believe it was the spring of 2018, and they attended up until her death in October of 2018.
Were they regular attenders?
Yes.
When they came to class, did you have opportunity to interact with Tammy or observe how she was doing?
Yes, I was on the back row, so all I needed to do was look over. Yeah, I had opportunity to observe them.
Would you feel like you had a good vantage point, typically?
Yes.
What observations, if any, did you make about Tammy's performance in that class?
Well, it is a very rigorous exercise. It's highly aerobic.
And at first, it's hard for anyone that's not in great shape to be able to have the stamina and the strength to be able to complete it. And at first, they weren't able to complete all of the exercises are set to, songs. So they weren't maybe able to do all of the exercises completely correct or finish them, accordingly at first. But as time went on, I would say after the first, I don't know, several weeks, maybe a couple months, they were able to complete the workout.
With respect to, let's narrow it down to the last few months prior to Tammy's death.
Okay.
Were there ever times that you saw Tammy lag behind?
No.
Did she ever stop or take breaks?
No.
Any indication to you that she wasn't keeping up in the class?
No.
Are you confident that based upon your interaction with her at the class and what you could see, that you would have observed that had she fallen back?
No.
You're not confident? Or
Oh, sorry. Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Any reason for you to think that you weren't able to have a good observation of Tammy and assess how she was doing?
Yes, I was be able to, yes, I would be able to be confident and to say that, yes, I did.
Okay. And what about with work? I didn't ask, how often did you interact with Tammy at work?
I would see her probably, I would say every day, sometimes several times a day. When I took my kids to the library, that was once a week. Computer lab was once a week, maybe twice a week. Can't remember for sure. And then every day as I took my kids into the lunchroom, she'd check the kids off as they came through the lunch line. I would see her then.
Based on observations at work, do you feel like you were able to make any observations about her health or fitness from what you saw at work?
I would say from the time that she started the fitness class, her confidence level in herself, I think her overall image of herself, I think it had improved. She looked like she was in great health and in great shape to me.
And in terms of observing her doing her daily duties at work, did you ever see her get tired or worn out?
No.
What was your reaction when you first learned of Tammy's death?
Complete shock.
Why is that?
Because hours before that, I had seen her at work and she was happy, healthy, conversing with the kids as I guess the last time I would have seen her would have been, the kids were going through the lunch line. She was conversing with them, complimenting them, smiling. She seemed perfectly healthy to me.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Whitson. Cross-examination.
Okay, you guys. So QB has sent me a couple links. Hold on, let me grab they're doing a press conference. I'm going to interrupt trial coverage for just a second and go in and check out this press conference for Stephen Stearns. So we will be interrupting for a brief second. Hold on just a minute. Let me go find what I need. Hold on just a second. Why is this being so weird? Hold on.
Police chief and myself are here to provide an update on the death investigation on 13-year-old Madeline Soto, who was reported missing back on February 26th of this year and discovered dead 4 days later. I know the community and the media have been anxious for us to give an update on this case, and this is an opportunity for us to do that. For the last 7 weeks, 7.5 weeks actually, the Kissimmee Police Department and my office have been working closely to go over every piece of evidence that we could gather in this case. It was a voluminous and a lot of evidence to get through during that time, but we were successful in getting through it and making sure that we were able to provide the best case we could. Today, we're announcing that Stephen Stearns has been indicted by the grand jury on first-degree murder for the killing of Madeline Soto. We presented the case to the grand jury. They returned an indictment earlier today. There has been some questions as related to the length of investigation. I just want to let you know again that my office and the Kissimmee Police Department have been working vigilantly in making sure that we had every opportunity to get every piece of evidence that we could. I want to thank the Kissimmee Police Department and their tireless efforts. They've done an amazing job in the heavy lift that we've asked them to do, as well as the prosecutors that have been assigned to this case and making sure that we got every piece of evidence reviewed and gathered in this case. While death investigations usually take around 5 to 6 weeks or longer, we were able to get this one done relatively quickly and get the case to the front of the grand jury, like I said earlier today, to return the indictment against Mr. Stephen Stearns. The death penalty in this case, we have not decided to what decision we're going to make in that case. We're going to continue those discussions going forward, and we'll let you know again when we make that decision as to whether we're going to seek the death penalty in this case. I want to thank the grand jury for their hard work and their efforts in making sure that we're making this first step in seeking justice for Madeline Soto, for her family, and so this the community can have closure in this case. The defendant will appear at initial appearances, I believe probably the next day or two. Then the case will proceed down its normal path, and we'll try to keep you abreast of how the case is moving, as well as you probably ask us questions to make sure that we are providing that proper information to keep you abreast of how the case is going down in the normal path of the criminal justice system. I'd like now to introduce Chief of Police Betty Holland, and for her to provide comment.
Thank you, State Attorney Mr. Bain. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the investigators and the other agencies that assisted us in uncovering the evidence to move forward with this case. We know this case has gained significant public attention because Madeline had just celebrated her 13th birthday and was just a child. The evidence shows an individual that was entrusted to keep Madeline safe made calculated moves to dispose Madeline's belongings and place her body in a wooded area before she was ever reported missing. For the 4 days following her disappearance, the entire community was actively looking to find Madeline safe and alive. Tragically, on March 1st, Madeline's remains were found. Our detectives have worked tirelessly to piece together the events leading up to Madeline's disappearance and death. With the collaboration of the state's attorney's office, we prepared the case for the grand jury that was heard today. The grand jury determined that our department secured enough evidence to obtain a first-degree murder indictment. We appreciate each grand jury member for their careful consideration. We want to thank the diligent work of the state's attorney's office, the medical examiner's office, and our other law enforcement partners who assisted with this investigation. Your expertise and dedication were instrumental in uncovering the truth. The indictment signifies a crucial step forward in our quest for justice and a testament to our commitment to honoring Madeline's memory. We will now take questions. Right, I'm going to defer to the state's attorney.
Good afternoon. Although an indictment has been returned this afternoon, it is still an open and ongoing criminal investigation. So much of this information cannot be disclosed until Mr. Stearns' attorney, if he does so, elects to participate in discovery, and then all of you in the media know how to go about seeking information through public records.
Not that we've uncovered. State Attorney?
Again, all questions about the facts of the case are not subject to disclosure because of public records laws at this time. Once his attorney participates in discovery, then you can make public records requests through your normal channels as you do in other cases. At this time, the only person being charged is Stephen Stearns. And again, this is not over. There is an ongoing investigation to uncover more evidence, and therefore we can't comment. There's going to be the same response on any question about the facts of the case. Through the facts of the case.
So with any death case that is reviewed by my office, when it's determined to be a homicide, we have to look at the statutory aggravating factors that are laid out in our Florida law. Once we determine that we have sufficient evidence to prove those factors to the proper evidentiary standard, then we had to have to talk about whether this is a death penalty case. And that's a discussion that we're still going to be having for the next couple of weeks to make sure that we're making a legal decision that's appropriate in this case. I'll leave that for Mr. Will.
Cannot comment on whether Mr. Stearns has been doing anything. He has counsel. And as far as plea offers, no, there are no plea offers made on the open case. You can address that question with the indictment that should be on the clerk's website if it's not already.
I'm going to have to defer to the state's attorney.
Again, any question about the facts of the case, it's going to be the same answer. Once his attorney participates in discovery, the public records laws change, and you all will be able to get a lot of that information. As far as the 60 counts that are already filed against Mr. Stearns, that is solely involving Mr. Stearns as a defendant. Not to those 60 charges. It's an ongoing investigation. Can't comment on who's working with us.
Okay. This will be the last question. I'll let you get that in. What was it?
It's facts of the case. Can't comment on it.
So thank you all so much for coming out today. If you need this gentleman's name, it is Will J, W-I-L-L-J-A-Y. He is our homicide unit chief for the state attorney's office for the 9th Judicial Circuit. Thank you all so much for coming out today.
Okay, so short and sweet.
All right, guys. All right. So that was very low in sound. I could barely hear it. But hold on just a second. Let me run back over here. Hold on just a second. Let me grab. That was the docket on Twitter. Let me, it was his video of the feed that I just shared. Because it was his, let me just paste his Twitter link in case you guys are on Twitter and want to follow him. He's always pretty quick with dockets and what do you want to say, all the different documents and things like that. So make sure to go check out the docket. It says Chasing Paper. That's his handle, but all right. So now let's get back to our regularly scheduled programming. Let me go back to share our feed here. All right, let's get back to this.
Here's our president for you, Art. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623. Completed our mid-afternoon recess. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to continue with direct, you may. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
And thank you, Your Honor. I think where the state had left off is we were asking to publish, I believe it's Exhibit 108A.
And you may do that.
And Detective Mattingly, we were talking about the Fitbit information.
All right, you guys. I have to go back and find where we were at because apparently it just decided to skip-a-roo on me. Let me make sure I didn't miss something.
Exercised with us.
Was she regularly attending?
So last thing I remembered seeing was hold on. They were talking about the clogging stuff, right? It was the chick on there that was talking about them clogging. She was the like teacher or whatever. I think it was this gal right here. I could be wrong.
Viewed, watched online, or observed any of the trial testimony that's taken place since this case started?
No.
Class, for the sake of jurors or any of us who may not understand clogging, will you explain?
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you tell me, again, when did these clogging classes start?
It was the end of August, early September, and they ran every week. And that was the year 2019.
So it was once a week.
Yes.
And let's say you started in September. So there were a total of 5 classes that Tammy attended before she passed away. Would that be fair?
Yeah, correct.
5 classes.
Yes.
Okay. And the same thing for the other activity, the high intensity. She only went to one of those though, right?
I could tell she went to more of those. I just attended the one class for my first time.
Well, you don't know whether she attended more. You only saw her at one of those high intensity classes. Isn't that true?
So yes, I did see her.
Okay.
And
Now, I don't want to disparage anybody, but would you describe Tammy's figure as being a body of someone?
Okay, I remember this part because I remember specifically Patricia being like rude. But then I got all intertwined with trying to find the Stephen Stearns press release or press conference. So I'll get to the right spot.
And they attended up until her death.
And again, if I understand, the clogging classes were twice a week and about the same time, September until Tammy passed in October, right?
correct. The clogging class was once a week.
Oh, the clogging was once a week? Oh, I'm sorry. I had it down for twice. It was only
The
once a
high
week.
fitness class was twice a week.
Oh, but the high fitness, you only saw her there once. The clogging, you saw her for all
Yes.
5 or 6 of the classes she attended that time, right?
Yes.
And her daughter Emma was there right next to her the whole time, correct?
Correct.
So if there were any issues, you're in the front of the class. If there were any issues with her mother, Emma would probably be the best judge of whether there were issues with her mother and her activity and participation level. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said you worked at the school. You worked in the cafeteria or the food service portion of the school.
Yes.
Tammy was a librarian. You also know that Emma was teaching at that school as well, right?
Right.
And it was frequent in her usual practice for Emma and her mother to get together every time they had an opportunity to do so, right?
Objection, Your Honor, that assumes facts, not evidence.
Stan.
Are you aware that whenever there was any free time during the school hours, that it was always Emma and her mother who would spend the majority of the time together?
Yes.
All right. Nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Can you recross?
Just a couple of questions, if I may, Your Honor.
Very well. I'm sorry, redirect, Mr. Wixon.
Which may, Judge. Ma'am, just very quickly, regardless of the cross-examination.
Judge, I'm going to object.
It's argumentative.
Fair enough.
Question.
Yeah. With respect to the questions that you were just asked, is there any doubt that you have in your assessment of watching Tammy in clogging class and her performance?
There's no doubt. No.
So you are confident in what you've told
Asked
the
and
jury?
answered.
Overruled.
You are confident in what you've told the jury about your personal observations about Tammy and how she performed?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Any need to recall the witness from the state or the defense?
Not from the defense, Judge.
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. That concludes your testimony in the trial. Thank you for appearing. You may go ahead and step down from the witness box. And you're released from any subpoena. All right. The state can call its next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state would call Shanna Miller.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, the witness has been sworn. I'll just have a few questions before we begin with the examination. This trial, Ms. Miller, has been live streamed and publicly available for viewing. Have you observed or watched any of the trial testimony that's taken place?
No, I have not, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Have you discussed with anyone else their testimony they've given in the trial?
No, I have not.
All right, thank you for that affirmation. Mr. Wixom, you may proceed with direct.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Will you please state your full name for the record?
Shanna Miller,
Will you spell it, please?
SHANNAMILLER,
And where do you live?
St. Anthony, Idaho.
And what do you do for work?
I have been retired for the last year and a half, but previous to that, I was a school teacher for 34 years.
What school did you teach at?
Central Elementary in Sugar City.
During your time teaching at Central Elementary, do you recall working with Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I do.
And did you become aware back in October of 2019 that she'd passed?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how often and in what way did you interact with Tammy at your work?
I was actually on the committee that interviewed Tammy for a job position at our school back in the spring of, I believe it was 2017. She was hired to be our computer specialist and our librarian. She also helped out with the lunch count, checking the kids in as they went to lunch. So I was her colleague after we hired her. I also attended a high fitness class in St. Anthony with her and her daughter twice a week.
And what was that high fitness class?
It's called High Fit. It's a high intensity workout that lasts an hour. It consists of burpees, jumping jacks, lunges, squats, planks, all set to music.
And how often did you attend that class?
At the time, I was attending twice a week.
Do you recall how often at the time, prior to her death, Tammy was attending the class?
Yes, she and her daughter started attending, I believe it was the spring of 2018, and they attended up until her death in October of 2019.
Were they regular attenders?
Yes.
When they came to class, did you have opportunity to interact with Tammy or observe how she was doing?
Yes, I was on the back row, so all I needed to do was look over. Yeah, I had opportunity to observe them.
Would you feel like you had a good vantage point typically?
Yes.
What observations, if any, did you make about Tammy's performance in that class?
Well, it is a very rigorous exercise. It's highly aerobic. And at first, it's hard for anyone that's not in great shape to be able to have the stamina and the strength to be able to complete it. And at first, they weren't able to complete all of the exercises are set to, songs. So they weren't maybe able to do all of the exercises completely correct or finish them, accordingly at first. But as time went on, I would say after the first, I don't know, several weeks, maybe a couple months, they were able to complete the workout.
With respect to, let's narrow it down to the last few months prior to Tammy's death.
Okay.
Were there ever times that you saw Tammy lag behind?
No.
Did she ever stop or take breaks?
No.
Any indication to you that she wasn't keeping up in the class?
No.
Are you confident that based upon your interaction with her at the class and what you could see, that you would have observed that had she fallen back?
No.
You're not confident, or?
Oh, sorry. Can you rephrase that question?
Sure.
That's long.
Any reason for you to think that you weren't able to have a good observation of Tammy and assess how she was doing?
Yes, I was able to, yes, I would be able to be confident in to say that, yes, I did.
Okay. And what about with work? I didn't ask. How often did you interact with Tammy at work?
I would see her probably, I would say every day, sometimes several times a day. And when I took my kids to library, that was once a week. Computer lab, was once a week, maybe twice a week. Can't remember for sure. And then every day as I took my kids into the lunchroom, she'd check the kids off as they came through the lunch line. I would see her then.
Based on observations at work, do you feel like you were able to make any observations about her health or fitness from what you saw at work?
I would say from the time that she started the fitness class, her confidence level in herself, I think her overall image of herself, I think it had improved. She looked like she was in great health and in great shape to me.
And in terms of observing her doing her daily duties at work, did you ever see her get tired or worn out?
No.
What was your reaction when you first learned of Tammy's death?
Complete shock.
Why is that?
Because hours before that, I had seen her at work and she was happy, healthy, conversing with the kids as they, guess the last time I would have seen her would have been, the kids were going through the lunch line. She was conversing with them, complimenting them, smiling. She seemed perfectly healthy to me.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. Cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Miller.
Good morning.
So your testimony is that you first started with the interview process of Tammy in the spring of 2017. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
That means that she would have started her first year in the fall to start as her job as a librarian. Would that be fair?
Of 2017?
Of fall of 2017.
Yes.
And was established in 2002, right?
April, I believe, yes, 2002.
All right. So it isn't spins. If you're still here, it isn't. It's still doing it even when I have the screen small instead of full screen. So I don't know why it's doing it, but it did it again. And now I have to go back and find my spot again. All right, let's go back. I know the witness was not this one. It was this one.
To start as her job as a librarian. Would that be fair?
Of 2017?
Of fall of 2017.
Yes. I believe that is correct.
Okay. You're not sure though. It could be 2018.
Well, if I did the math correctly, she had worked there she was in her second year of teaching. The second year would have been 2019 to 2020. So that would have been 2018 to 2019, the year that she started working. Yeah.
So 2018, right?
Yes, it was 2000.
So when you say 2017, you really didn't know Tammy until the spring when you met her of 2018, correct?
I would have to do the math on that.
Okay.
Still not convinced.
Well, you know, she was in her second year of teaching at the school when she passed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in the first year of school, that's sort of a probationary period, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And in that probationary period is when they give you the basic benefits, the start benefits that you have to go through as part of your probation, things like life insurance and medical care and all of that. You're given that minimum plan And then after the first year, that's when you choose to upgrade to add the additional.
Okay, so hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Welcome back, QB. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Spins, I hope that whenever I said that I didn't sound like angry or irritated or anything about it not working right. I have like a frog in my throat now. Hold on. But I didn't mean to sound like angry at you or frustrated at you. I'm frustrated at my YouTube being stupid today, okay? All right, that's all. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't come off like meh. Patricia says, what's his freaking point about her benefits, right? Okay. Let's continue then. Let's continue. I need to go get something to drink because my throat's getting all hacky sacky.
Additional life insurance and death benefits and all that other stuff, right?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope.
Overruled.
That's when that second year is when you start adding and increasing all of those additional benefits because you've put a year in as your probationary period, right? Ma'am?
I don't know.
Okay, well, you worked
that.
there.
Yes, I did for 34 years. It was a long time ago
Okay,
when I
so
first started working there.
So you're
But
not,
I didn't up my death benefit my second year.
okay. I'm sorry, you what?
I did not up my death benefit the second year that I taught.
But that's not an uncommon thing to up your death benefit in the second year after you get that eligibility, right?
I couldn't answer that.
Right. And you said 2017, but really it was 2018 when you first met her in the spring, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Okay. And we had a previous witness who talked about these high intensity classes. And you're telling me that these high intensity classes started when?
They started attending. When they started attending or when they started?
When they started.
The instructor has been teaching those high intensity classes for the last at least 6 years, and she was teaching Zumba before that.
Okay. So your testimony is that you met Tammy in the spring of 2018. And ironically enough, that was exactly the time she started these high intensity dance classes at the same time, right? And that's how you became such fast friends, right?
No, I became friends before that at school.
Okay. With Tammy at school?
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't working there.
Well, shortly after she started working there, obviously we became friends.
Okay. And she started working there in the fall of 2018 as the full-time librarian, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay. So isn't it true, ma'am, that the high intensity classes started in September of 2019?
That they started in 2019? No, she'd been attending for at least 9 months prior to that.
Okay.
Actually, it was more like a year and a half because she had started. I remember she'd started in the spring because her and her daughter had expressed that they wanted to get in shape for a 5K. And so some of my coworkers said, well, you should come to High Fit and that will help you get in shape. And that would have been in the spring. So she did it that spring and then that fall, then the following spring.
Okay. So in the spring of 2008, when you first met her, basically what happened in the very first spring when you were interviewing her, she signs up for High Fitness. She decides she's going to do a 5K. She's going to do all of these things.
No, we hired her.
My question,
Well,
please.
Mr. Pryor, problem is it's argumentative, so just ask you a question, please.
I didn't hear an objection from the prosecutor, Judge.
I know, but in fairness, it's in the long line of argument that she started responding. So just please go with questioning on cross.
Yeah. And you would agree with me that Emma was there for all of the times that Tammy was involved in that class. Would that be fair?
I believe so.
Okay, so Emma was standing next to her the entire time, right?
They worked out next to each other.
Okay. And did you watch Tammy the entire time that you participated in these high intensity exercises?
Off and on. I mean, you're always looking around seeing, whatever.
Did he literally just tell, basically, like without saying it, tell the judge, they didn't object, so why are you piping in with the argumentative or the whatever it was he said? I forget now what he said. Anyway, rude.
Everybody else is doing if they're following the instructor.
And how many participants were in these high intensity exercise classes?
It would depend. There could be as few as 15, as many as upwards of 24 to 30, depending on the night.
Do you know Kelsey Harris?
Yes,
Okay. Friend of yours?
no, well, coworker, colleague,
Okay. You don't go to any classes with her, right?
no.
Okay. So how would you evaluate, if you were to make a determination, would you say that Tammy Daybell was very fit?
Yes,
So she had a low body fat, she had a petite figure, is that what you're telling me?
you don't have to have a low body fat or a petite figure to be highly fit, but what I observed is that she had the stamina from the time she started to the fall that she passed. She had the stamina to be able to complete those rigorous workouts.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Wixom.
No, Your Honor, we would excuse the witness.
All right, that concludes your testimony. Thank you very much for appearing today. Release from any subpoena, and I'll ask the state if they've got another witness to call.
We do, Your Honor. This time we would call Jennifer Geisler.
I'm sorry, Judge, I missed the name.
Jennifer Geisler.
You're a good defense attorney, Pryor, but you're also horses behind. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Good morning, Ms. Geisler. Before we commence with examination by the state, I just have a few questions now that you've been placed under oath. This trial has been broadcast on a court YouTube channel and publicly available to view. Have you observed any of the trial testimony since the case began?
I have not.
Okay. Have you discussed with anyone else the testimony that's been in the trial?
I have not.
Okay. Thanks for your responses. Mr. Wixom, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state your full name for the record?
Yep. Jennifer C. Geisler.
Will you please spell that?
JENNIFERCGEISLER.
Thank you. And where do you live?
I live in St. Anthony.
And where do you work?
I work at Central Elementary.
What is your job there?
I'm a first grade teacher. Yeah, first grade.
How long have you worked at the elementary school?
It's been about 26 years.
I want to draw your attention back to the summer and fall of 2019. Do you remember working with Tammy Daybell?
I do.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury, well, first, did you have interactions with Tammy at work?
I did. She was our librarian.
Could you please explain to the jury how often or frequently you interacted with her and what capacity?
I would probably see her at least every day going back and forth in the hall. I took my class to library once a week. And so I'd stop and talk frequently, probably about 2 to 3 times a week. I ate lunch with her. Our first grade team eats lunch first and we go into the lunchroom, our teacher workroom, and Tammy usually would come in and eat with us.
How would you describe your relationship with Tammy just overall?
Just friends. We were good friends.
And while working with her, what did you observe about her personality overall?
She was super friendly, always bubbly, happy. She was a person that you would like to be around.
Was that the case in the late summer, early fall of 2019 before she passed?
Yeah. Yep.
And did you ever do anything or associate with Tammy outside of school?
I did.
What did you do?
So she came to, it was a high fitness class that we had up in St. Anthony, and twice a week, I had invited her and Emma to come up and give it a try. And they came up and joined us. It's about an hour twice a week at night. And so they came up and exercised with us.
Was she regularly attending the class after you invited her?
She did.
Did she come both classes each week?
Most often.
When she was in class with you, did you have any opportunity to observe how she was doing in class?
So most of the time I was up in the front row. Tammy and Emma are in the back row. So I didn't get to see them through every song, but some of the songs you turn around and you can see they were always funny and giggly back there, and would sometimes add their own moves into the songs with them. And then at the end of the class, my sister and I go back and we kind of check everybody out. I punch our base cards. And so as they come through, I could talk to Tammy and Emma as they came through.
Did Tammy ever make any comments about how she was doing in class?
She loved it. She always thought it was just fun.
Did you observe how she was performing? Did she seem to be keeping up in the class?
Yeah, she did. Like when they come through, usually when you finish, you're pretty sweaty. And as she came through, she was as sweaty as everybody else.
Do you recall ever seeing any times where she had to take a break or got short of breath, anything like that?
Not that I recall.
When was the last time that you personally recall interacting with Tammy?
It was the Friday right before she died.
What was that interaction that you had with her?
I ate lunch across the table from her.
And what observations, if any, did you have of her health that day?
Just like a normal day. She was healthy, happy, talkative. She was sitting by her son, Seth. He was substituting that day. And just a normal day.
What was your reaction when you had learned that she passed?
I was super surprised that she had passed.
Why?
because she was just so healthy just the day before, and I was just talking to her.
And then last question, based upon what you observed, do you think you had enough opportunity to see Tammy in class and how her performance to have a fair assessment of how she was doing?
I do.
So had she fallen back or gotten tired, do you believe that you would have seen that?
Yeah.
How far away were you from her in the class typically?
I'm terrible at distance. I was like, she's probably 3 rows back, and it's just in their small little elementary gym.
Do you feel like you could see her well?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
About what time did Tammy and Emma sign up for the Zumba class?
Mhm. I don't remember the exact day.
Okay. Do you remember talking to Officer Mattingly about that?
I do.
Okay. Would it surprise you to learn that you told Officer Mattingly that Tammy had been in the Zumba class for around 4 months?
Yes, I think I did.
About what you said?
That's about what I said.
Okay. You also told Officer Mattingly that you didn't know whether Tammy was doing the high workout or the low intensity workout. Remember telling him that as well?
I remember telling him I didn't get to see her with every song, but as I turned, you could look back that way.
Okay. And you were in the front row, right?
I am.
And Tammy was in the back row.
Yes.
So in order to see Tammy, you would have had to purposely turn around and observe her, right?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, Emma was at every single one of the classes with her mother, correct?
Yes, she would come with your mom.
Now, you first met Tammy when?
And she started teaching, or was our librarian hired at our school.
2018?
If that's when. I can't remember when she was hired.
Okay. You mentioned that you guys were such good friends. You never went over to her house, though, did you?
No, just like school friends.
Oh, school friends. So you would just talk periodically during the day, right?
Right.
And teachers are busy. They have to take care of their students, correct?
Yep. We have our downtime at lunch.
Right. But the reality is that most of the downtime at lunch, it was Tammy and Emma who were spending their time together at almost every lunch. Do you recall that?
So Tammy would come in and sit with us to eat. Emma taught 3rd grade, and so her lunch was a little bit later in the day.
But they would spend time during the lunch hour together, right?
Possibly, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Judge, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Redirect.
Yeah, I have just a couple of questions.
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, just to be clear, are Zumba and high fitness class the same class?
So that's I was checking because I had talked to him before about Zumba. When I had asked Chrissy just before, how long have we been doing high fit? And she had clarified that we've been doing it for 6 years. And so it was more high fit when Emma and Tammy started coming. High fit is more intense. You got lots of jumping jacks and burpees and tuck jumps, and it's a lot more physical workout than Zumba. Zumba's a little bit more dancey.
I think you just asked some questions about eating lunch with Tammy. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to observe what kinds of food she ate or how healthy her eating was?
Yes, because if I followed her through the lunch line, I always commented she took all the vegetables. I would usually follow through and skip the vegetables and take the cookies and stuff. And I had commented to her that she eats super healthy. I wish I ate as healthy as she did.
During that last several months before she passed, did you ever observe her to gain or lose any weight?
Judge, this is going beyond.
Scope. This is Stan.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mary Cross.
If the court tells me where they're going to allow me to go on recross, I will.
Just on those very first comments about her testimony.
So I also must have misunderstood. So the high fitness is one class, correct?
Yes.
When did Tammy start doing the high fitness class?
So it was the same. I had just mentioned before when they'd asked me that I had said it was Zumba. We had started out doing Zumba a long time ago, and then our teacher, Chrissy, has turned it into a high fit class.
Oh, so it was all the same.
So it's all been high, not all the same. It went from Zumba, right? And then we stopped and then went into a high fit.
Okay.
And had been doing that for a while before Tammy and Emma joined in.
So
So instead of Zumba, they were doing high fit.
that was about 4 months of that, right?
Yes, and probably longer. I don't remember, recall exactly when they started.
So it could have been a little longer, could have been a little shorter.
Not shorter, but it could have been longer.
Oh, how do you know that it wasn't shorter?
Because I knew they were coming longer than 4 months.
Okay. Okay, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That concludes the testimony then of this witness. Is she permitted to be released from any subpoena?
From the defense, yes.
From the state as well, Your Honor.
All right. You're released from your subpoena. Thank you for appearing, and you may be excused.
Ingrid.
You want to get into another witness, or do you want to take the lunch recess?
Your Honor, the next witness will be a little more lengthy, and so I think we would probably end up at a weird stopping point. So we would request that we maybe just break 10 minutes early.
Okay, that would be my request as well, Judge.
I'm fine with that. We'll go ahead and take the noon recess. We'll go ahead and be in recess, and let's try and resume with additional testimony right at 1 o'clock.
All right, great.
Oh, no, they just one thing. The other one I emailed just has one change.
Okay, folks, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Bailiff, we could please have the jurors return to the courtroom. Sure.
Okay, we zoomed through the hour lunch. That was a really quick lunch.
All right, great. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just concluded the lunch recess. The jurors are all properly seated and accounted for. We just completed a witness before the lunch break, so I believe the state will be calling another witness at this time. Who's going to be calling that witness?
I will, Your Honor. The state will call Detective Bruce Mattingly.
All right, you can call your witness. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Fair or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Great, thanks.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, let me just inquire before we start with direct. Detective Mattingly, since this trial has been broadcast, have you reviewed either in person or on the broadcast any of the trial testimony that's taken place since the case started?
No.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else the substance of their testimony?
No.
Okay, thanks for that. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Mattingly, would you please spell your name for the record?
Last is Mattingly, Mattingly.
Where are you currently employed?
Fremont County, Idaho Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with them?
I'm going on my 23rd year.
What is your current title and or position?
Current title is Detective Sergeant for over detectives.
How long have you held that position?
I've been a detective for the last 7 years.
Have you held other positions then within the Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
I have. I've worked in the jail, worked on patrol, and as a resource officer.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a law enforcement officer?
I do. I graduated from the Post Academy, and I earned my basic, intermediate, advanced, and master's certificates.
Were you working in Fremont County on October 19th of 2019?
I was.
Were you on shift that day?
No, I was not.
Did you end up receiving a call from someone about an unattended death?
I did.
Who called you?
That was Deputy Allie Greenhall.
Do you know why she ended up reaching out to you?
She reached out to me because she could not get a hold of the on-call detective at the moment.
And when we talk about an unattended death, can you explain to the jury what that is for purposes of law enforcement?
Yeah. A unattended death is any death, whether it's natural, self-inflicted, or otherwise accidental, that has gone on other than one that's not being attended to by a physician.
So if a physician is not present when someone passes away, you may respond out to an unattended death.
That is correct.
At the time in Fremont County, as a detective, did you respond out every time there was an unattended death?
No.
When would you respond out as a detective?
Depending on age, circumstances, possible signs of reasons for death, any obvious wounds or anything that might throw a flag up to whoever was on shift or taking the call.
And when you talk about whoever was on shift or taking the call, what position would that individual hold within the sheriff's office?
That would be a patrolman.
And was Deputy Greenalch a patrol officer at the time?
Yes, he was.
When she reached out to you, did you end up speaking with her on October 19th?
I did.
Did you learn who the decedent was?
Yes.
And who was that?
Tamara or Tammy Daybell.
Had you ever heard that name before?
If I had, I couldn't recall at that time.
Had you ever heard the name Chad Daybell at that point in time?
No, I had not.
When you received the call, did you end up asking questions of the deputy?
I did.
Do you recall what some of the inquiries you made were?
Wanted to know what she was seeing, and she described the scene to me and the state of Tammy and what it looked like, along with who found her and who else was on the scene.
At that time, did Deputy Greenalch report anything suspicious to you?
Nothing was reported, no.
Did you provide any direction to Deputy Greenalch as far as what she should do?
I did. I requested of her to take a lot of photos, and my exact wording was to have her take a shit ton of photos.
Did you request she do anything else that you recall?
To talk with the coroner when she got on scene and discuss whether or not to do autopsy or retrieve blood.
And from your understanding, who makes the determination as to whether or not to have an autopsy performed?
Final decision comes down to the coroner.
So that is not a decision ultimately up to law enforcement?
No, it is not.
When you spoke with Deputy Greenalch, did she mention to you anything about pink foam or blood sputum coming from Miss Daybell's mouth?
No, she did not.
How many unattended deaths have you responded out to approximately?
Probably 80 or more.
And back in 2019, would that number have been a little less?
Yes.
Out of those unattended deaths, have you ever responded out to one where you saw the foam or the sputum?
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance.
Overruled.
I had not.
If you were told that, would that have impacted your decision on not responding out?
Yes.
And would you have responded out?
I would have.
Did you do anything else after you received that call from Deputy Greenalch?
I did.
And what did you do?
I called Lieutenant Joe Powell and gave him an update on the call Allie was on, knowing he was a lot closer than I was. And if somebody was going to be responding, he would be the most likely or the quickest one to get there.
And did you share with him the details that you had learned from Deputy Greenalch?
I had.
And again, based on the information you were provided from the deputy, a decision was made not to respond out.
Correct.
But it sounds like since then you'd learned additional information regarding the scene. Is that fair?
Yes.
Such as the pink foam?
Correct.
Do you know who the on-call detective was that night?
I do.
And who was that?
That was Detective Vincent Kayakamanu.
At some point, did you learn whether or not Deputy Greenalch also was able to get in touch with him?
She was able to, yes.
So initially, is it fair to say that on October 19th of 2019, outside of the initial response from the deputy, there was not an investigation launched into Tammy's death?
Correct.
At some point in time, did you become involved in an investigation into Tammy Daybell's death?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
For myself, I started about mid-December of 2019.
Do you know when Fremont County Sheriff's Office became involved?
So right at the end of October or the very 1st of November.
And that would be of 2019?
2019.
At the time you became involved in the investigation into Tammy's death, were you aware of any other related investigations that were ongoing?
I was.
What were those investigations?
So there were quite a few agencies involved for some different reasons. Rexburg Police Department and the FBI were looking for JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan. In Gilbert, Arizona, they were investigating the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. And in Chandler, they were doing an investigation into the shooting of Charles Vallow.
And we talked about on October 19th, you had never heard of Tammy or Chad Daybell that you could recall. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Had you ever heard the name back on October 19th? Had you heard of JJ Vallow?
No.
Had you heard of Tylee Ryan?
No.
Had you heard of Lori Vallow?
No.
Alex Cox?
None.
Had you heard of Charles Vallow?
No.
So you learned of these individuals later when you became involved in the investigation. Is that fair?
That would be correct.
And would it be fair to say that it was a joint investigation?
It was, yes.
Was your focus in regard to the investigation on the death of Tammy Daybell?
It was.
Were there specific areas of the investigation that you personally focused on?
Correct. Yes, there were.
And specifically, did you look into Tammy's health?
I did.
what were some of the things you looked at in relation to Tammy's health?
So one of the things we looked at in the beginning was medical records that we were able to acquire through Seasons Medical and Teton Medical and Walmart Pharmacy.
And in talking about those medical records, you listed 3 different places. Do you know why the records were obtained from Teton and Seasons?
Those were the places that we could find that she had been to when we did our background on the prescription monitoring program through Idaho. It showed she had some prescriptions from those medical facilities, so we were able to get the records from those.
And are you personally the one that received those records?
No, I was not.
At some point, did you review those medical records?
I did.
And we talked about how you located those. And actually, I'm going to withdraw that and back up. When you reviewed those medical records, was there any indication to you in your review of health issues related to Tammy Daybell?
There were just some general health issues. She had been prescribed tramadol for some wrist pain. And then she was also prescribed fluoxetine for managing depression.
At some point, as part of your investigation, did you review statements that had been provided by Chad Daybell to law enforcement and the coroner?
I had, yes.
And were those the statements that were provided on October 19th of 2019?
Yes, they were.
When you looked at those statements, do you recall some of the things Chad had indicated in relation to Tammy's health?
Yes.
What were some of those things?
Some of them were reported as being dizzy, I believe fainting, slowing down during classes.
When you looked at the medical records, did you see any indication or reference to Tammy having any dizziness or dizziness spells?
No, I did not.
Did you see any indication of seizure or seizure-like activity being reported?
None.
Did you see any indication regarding low blood pressure?
No.
Did you see any indication that would reference or explain a slowdown in activity?
I did not.
When you looked at those statements from Chad, did you actually review the reports from the deputy on scene?
I did.
And did you learn who else was on scene or there when the initial deputy arrived?
Yes.
And who else was in the residence?
Garth Daybell.
In those reports, did you ever see Garth, any indication from Garth that he had concerns about his mother's health?
No.
Did you ever see any indication from Chad regarding Tammy having a prior history of anemia?
No.
Did you ever see any indication that Chad had reported he was concerned? I can hand those back to the bailiff, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You guys, I'm going to throw the whole YouTube out in the middle of the road, and I'm going to run it over myself. Okay, let me go back. So this was after lunch. The witness. All right.
And from your understanding, who makes the determination as to whether or not to have an autopsy performed?
Final decision comes down to the coroner.
So that is not a decision ultimately up to law enforcement.
No, it is not.
When you spoke with Deputy Greenalch, did she mention to you anything about pink foam or blood sputum coming from Miss Daybell's mouth?
No, she did not.
How many unattended deaths have you responded out to approximately?
Probably 80 or more.
And back in 2019, would that number have been a little less?
Yes.
Out of those unattended deaths, have you ever responded out to one where you saw the foam or the sputum?
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance.
Overruled.
I had not.
If you were told that, would that have impacted your decision on not responding out?
Yes,
And would you have responded out?
I would have.
Did you do anything else after you received that call from Deputy Greenalch?
I did.
And what did you do?
I called Lieutenant Joe Powell and gave him an update on the call Allie was on. knowing he was a lot closer than I was. And if somebody was going to be responding, he would be the most likely or the quickest one to get there.
And did you share with him the details that you had learned from Deputy Greenalch?
I had.
And again, based on the information you were provided from the deputy, a decision was made not to respond out.
Correct.
But it sounds like since then you'd learned additional information regarding the scene. Is that fair?
Yes.
Such as the pink foam.
Correct.
Do you know who the on-call detective was that night?
I do.
And who was that?
That was Detective Vincent Kayakamanu.
At some point, did you learn whether or not Deputy Greenalch also was able to get in touch with him?
She was able to, yes.
So initially, is it fair to say that on October 19th of 2019, outside of the initial response from the deputy, there was not an investigation launched into Tammy's death?
Correct.
At some point in time, did you become involved in an investigation into Tammy Daybell's death?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
For myself, I started about mid-December of 2019.
Do you know when Fremont County Sheriff's Office became involved?
Right at the end of October or the very 1st of November.
And that would be of 2019?
2019.
At the time you became involved in the investigation into Tammy's death, were you aware of any other related investigations that were ongoing?
I was.
What were those investigations?
So there were quite a few agencies involved for some different reasons. Rexburg Police Department and the FBI were looking for JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan. In Gilbert, Arizona, they were investigating the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. And in Chandler, they were doing an investigation into the shooting of Charles Vallow.
And we talked about on October 19th, you had never heard of Tammy or Chad Daybell that you could recall. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Had you ever heard the name back on October 19th? Had you heard of JJ Vallow?
No.
Had you heard of Tylee Ryan?
No.
Had you heard of Lori Vallow?
No.
Alex Cox?
None.
Had you heard of Charles Vallow?
No.
So you learned of these individuals later when you became involved in the investigation. Is that fair?
That would be correct.
And would it be fair to say that it was a joint investigation?
It was, yes.
Was your focus in regard to the investigation on the death of Tammy Daybell?
It was.
Were there specific areas of the investigation that you personally focused on?
Correct. Yes, there were.
And specifically, did you look into Tammy's health?
I did.
What were some of the things you looked at in relation to Tammy's health?
So one of the things we looked at in the beginning was medical records that we were able to acquire through Seasons Medical and Teton Medical and Walmart Pharmacy.
And in talking about those medical records, you listed 3 different places. Do you know why the records were obtained from Teton and Seasons?
Those were the places that we could find that she had been to when we did our background on the prescription monitoring program through Idaho. It showed she had some prescriptions from those medical facilities, so we were able to get the records from those.
And are you personally the one that received those records?
No, I was not.
At some point, did you review those medical records?
I did.
And we talked about how you located those. And actually, I'm going to withdraw that and back up. When you reviewed those medical records, was there any indication to you in your review of health issues related to Tammy Daybell?
There were just some general health issues. She had been prescribed tramadol for some wrist pain. And then she was also prescribed fluoxetine for managing depression.
At some point, as part of your investigation, did you review statements that had been provided by Chad Daybell to law enforcement and the coroner?
I had, yes.
And were those the statements that were provided on October 19th of 2019?
Yes, they were.
When you looked at those statements, do you recall some of the things Chad had indicated in relation to Tammy's health?
Yes.
What were some of those things?
Some of them were reported as being dizzy, I believe fainting, slowing down during classes.
When you looked at the medical records, did you see any indication or reference to Tammy having any dizziness or dizziness spells?
No, I did not.
Did you see any indication of seizure or seizure-like activity being reported?
None.
Did you see any indication regarding low blood pressure?
No.
Did you see any indication that would reference or explain a slowdown in activity?
I did not.
When you looked at those statements from Chad, did you actually review the report from the deputy on scene?
I did.
And did you learn who else was on scene or there when the initial deputy arrived?
Yes.
And who else was in the residence?
Garth Daybell.
In those reports, did you ever see Garth, any indication from Garth that he had concerns about his mother's health?
No.
Did you ever see any indication from Chad regarding Tammy having a prior history of anemia?
No.
Did you ever see any indication that Chad had reported he was concerned because of a history of heart conditions in Tammy's family?
None.
In reviewing those reports, did you see any statements made by Emma Daybell at the time of her mother's passing?
Yes, I believe her statement was that she said her mom had been slowing down in one of the fitness classes.
Did you ever get to talk to Emma Daybell?
No, I did not.
Did you make attempts?
Yes,
And she was unwilling to speak with you?
that is correct.
When we talk about the medical records and how you located those, did Chad Daybell ever tell you about any other medical providers? Or did you learn if he told anyone about any other medical providers in law enforcement?
No, there was no other mentioned.
Did anyone in his family, any of his children, ever provide you information regarding other medical providers to look at?
No, they did not.
Through your investigation, did you learn whether or not Tammy Daybell had some life insurance policies?
Yeah, I did.
What did you learn in regards to that?
I learned that she had 2 life insurance policies. One was through Primerica, and the other one was through LifeMap.
And in relation to those insurance policies, through the investigation, are you aware if some documents were obtained from specifically looking at LifeMap?
Yes,
Did you review those responsive documents from LifeMap?
I did.
Do you recall reviewing a form titled Beneficiary Statement?
Yes,
And Your Honor, by stipulation, I believe LifeMap has already been admitted, but I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 152, which is the beneficiary form just referenced, or the beneficiary statement.
And are you referring to both the beneficiary statement and the admitted exhibit?
This is just the beneficiary statement that's been marked as 152.
Okay, and that would be a new unadmitted exhibit at this time?
Correct.
Okay.
It's just part of a stipulated to exhibit, but only one part of it, so it's been marked separately.
All right. And are you moving to admit that at this time?
I would be moving for admission.
Any objection to exhibit 152 being admitted?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, exhibit 152 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if I can, I have a courtesy copy for the court and then the actual exhibit. If I can have the exhibit handed to the witness.
Thank you. Yes.
And if you look at that, Detective Mattingly, is that a accurate copy of the beneficiary statement you reviewed?
yes.
And Your Honor, I am going to ask to publish this. I'd be publishing off the Elmo.
Okay. You're permitted to do that.
Do you want the exhibit published? I have a copy, but would you like the actual exhibit published?
Yes, please.
And Detective, I think there may be a laser pointer up there. If that's beneficial as we look at this.
Could you pull that down for a second and we'll have a quick sidebar? Redacted a personal identifier information off of that before publishing, so you can continue, Ms. Blake. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Detective, you indicated you recognize this form.
Yes.
And actually, I'm going to move it up. At the bottom of the form, can you see who signed this? Or not at the very bottom, but can you see who filled this out?
Chad Daybell.
And actually also, do you see the date that he signed this?
It'll be 10/30/2019.
And again, Tammy was pronounced dead on October 19th of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then if we go back to the top.
Judge,
Yes.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm seeing motion in the jury pool.
Is your monitor not working? Oh, we got a monitor not working. Thanks for.
Looks like maybe none of them are.
Okay. See if we can get that sorted out. Thank you. I think that might have gotten it. Still no? We're going to have a tech issue with that. I don't think we can resolve that quickly. For now, I'm going to suggest we keep moving where the jurors can still see that up there. And I'll note also you will be provided this exhibit for your deliberations if you need to reference it back.
Detective Mattingly, when we look at this form, we've already indicated it was filled out by Chad Daybell, correct?
Correct.
And on there, there's a designation about when the health of the deceased first became impaired. Do you see that under the medical information?
I do. That'll be on the left.
What was the date that Chad Daybell wrote in there?
October 18th, 2019.
So the day before Tammy died is when he indicated her health became impaired?
Yes.
And I guess let me back up there. The day before Tammy was declared deceased, he'd indicated her health had started to have changes?
Yes.
Can you also see the last date that she attended work?
I'll be on the right side. The date indicated that she last worked was on October 18th, 2019.
And then under there, there's a section attending physicians. Can you read into the record what Chad wrote under physician name?
Under the physician name, he wrote none. She died in her sleep.
So on this particular form, Chad Daybell didn't indicate that she was seeing any medical provider.
Correct.
Detective Mattingly, did anything on that beneficiary's form support the statements Chad Daybell previously gave to law enforcement?
No.
What else, if anything, did you do in relation to looking into Tammy's health?
I also got a search warrant from Fitbit.
And why did you end up requesting a search warrant from Fitbit?
As we were reviewing the crime scene photos, on a nightstand by Tammy's side of the bed was a Fitbit. And knowing the information that could possibly be on Fitbit, we requested a search warrant.
Did you receive responsive documents from Fitbit?
We did.
And did you yourself review those?
I did.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108. It is an affidavit of records from the custodian from Fitbit. I believe this is also a stipulated to exhibit pursuant to that, but I do have that affidavit for the court and would move for its admission.
All right, Exhibit 108's been offered. Is there any objection?
Judge, it was a stipulated agreement to the parties that this information would be allowed.
All right, then without objection, Exhibit 108 is admitted.
And Detective Mattingly, in looking at that, have you seen that document before?
Yes, I have.
And you reviewed the responsive documents that that's referencing?
Yes.
Based on your review of those documents, was there quite a bit of information?
Yes, there was.
And backing up a little bit, what is it that made you get a search warrant to Fitbit or to request documents from them?
So Fitbit, in reviewing what they had to offer, we were looking for heart rate and sleep patterns and times that people are asleep, along with their activity. The reason we were looking for those is to hopefully narrow down the exact time of death or a closer period to do so.
And did you actually locate a Fitbit at the Daybell residence?
No, we did not.
How did you come to determine that Tammy Daybell may have worn a Fitbit?
So we found a picture of the Fitbit from the scene photos that Allie had taken. And then from there, we also looked into her Facebook account, which had several pictures where you could see her wearing a Fitbit.
And as part of your review of that Fitbit data, did you prepare an exhibit for today?
Yes.
Do you believe that that exhibit would aid in your testimony?
Yes, it would.
Do you believe it would aid the jurors in understanding the evidence?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108A, and I would move for the admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 108A is admitted.
And similarly, Judge, this is actually going to be a jump drive, but I do have a print off as a courtesy.
Okay. Are you going to be publishing this, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think we might have tech available to come in here quickly and potentially get the jurors monitored. monitors reconnected. Okay, they're on their way. Let's take a real quick, just stand up break, and maybe the jurors can be excused to the hallway for a minute. And I'm hoping this will just be quick, but we'll see if we can get those monitors working again. All right, please.
Okay, hold on. Let's see if we can get it rolling on a river. Rolling now. Okay, I think they're back. I think they're back. I think they're back. I think they are back.
All right, we can have our jurors return, please.
Okay, there we go. We are back. Yes. Hey, Brenda, welcome back. Welcome back.
All right, please. Here's our president for you. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, completed our mid-afternoon recess. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to continue with direct, you may. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
And thank you, Your Honor. I think where the state had left off is we were asking to publish, I believe it's Exhibit 108A.
And you may do that.
And Detective Mattingly, we were talking about the Fitbit information that you received. On this first slide here, can we talk a little bit about what we're seeing? What information did this provide you?
So this provided the Fitbit account for Tammy Daybell, and we looked at trying to verify the account as Tammy's. We were able to use that or do that by using her email, tammy.daybell@gmail.com. And we also used her date of birth that was inputted along with the listed friends that was on her Fitbit site, which were three of her children, Emma, Leah, and Seth.
And that information is not showing on this slide, but was additional information provided through Fitbit.
Yes.
And then on this, we see a user created. Do you see that date on there?
On the user create, the second one from the top?
Yes.
Yes.
What did that indicate to you?
That was when the account was created.
And then if we look down a little bit, there's a paired date. I think it's the second from the bottom. And that is a different date than the top one, correct?
Yes, it is.
What did the paired date indicate to you?
To me, that indicates most recent device that was paired with Fitbit.
So Tammy may have had an account before, but received a new device.
She may have had a different device and got a new device, yes.
So when she got the new device, that would create a different paired date.
Yes.
And were you able to see at the bottom there the last sync date?
Yes, the last sync date is 10/20/2019 at 2029.
And again, Tammy Daybell was pronounced dead on October 19th of 2019.
Yes, the day before this.
So the last sync date was the day after her passing.
Correct.
And this Fitbit device itself was never recovered.
It was not.
outside of looking to assign it, who this device belonged to, you'd also talked about you were looking to try to find information regarding the heart rate. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So we're looking for the heart rate to determine a better exact time or a closer time that Tammy passed away.
And were you able to get information regarding the heart rate from the Fitbit?
No, we were not. The device, as it's listed up there, is a Alta device, which I learned is their base model. It'll show the heart rate as it's going on. You can sit there and look and see the heart rate, but it does not record with Fitbit.
Then I think one of the other things you indicated you wanted to look at was possibly sleep patterns or any sleep data that was recorded.
Yes.
What were you able to determine in relation to the sleep data?
The sleep data was very sparse from day to day or month to month. Like it would, for an example, this may not be accurate, but it might show on the 17th that she slept for an hour and a half. On another day, it might show 20 minutes, but on most days, it didn't record any sleep patterns.
Did that lead you to believe that she did not routinely wear it at night?
That's what it led me to believe, yes.
So ultimately, were you able to gain much information outside of learning that she didn't wear it at night?
Beyond that, that was all I could figure out.
And then what were some of the other things that you looked at in relation to the Fitbit data?
So the other things that were provided were the step counts from day to day, month to month for the year.
And if we look at this next slide, can you talk about what we're seeing here?
So these are the steps per month that was recorded by Fitbit when Tammy wore her device.
And when we see it starting with October and goes down to January and then a grand total steps, was this January of 2019 through October of 2019?
Yes.
So it's going in the opposite order.
Correct.
When you reviewed this, did you make any determination with regard to those steps in relation to your investigation?
So when I was reviewing the steps, the numbers to me looked fairly big, but I didn't know what that meant as far as activity. Was it above average, normal, or below? I wasn't sure. So looking at those numbers, I was able to also research via the internet and found out the CDC recommended guidelines were recommended to have at least 10,000 steps per day. And these were the amount of steps that she took for those months.
And out of those months, was she generally above average?
Out of all the months, generally she was above average. There were a few months that she was not.
And the months that she was not above average, was she close to the average?
Yes, she was.
Any indication to you that there were months that she severely slowed down in activity?
Nothing that was severely slowed down, no.
And when we look at that last month of October, again, Tammy was pronounced dead on October 19th in the early morning hours. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that is not the full month.
That is not a full month.
From your review of things, did it appear that she was on track to be above average for the month of October of 2019?
Yes.
Did you look at any additional things in relation to Tammy's health? Outside of the Fitbit? And maybe I'll back up. Did you conduct any interviews with anyone that knew Tammy?
Yes, I did.
Did you conduct interviews with friends and family of Tammy?
Yes.
And through those interviews, did you learn anything that would support the statements made by Chad Daybell on October 19th of 2019 regarding Tammy's health?
No.
Generally, what did you learn through your investigation regarding Tammy's health?
Found that she was reported as being very active, a go-getter.
Like,
when you conducted the interviews, did you interview multiple of Tammy's friends or coworkers?
I did.
Did you interview some family members?
Yes.
Out of everyone you interviewed, was there any indication that Tammy's health was slowing down?
None.
Was there any indication that Tammy had seizures?
None.
Any indication Tammy had low blood pressure?
No.
Any indication Tammy had fainting spells?
No.
So from all the interviews you conducted, anything to support the statements made by Chad Daybell on October 19th of 2019?
There was none.
As part of your investigation, we talked about some life insurance policies that Tammy had. And we've gone over the life map a little bit. And I believe you already testified, but there was another life insurance policy?
Yes, there was.
And what was that one?
Primerica.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 122. It's my understanding that this is being admitted by stipulation, and it contains the business record certification.
All right, Exhibit 122 has been offered. Is there any objection? All right, it'll be reviewed by council.
And I will indicate there's a copy for counsel, the court, and a courtesy copy for your honor.
Thank you.
And Detective Mattingly, I'll just have you look through those pages. And do those appear to be an accurate depiction of documents you reviewed?
They are.
And in relation to the life insurance policies, were you able to determine the total amount of life insurance on Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
What was the total amount of coverage?
So on the Primerica insurance, it was 300,000,
And do you recall in relation to Life Map what the total was?
130,000.
And when you looked at those policies on the Primerica, was Chad also an insured?
He was.
What about the Life Map? Was Chad also an insured? Only Tammy?
Only Tammy.
Who was Tammy's beneficiary for the Life Map?
Chad Daybell.
Who was Tammy's beneficiary for Primerica?
Chad Daybell.
Through the investigation, were you able to determine if that life insurance was ever paid out?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
I learned both of them had been paid out.
And who were they paid to?
To Chad Daybell.
I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Which one?
I guess I maybe do just need to clarify, was that last exhibit admitted?
I don't think we actually got that admitted on the record, so you review.
I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind. I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind. No, gotta go find it. Gotta go find it. Gotta go find it. Was it this far in? I don't remember.
That day?
No, I was not.
Did you end up receiving a call from someone about an unattended death?
I did.
Okay,
Who
well, I
called you?
already remember that.
That was Deputy Allie Greenhall.
Do you know?
Are you going to be publishing this, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think we might have tech available to come in here quickly and potentially get the jurors' monitors reconnected.
Okay, well, wait. We already saw that too. I know.
Okay,
Peggy.
they're on their way. Let's take a real quick, just stand up break, and maybe the jurors can be excused to the hallway for a minute. And I'm hoping this will just be quick, but we'll see if we can get those monitors working again.
Exhibit for today.
Yes.
Do you believe that that exhibit would aid in your testimony?
Yes.
Or wait, was that a different exhibit? You guys, this is the suckiest day ever. Oh, hold on. Lord. Hey, Mary Lou, how are you? I'm not having a good day today. Things are going all kinds of wonky with YouTube today.
The truth.
Okay, he's been up there for how long now, guys? How long has this dude been on the stand since we've been watching?
When you looked at those statements from Chad, did you actually review the report from the deputy on scene?
I did.
And did you learn who else was on scene or there when the initial deputy arrived?
Yes.
And who else was in the residence?
Garth Daybell.
In those reports, did you ever see Garth? Any indication from Garth that
Okay, can somebody tell me if they know where before it did its stupid little thing, where ooh, Jolie's got a Reese cup. You guys, her daddy spoils her rotten. Before YouTube so rudely interrupted, where had there been any exhibits on the screen? I'm not gonna lie. I have been getting my little diamond painting kit ready to be kitted up. So I have not been looking at the screen. I've been listening. I've been working and lurking. So I need to know if there have been exhibits on the screen. Oh my God. The no good, very bad, very no good, bad day. Yes, exactly, QB. Oh, they have been up there forever. Oopsie. Okay. All right. So we saw these Fitbit. I remember him talking about the Fitbit stuff. Okay.
Daybell.
and actually also, do you see the date that he signed this?
Okay. This was the
It'll
insurance.
be 10/30/2019.
And again, Tammy was pronounced dead on October 19th of 2019. Is that correct?
Okay. I think this is about
Yes.
where we need to be.
And then if we go back to the top.
Judge,
Yes.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm seeing motion in the jury pool.
Okay. I remember that part. Now I can fast forward it about what, 5 minutes maybe?
Sure.
Oh, well, they're taking a break. What are they taking a break for? See, my brain is just completely scrambled. This is when he told him to do a little standaroonie thing, I think. I don't know, you guys. Well, apparently they're taking a. Okay, hold on. Tech stuff. Fixed. Jeez Louise. Today is not my day.
Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22211623. Completed our mid-afternoon recess. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to continue with direct, you may. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Keep going, QB.
I believe it's exhibit 1.
Oh, here. Okay, okay, okay. Okay.
And Detective Mattingly, we were talking about the Fitbit information that you received. On this first slide here, can we talk a little bit about what?
Mickey Joe, I'm killing myself. And it's not even me. It's YouTube keeps doing this refresh. They like automatically refreshes the stupid page and then it throws me into live mode when I'm not watching it live. We're watching it delayed. And it just automatically refreshes and goes straight to the live to the very end. And it's killing me. I want to like throw the whole thing out in the road, stomp on it. The whole thing.
What we're seeing. What information did this provide you?
So this provided the Fitbit account for Tammy Daybell. And we looked at trying to verify the account as Tammy's. We were able to use that or do that by using her email, tammy.daybell@gmail.com. And we also used her date of birth that was inputted along with the listed friends that was on her Fitbit site, which were three of her children, Emma, Leah, and Seth.
And that information is not showing on this slide, but was additional information provided through Fitbit.
Yes.
And then on this, we see a user created. Do you see that date on there?
On the user create, the second one from the top?
Yes.
Yes.
What did that indicate to you?
That was when the account was created.
And then if we look down a little bit, there's a paired date. I think it's the second from the bottom. And that is a different date than the top one, correct?
Yes, it is.
What did the paired date indicate to you?
To me, that indicates most recent device that was paired with Fitbit.
So Tammy may have had an account before, but received a new device.
She may have had a different device and got a new device, yes.
So when she got the new device, that would create a different paired date.
Yes.
And were you able to see at the bottom there the last sync date?
Yes, the last sync date is 10/20/2019 at 2029.
And again, Tammy Daybell was pronounced dead on October 19th of 2019.
Yes, the day before this.
So the last sync date was the day after her passing.
Wait, what was 10 minutes ago? What was 10 minutes ago? What was 10 minutes ago? What was 10 minutes ago, QB? Can I throw this stream in the trash? QB, tell me what was 10 minutes ago, ma'am. I want off the struggle bus, Morgana. Yes, I do. I want off of it. QB, tell me what was 10 minutes ago. Are you telling me I need to speed this video up 10 minutes? Do I need to speed it up 10 minutes? Is that what you're saying? Oh, geez, Louise. Can you all not hear me? Can you guys hear the words? Okay, okay, okay. QB says you're good, ma'am. But what was 10 minutes ago? Right there. What is she doing? QB, you're behind.
Correct.
And this.
Am I really muted? No. I hate it here. Brenda says you're a bunch of lying meanie pantses.
Fitbit device itself was never recovered.
It was not.
Outside of looking to assign it, who this device belonged to, you'd also talked about you were looking to try to find information regarding the heart rate. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So we're looking for the heart rate to determine a better exact time or a closer time that Tammy passed away.
And were you able to get information regarding the heart rate from the Fitbit return?
No, we were not. The device, as it's listed up there, is a Alta device, which I learned is their base model. It'll show the heart rate as it's going on. You can sit there and look and see the heart rate, but it does not record with Fitbit.
Then I think one of the other things you indicated you wanted to look at was possibly sleep patterns or any sleep data that was recorded.
Yes.
What were you able to determine in relation to the sleep data?
The sleep data was very sparse from day to day or month to month. Like it would, for an example, this may not be accurate, but it might show on the 17th that she slept with it for an hour and a half. On another day, it might show 20 minutes, but on most days, it didn't record any sleep patterns.
Did that lead you to believe that she did not routinely wear it at night?
That's what it led me to believe, yes.
So ultimately, were you able to gain much information outside of learning that she didn't wear it at night?
Beyond that, that was all I could figure out.
And then what were some of the other things that you looked at in relation to the Fitbit data?
So the other things that we were provided were the step counts from day to day, month to month for the year.
Okay. Did they mute the stream? Why can't I hear anything?
And if we look at this next slide, can you talk about what we're seeing here?
So these are the steps per month that was recorded by Fitbit when Tammy wore her device.
And when we see it starting with October and goes down to January and then a grand total steps, was this January of 2019 through October of 2019?
Yes.
So it's going in the opposite order.
Correct.
When you reviewed this, did you make any determination with regard to those steps in relation to your investigation?
So when I was reviewing the steps, the numbers to me looked fairly big, but I didn't know what that meant as far as activity. Was it above average, normal, or below? I wasn't sure. So looking at those numbers, I was able to also research via the internet and found out the CDC recommended guidelines were recommended to have at least 10,000 steps per day. And these were the amount of steps that she took for those months.
And out of those months, was she generally above average?
Out of all the months, generally, she was above average. There were a few months that she was not.
And the months that she was not above average, was she close to the average?
Yes, she was.
Any indication to you that there were months that she severely slowed down in activity?
Nothing that was severely slowed down, no.
And when we look at that last month of October, again, Tammy was pronounced dead on October 19th in the early morning hours. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that is not the full month.
That is not a full month.
From your review of things, did it appear that she was on track to be above average for the month of October of 2019?
Yes.
Did you look at any additional things in relation to Tammy's health? Outside of the Fitbit? And maybe I'll back up. Did you conduct any interviews with anyone that knew Tammy?
Yes, I did.
Did you conduct interviews with friends and family of Tammy?
Yes.
And through those interviews, did you learn anything that would support the statements made by Chad Daybell on October 19th of 2019 regarding Tammy's health?
No.
Generally, what did you learn through your investigation regarding Tammy's health?
Found that she was reported as being very active, a go-getter.
Blake.
When you conducted the interviews, did you interview multiple of Tammy's friends or coworkers?
I did.
Did you interview some family members?
Yes.
Out of everyone you interviewed, was there any indication that Tammy's health was slowing down?
None.
Was there any indication that Tammy had seizures?
None.
Any indication Tammy had low blood pressure?
No.
Any indication Tammy had fainting spells?
No.
So from all the interviews you conducted, anything to support the statements made by Chad Daybell on October 19th of 2019?
There was none.
As part of your investigation, we talked about some life insurance policies that Tammy had. And we've gone over the life map a little bit. And I believe you already testified, but there was another life insurance policy.
Yes, there was.
And what was that one?
Primerica.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 122. It's my understanding that this is being admitted by stipulation, and it contains the business record certification.
All right, Exhibit 122 has been offered. Is there any objection? All right, it'll be reviewed by counsel.
And I will indicate there's a copy for counsel, the court, and a courtesy copy for Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Detective Mattingly, I'll just have you look through those pages. And do those appear to be an accurate depiction of documents you reviewed?
They are.
And in relation to the life insurance policies, were you able to determine the total amount of life insurance on Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
What was the total amount of coverage?
So on the Primerica insurance, it was 300,000.
And do you recall in relation to Life Map what the total was?
130,000.
And when you looked at those policies on the Primerica, was Chad also an insured?
He was.
What about the Life Map? Was Chad also an insured? Only Tammy?
Only Tammy.
Who was Tammy's beneficiary for the Life Map?
Chad Daybell.
Who was Tammy's beneficiary for Primerica?
Chad Daybell.
Through the investigation, were you able to determine if that life insurance was ever paid out?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
I learned both of them had been paid out.
And who were they paid to?
To Chad Daybell.
I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Which one?
I guess I maybe do just need to clarify, was that last exhibit admitted?
You know, I don't.
I hate it here. I hate it here.
I don't think we actually got that admitted on the record. So you reviewed it. Is there any objection to it being admitted? We've now discussed.
I just don't know if we officially put that in the record, so I would move for its admission.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. It is admitted now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Let's try that again. Good afternoon.
There you go. That sounds great. Thank you. Good afternoon.
You mentioned that you had reached out to speak to the family members, the immediately family members, and you know who those are, right?
Yes.
You know about Emma?
I do.
What are the dates and times that you tried to reach out to Emma to talk to her about this case and the Fitbit and all of that?
I'd have to go back and look. I couldn't tell you that.
Exactly. To go back and look, that could refresh your recollection.
I might, yeah.
Okay, those at the prosecutor's table?
Yes, they are.
With the court's permission, could I allow the detective to refresh his recollection?
Yes.
Your Honor, could I ask for that last question to be repeated back?
Go ahead.
Last question.
Could I have the one before that? Thank you.
And it'll be the one before that, I think, too.
About data and Fitbit and all that.
Thank you.
I don't have those dates.
I'm sorry?
I don't have those dates.
Oh, you don't have any dates in your notebook reflecting that you tried to speak with Emma Murray?
No.
Do you have any recordings or any body cams or anything that would help you in determining whether you actually ever did talk to Emma Murray?
Yes, those were recorded.
Those were recorded?
Was recorded, yes.
Attempts to talk to Emma Murray?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't know the times?
I don't.
You don't know the frequencies? The frequency with which you talked to her, how many times?
I talked to her one time.
Do you know what time that was?
It would have been in the afternoon after school.
Yeah, what month was that?
No, that's so long ago, I can't tell you an exact month.
Okay. You approached her after school?
I did.
Okay. Did she try to talk to you?
No.
Okay. And that was recorded, you said?
Yes.
And how was that recorded? By body cam or an audio?
Audio.
Yeah. And you still have possession of that audio?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Let's move on to Garth. How many times did you try to talk to Garth?
I was not assigned to talk to Garth.
Okay, so you never spoke to Garth about any of these. You didn't talk to him about this Fitbit or anything else, right?
No.
Okay. And you're the one who was the responsibility to do the research and the investigation on this Fitbit, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And as far as the insurance is concerned, on their mother and Chad, that area was within your exclusive purview as well. Is that correct?
We shared that.
With who?
That would be with some of the FBI to review the numbers.
Okay, but essentially you were the contact guy and the initial guy to look into it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't talk to Garth. What about Joe Murray?
No, that he refused as well.
Okay, he refused. When did you try to talk to him?
I did not.
Okay.
We split those assignments up.
Okay. Okay, so Emma Murray is Chad's daughter, right?
Correct.
And Joe Murray is married to Emma, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you know Joe Murray because you went and the family you're talking about, you talked to Ed and Charlene Murray, right?
I don't know if I've ever met Joe, but I have.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you whether you talked to Ed and Charlene Murray.
That one, yes, I have talked to them.
And you interviewed them, right?
I did.
So when you're talking to the prosecutor about contacting the family to discuss this, really what you're talking about is the Emma's in-laws, right?
In addition to, yes.
In addition to who else in the family?
Talked with Sam, or Tammy's sister, Sam.
Okay.
And her husband, Jason.
Okay. They didn't live in proximity to Chad, right? They didn't live within close proximity.
Close proximity? No, they did not.
Okay. And you're aware that Emma lived kitty corner from Chad's house, right?
At the time, yes.
You're also aware that Emma and Tammy had a very, very close relationship, right?
I've heard that, yes.
Right. And Joe lives kitty corner with his wife Emma, directly kitty corner from Chad's house as well. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're also aware the other person you didn't talk to was Garth. And Garth actually lived with Chad and Tammy for a significant amount of time. You remember that?
I do.
You didn't talk to Garth though, right?
No.
Okay. And then Chad's other child, Seth. Did you ever talk to Seth?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Chad's daughter, Leah?
No.
Did you ever talk to Chad's youngest son, Mark?
No.
Okay. But the last three, Garth, Seth, Leah, and Mark, you didn't even reach out to try to talk to them, did you?
I did not. That was for somebody else to do.
Okay. But nobody else reached out to talk to them either. Are you aware of that?
No, I believe they did.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll see then, right? So the interesting thing I noted was that on the map, I think the MapQuest insurance, it talked about the last known health issue, right? Remember that when the prosecutor brought that up with you?
I do.
Right. And you put down October 18th, right?
Yes.
Right. And you were aware by reviewing Officer Greenall's report that that was the night that Chad talked about Tammy throwing up and having cough fits, right?
Yes.
So that would have been the last known health issue that she would have had the night before she passed away, right?
Objection, Your Honor. This misstates the evidence.
So Stan, you're aware that Chad had to take care of Tammy in the middle of the night because she was having fits and throwing up the night before she passed away, right?
I'm sorry, pardon me. That's what I got heard, yes.
Okay, all right. Now, you reviewed the medical reports, correct, of Tammy Daybell?
I did.
And those were pretty sparse reports, right? Teton was only a couple of pages, right?
Yes.
Right. And on Teton, the first page, and the jury will have a chance to look at that, it talked about Tammy's anemia, right?
As a past history, yes.
Right. And it didn't show anything in the future that Tammy's anemia was ever cured or resolved. You never found any information about that, did you?
None was disclosed as being resolved. It was just listed as past, meaning to me, it's done, it's over.
Well, you don't know if it's done or over. Are you a doctor?
I am not.
All right. Do you know whether anemia could actually be cured or not?
Through an online search, it says yes, it can be.
Okay. But it takes a certain amount of medication, it takes a certain amount of treatment, it takes a certain amount of prescription drugs, and a series of treatment to at least stabilize it. That's what you read, stabilize it, right?
No, I didn't read that about stabilizing.
Well, the question is, where's that medical history that she treated it and cured it?
I don't have that.
Well, you don't have it because it doesn't exist, right? Correct?
I don't know if it exists or not. We just don't have that.
Okay. But what you do have is that Tammy had a habit of not wanting to go to the doctors to get treatment for anything, right?
Objection, Your Honor. States facts not in evidence.
Stan,
Are you aware that Tammy did not like to go to doctors and didn't like to get treatment for various medical maladies?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer that, sir.
Would you repeat the question, please?
Tammy didn't like to go to the doctor, right?
Correct.
Okay. And at the time that she was discovered to be dead, are you aware of all the herbal and medicinal medicines that were in her cabinet at that time?
Yes,
Yeah. She was doing a lot of self-treatment with oils and herbs. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Okay. She was also taking Prozac as a result of that, right? A result of some depression, excuse me.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Were you aware that she was taking fluoxetine?
I have difficulty with that as well. Fluoxetine.
Fluoxetine, thank you.
Yes.
I'll say it wrong 10 more times and everybody's watching me say that, right? Fluoxetine. You were aware she was taking that?
Yes.
Generic form of Prozac.
Yes.
Okay. And that was for depression. And in addition to taking the fluoxetine, she was also self-treating with essential oils, with herbs, and a variety of other remedies, self-help remedies. You're aware of that as well, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I'm asking if he's aware of it, Judge.
Overruled.
Are you aware of it?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also aware that at the time that Chad was interviewed, he was sobbing, he was crying, and he was emotional, right?
I heard that.
Yeah. And at the time, he was still able to say, listen, she had fainting spells, she had dizziness, she had all of those conditions that she described in Officer Greenall's report, correct?
Yes.
Now, your wife dies, and you discover her because she falls out of the bed. You call 911, and then police officers start interviewing him.
Objection, Your Honor, that's a narrative. The state would move to strike.
Sustained.
So Chad's sobbing and crying, and you're expecting him to recite exactly what her medical history is at the time that he's emotionally distraught about his wife's death, right?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, and it's a narrative.
Sustained.
The fact that that Chad Daybell was sobbing, would that be a position in your experience where someone would be able to effectively provide information about their medical history and all of the things that may have been going on with their wife?
Through my experience, yes.
Oh, so when someone's emotionally distraught, they're able to recite everything in your experience, right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. And then we have Garth Daybell, who was described as quiet and reserved, and there really was no effort to talk to him, right? Right?
That I don't.
Saying that it's an exclusion to the hearsay rule. If you look at the present 803, I believe it was 803.3 that counsel cited.
It was.
Judge, that has nothing to do with a statement about whether someone wants to get insurance or not. Has nothing to do with it. And as creative as Mr. Wixom would like to be in terms of suggesting that somehow
It did it again. It did it again. Mm. Yep, it certainly did. Spins. Okay, I don't remember seeing that about the gun. Do you guys remember seeing that? I don't remember seeing the gun.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours.
What was your title or position when you left the Fremont?
Admonition to not investigate the case, watch media or news coverage.
Did she try to talk to you?
No.
Okay. And that was recorded, you said?
Yes. Using it.
Okay. Now, I know that you talked to Ed and Charlene, right?
Yes.
I haven't heard them say these
So
names.
you have some insight a little bit about Tammy and her use of that Fitbit, right?
I do.
Right. Okay, but essentially you were the contact guy and the initial guy to look into it. Is that right?
Yeah.
See, I don't know if I have to go backwards or forwards.
Let's try that again. Good afternoon to you.
There you go. That sounds great. Thank you. Husband Jason.
Okay. They didn't live in proximity to Chad, right? They didn't live within close proximity of
Close
Chad.
proximity? No, they did not.
Okay. And you're aware that Emma lived kitty corner from Chad's house, right?
At the time, yes.
You're also aware that Emma and Tammy had a very, very close relationship, right?
I've heard that, yes.
Right. And Joe lives kitty corner with his wife Emma, directly kitty corner from Chad's house as well. Through shock as described by, Brenda Dye, would you expect that he'd be also able to dictate or explain to you what his mother's health history is?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer it.
Given time, yes, through my experience.
Given time, right? After he gets over the fact that they discovered their mother dead on the floor, after that, and you give him enough time, he could probably get around to it, right?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know how much time that would be though, right?
It varies from individual.
But your experience doesn't tell you that it's instantaneous, right?
Correct.
Right. Just like Chad Daybell sobbing, it's not going to be an instantaneous answer, is it?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Now, on the life insurance policy, the Primerica account, and let me know when you're ready. Good. Okay. On the life insurance policy, that Primerica account for the $300,000 was established in 2002, right?
April, I believe, yes, 2002.
And on that life insurance policy in 2002, Chad had one for Tammy, right?
Yes.
And Tammy had one for Chad.
Yes.
And the beneficiary in the event that Chad passes away would have been who?
Tammy.
And in the event Tammy passes away, the beneficiary would have been Chad, right?
Correct.
Okay. And they set that up back in 2002, correct?
Yes.
And there was no action on that, right? No other modifications or changes of any significance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then we go to the map, I'll forget the word, MapQuest, I think it is.
Life map.
Life map, I'm sorry.
No, you're
Life map, thank you. On Life map, initially the insurance was set at $50,000.
initially, yes.
Right. And as part of your investigation, were you able to determine that that $50,000 was the base that was available for someone in their first year of employment at the school district?
Yes.
Okay. So Tammy was automatically given the initial $50,000, right?
Yes, she was.
And then after the first year, that's only where she would have been eligible for the additional upgrade to the rest of the insurance, correct?
She would be available, or she had that option to do.
Right.
So.
She could have done it or she could not have done it.
Yes,
And that's very cost-effective insurance. Did you look into that?
it is.
Very inexpensive, right?
It is.
Okay. Now, you talked about not being able to locate the Fitbit. Can you tell me who was wearing the Fitbit on the 5 or 6 months that you put those numbers up on the board?
I cannot.
We don't know who was wearing that Fitbit. We don't know if it was Emma, right?
We don't know.
You didn't talk to Emma. You don't know who was wearing it.
I do not know.
You don't know how it was used or how it was. What you're doing is you're explaining to this jury that what you have are basically numbers, right?
I do have numbers.
And what you don't have is you don't have who was using it, how they were using it, or when they were using it, correct?
We know when they were using it.
Okay. Now I know that you talked to Ed and Charlene, right?
Yes.
So you have some insight a little bit about Tammy and her use of that Fitbit, right?
I do.
Right. And as part of that, you were able to learn that there was a family competition when it came to the Fitbit. Remember that?
I do.
And do you remember when Charlene mentioned on the recording that you taped, and thank you for recording it, that Charlene said that she would go to bed at night and she'd be...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you able to gather some information as to
the competition between Tammy and the rest of the family regarding the Fitbit?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Okay, you can answer.
Yes.
And at this point, you were also able to determine, as a result of this competition, that certain activities took place. Certain people would go to bed at night being ahead on their Fitbit device. You learned some information about that?
Yes.
Okay. And through your investigation, you learned that that person was Charlene Murray, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you also learned as a result that the next morning, surprisingly, Charlene would find that she was now behind on the Fitbit race, right?
Yes.
And do you recall which family members were involved in this so-called competition?
So if I remember correctly, it was Ed and Charlene and Tammy.
Okay. And in interviewing the Murrays, Ed and Charlene, this was a little bit of a, Tammy was a competitive person.
That's what I understand. Yes.
Right. Didn't like to lose. Right?
Yes, correct. She did not.
Okay. But you don't know how that Fitbit was used when you calculated these numbers, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know who was using that Fitbit and running those numbers up, right?
I do not.
And you also don't know the manner in which those Fitbit numbers were accumulated on the particular device. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, that concludes cross-examination. Ms. Blake, if you'd like any redirect, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Mattingly, you've indicated it's fair to say this was a joint investigation.
Yes.
Which agencies were involved?
We had members of the FBI, Rexburg Police Department, Chandler, Arizona, and Gilbert, Arizona, along with Fremont County.
At some point, was the Attorney General's office also involved?
Yes, they were.
And when it came to, you were asked a lot about interviews with Chad's children just now.
Yes.
And I think you'd started to say that different duties were split between different agencies and investigators. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Did you review and discuss the case with other officers?
Yes.
Based on your investigation and your understanding, did any of Chad's kids come forward with information?
Overruled.
Did any of Chad's children voluntarily come forward with information?
Not one.
Do you recall attempting to speak with Emma about the results of her mother's autopsy?
Yes.
Would that have been around sometime in February of 2021?
It could have been, I don't know.
Sometime after the autopsy results were received?
After the autopsy results, yes.
Was Emma willing to hear about those results?
No,
Was Emma willing to speak with you?
she was not.
Did Emma provide you any information about her mother's health at that time?
Nothing.
You were asked about knowing that Tammy didn't like to go to the doctor. Do you know where that information originated?
I believe that came from Chad and his children.
You didn't personally know Tammy. Is
I
that
did
correct? So the only information you had to go on is what was provided by Chad and or his kids.
Yes.
And you were asked similarly if Tammy would self-treat with homeopathic medications or other things. Do you know where that information originated?
That'd be through Tammy's family, Chad and her children.
So you don't personally know whether or not she used those homeopathic medicines
I
or
don't.
treatments,
I don't.
just what's reported by Chad and his children.
Yes.
Then talked a lot about the Fitbit. On that first slide, we saw that it was registered to Tammy's Gmail. Is that correct?
It was.
And I think you'd also mentioned seeing Tammy wearing that in Facebook photos. Do you recall that?
I do.
Any reason to believe Tammy wasn't using the Fitbit?
I don't.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask if I can be handed State's Exhibit 152. Your Honor, it's previously been admitted. I would ask to be allowed to publish it.
You may.
Trying to make that a little easier to read. You were asked about Chad telling individuals on October 19th that his wife had become sick the night of October 18th. Do you recall defense counsel talking to you about that?
I do.
And then you were asked about the form and where he indicated October 18th of 2019 was when she first started having symptoms.
Yes.
And I know that's difficult to read, but under the medical information, can you read what is above where he wrote October 18th, 2019? And if you can't, I can have the exhibit handed to you.
No, I believe I can make it out. When did health of deceased first become impaired?
So it indicates when did the health first become impaired? Correct?
Correct.
And what was Chad's response again?
October 18th, 2019.
I have no further questions.
All right. I don't know if we got outside the scope of any direct or cross, so I'm going to deny recross. That'll conclude your testimony then. Is this witness going to be recalled by the state potentially?
The state would reserve the right to recall Detective Mattingly.
Okay. Okay, so Detective Mattingly, you remain under subpoena. You may be recalled to testify in this case because of the court's exclusionary order. Please refrain from viewing any of the evidence that is presented going forward between now and the time you take the stand. Don't discuss your testimony or others' testimony between now and then, and I'll ask you about that when you retake the stand.
I wish.
All right, thank you. All right, the state can call its next witness.
The state will call Detective Kaika Manu.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
All right, the court would note as the state's case agent, Detective Kai Kamanu is not subject to the exclusionary rule, so I won't make my normal inquiry. And Ms. Blake, you can proceed with your direct if you wish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Kaika Manu, can you please state your name for the record?
Vincent Keone Kaikamanu. Last is Kaaaiakamanu.
Where are you currently employed?
Madison County Sheriff's Office.
And I've been calling you detective, but what is your current title and or position?
I'm currently the Chief Deputy for Madison County Sheriff's Office.
At the time you were involved in this case, was your title detective?
Yes.
Are you okay if I call you detective today?
Yes.
Where were you employed prior to working in Madison County?
Fremont County Sheriff's Office in Idaho.
How long were you employed with them?
About 18 years.
What was your title or position when you left the Fremont County Sheriff's Office?
I was a sergeant over detectives and school resource officers.
And what position did you hold prior to that?
I was a regular detective and then a patrol deputy prior to that.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a law enforcement officer?
I do. I went through the Idaho Post Academy. I currently hold my intermediate, my basic, my advanced, and supervisor certificate. Throughout the years, roughly around 2,500 hours of training, and training is always ongoing.
And in October of 2019, you were working in Fremont County, correct?
Yes.
And what was your title at that time was detective?
Yes.
Do you recall if you were working on October 19th of 2019?
I was the on-call detective that night.
Do you recall missing a call that night or in the early morning hours?
Yes.
Why did you miss that call?
Earlier that night, I was called out to assist Idaho Falls PD in an Officer Walls shooting incident.
Do you recall approximately when you were called out to assist in that?
Around 11 o'clock p.m. on the 18th.
And when did you finish up with your assistance in that matter?
I got home around 4:30 a.m.
After missing that call, at some point, did you end up making contact with the deputy?
I did.
And who was the deputy?
Deputy Allie Greenholge.
Did you learn why she had called you?
I did.
What did she call you about?
When I made contact with her, she informed me that she was on an unattended death.
And as the on-call detective, did you always respond out to an unattended death?
No.
When would you respond out?
We would respond if there's anything suspicious after talking with the deputy that's on scene. We'd go over certain things if there's anything out of the ordinary, any forced entry, anything wrong with the body, anything that was suspicious to them and out of the ordinary.
When you returned that call, well, let me back up. And what is an unattended death?
An unattended death is a death that's not under a doctor's care.
Is it typical for law enforcement to respond out to an unattended death?
At that time for Fremont County, not all the time.
And if someone did respond out, was it generally a deputy to start with?
Yes.
And then if necessary, a detective would show up?
Yes.
When you returned the call to Deputy Greenhalgh, did you learn if she'd been in touch with anyone else?
I did. I was informed that she had contacted Detective Mattingly.
When you reached back out to Deputy Greenhalgh, did you ask her questions?
I did.
What were some of the things you inquired about?
Kind of just what I spoke about. I asked her if there's, again, anything out of the ordinary, any forced entry into the house, anything that was different with the body that she thought was suspicious, things of that nature.
At that time, did she inform you of anything suspicious?
She did not.
And did you learn whether Detective Mattingly had made the decision to respond out?
I did.
And what did you learn regarding that?
That he did not respond either.
Do you know if there was anyone else on scene or anyone else that arrived?
Later on scene, I found out that Deputy Coroner and the Coroner of Fremont County was also on scene.
And who is it that determines whether or not an autopsy is performed?
The Fremont County Coroner would be the one.
And the Fremont County Coroner was on scene to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that on October 19th of 2019, outside of the initial response, no investigation was opened into Tammy's death?
Yes.
And had you heard the name Tammy Daybell before October 19th of 2019?
No.
Had you heard the name Chad Daybell?
No.
Had you heard the name Lori Vallow?
No.
Alex Cox?
No.
JJ Vallow?
No.
Tylee Ryan?
No.
Subsequent to October 19th of 2019, did you become involved in an investigation into Tammy Daybell's death?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when you became involved?
I got involved with Tammy Daybell's death approximately around March of 2020.
Do you know when the Fremont County Sheriff's Office became involved?
They received a call for assistance of an Arizona PD, Gilbert PD, October 31st, 2019.
When you became involved in March of 2020, were there other related investigations pending?
Yes.
What were those?
There was the homicide of Charles Vallow in Chandler. There was the search of the two missing kids, JJ and Tylee, and the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
Is it fair to say that this became a joint investigation?
Yes.
Did you assist with other aspects in those or some of those other investigations that were related?
Yes.
Specifically, which ones did you assist with, or which one?
My main focus was Tammy's, and then I did assist with locating and helping with JJ and Tylee.
As part of your investigation into Tammy's death, did you review an incident that had happened earlier in October of 2019?
Yes.
Do you recall the date of that incident?
That was October 9th, 2019.
Were you personally involved in that investigation on October 9th?
I was not.
So after the fact, you looked into that.
Yes,
As part of that, did you review police reports?
I did.
Did you also review a call into 911?
I did.
And did you review a dispatch call?
Yes.
And do you recall what the nature of the report from October 9th of 2019 was?
It was a suspicious event, and our deputies were dispatched to that.
And did it involve a report of a gun or a paintball gun being pointed at someone?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I believe both of those calls were admitted into evidence yesterday, and I was going to see if I could get both of those exhibits. And Your Honor, those have already been admitted as exhibits. I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 232A.
232A can be published.
911, where's your emergency?
Yeah, so my mother-in-law, who lives in the corner, had just gotten home about 10 minutes ago, was unloading her car, and she thinks a man, but she's not 100% sure she didn't see, because they were wearing a ski mask, came up to her, put the table again, but they started shooting at her. It wasn't loaded, and it didn't, he didn't know they came out of it. But he kept asking what he was doing, he would respond, and then suddenly, after she pulled out with her husband, he ran off.
Okay, what's the address? Are you there? Hello? Are you still there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you. What's the address?
It's 199 North, 1900 East, Rexburg, Idaho, 83440. That's my address. She lives in the corner. I don't know what her address is.
Okay, I need her address. What's her location?
I think it's 201, I think is her address.
201 North 1900 East?
North, yep.
Does she know which direction he ended up running?
We headed east, back behind the house.
Okay, and did she give you a description of the clothing?
I didn't get one from me. I can all that.
And what time frame did you focus on?
Roughly around the time of the shooting or the. Yes.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 281A. I have
Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies. We actually just had a previous call about this individual, so they're out in the area looking now.
Okay, yeah, I think it was my son-in-law who lives diagonal from.
I apologize. Now I'm having tech issues.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 49 minutes, 20 seconds.
Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Hi, I need to report something.
Okay, go ahead. What's the address?
Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway.
Is it a suspicious person?
Yes.
Okay, what was he wearing?
He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on.
And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him?
No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house.
Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me.
Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
And that was North 1900.
Yes.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
In what direction he was going?
He went behind my house and it showed dark out here, and I just was in the house and got my husband and son, and then they went out and looked, and he was long gone by then. So he was on the north side of my house, is where he went to get away.
Okay.
He didn't say anything, or he just kept like he was holding the gun, like he was, had a rifle and was shooting at me. So, but nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded.
Okay, and what is your name, ma'am?
My name is Tammy Daybell.
Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies. We actually just had a previous call about this individual, so they're out in the area looking now.
Okay, yeah, I think it was my son-in-law who lives diagonal from us that called you guys already.
Oh,
okay. I just wanted to make sure it got reported. So,
let's see. And what's your son-in-law's name?
Joseph Murray.
Okay, yep, it was him.
Okay.
So, all right, I have a deputy that will be out at your home here shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And I can hand those back to the bailiff, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Detective Kaikamanu, do you recall reviewing those calls?
Yes,
And particularly, there's the call from Tammy Daybell into dispatch, is that correct?
yes,
And she describes the incident.
yes,
Did you hear how she referred to the weapon?
yes.
How did she refer to it?
When she first called in, she referred to it as a paintball gun. Throughout that conversation with dispatch, she also describes it as a gun and a rifle.
Did you also, I think you've already said, but did you review the reports in relation to that incident?
Yes,
Are you aware of a search that was conducted on an apartment associated with Alex Cox in Rexburg?
yes,
Were you part of that initial search?
I was not.
At some point, did you learn of some firearms that were recovered during that search?
I was aware.
What, if any, action did you take in relation to those firearms that were recovered?
From my understanding, those firearms were taken by Rexburg PD for safekeeping. After the search warrant was served, they could not leave those there. During the investigation on the attempted shooting on Tammy Daybell and then her death, I ended up writing a warrant to seize those weapons and bring them into Fremont County for evidence.
Did you in fact seize those firearms?
I did.
Do you recall photographing one of the firearms?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 281A. I have a copy for counsel, a courtesy copy for Your Honor, and the exhibit. I would ask that the witness be shown a copy of the exhibit.
Thank you.
And Detective Kaikamanu, do you recognize that firearm?
Yes.
Is this in fact one of the firearms that was seized?
Yes, it was.
What about this particular firearm caught your attention, if anything?
The ones that were seized, this one, to me, looking through them, resembled or could be looked at as a paintball gun during this incident of the attempted shooting on Tammy.
And Tammy had also used the word rifle.
Yes,
Is this in fact a rifle?
it is.
Did you take this photograph?
I did.
And is it an accurate depiction of the firearm seized?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 281A.
No objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 281A is admitted.
And Your Honor, I would ask to be allowed to publish.
You may.
And Your Honor, just to have a clear record of it, the state had begun to publish our copy. I've swapped that out and we have published the official exhibit,
Okay, thank you.
but it was an exact copy of it.
All right, we'll note the actual exhibits now being published for the jurors.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Kaikamanu, I believe there is a laser pointer up there if that's helpful. You indicated that this could resemble a paintball gun. I want to talk to you a little bit about your experience with paintball guns. What experience, if any, do you have with paintball guns?
Growing up, I shot paintball guns all the time, and then getting into my law enforcement career and getting on the SWAT team, we utilize paintball guns and paintball rifles that are set up similar to AR-15s for our training.
And what experience do you have with assault rifles?
Again, before my law enforcement career, I'd shoot them. And then once I got into law enforcement, we were issued a AR-15 and we would train with them. We train with them in SWAT training and we go to the range and shoot.
And you talked about that you were issued an AR-15. What is different between this and an AR-15?
So this rifle that you guys are looking at is actually a 6.5 Grendel. The ones that I was issued is an AR-15 that shoots 223s or 5.56. So the caliber is just that different. The lower is all the same. You just need to switch out the upper.
And based on your experience with both assault rifles and paintball guns, what part of this firearm did you believe could appear to be a paintball gun?
So if you look right here where this scope is, it is on the top of the rifle. On a paintball gun, the hopper is sometimes off to the side a little bit, just right about there on the rail. But in my experience, they've made paintball guns so advanced now that it could be on the top or on the side.
And do they make some paintball guns to resemble assault rifles?
Yes.
And what is the hopper on a paintball gun? What's the function of the hopper?
The hopper on the paintball gun is where you put your paintballs inside, and that's what holds them. And when you shoot them, that's what comes out of the barrel.
And we will come back to that exhibit in a bit.
And Judge, could I have again, a reminder of what number that was again? I have a 281A, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
As part of your investigation, we talked earlier that on October 19th of 2019, you had not heard the name Alex Cox. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you learn the name Alex Cox?
Yes.
And was that through the investigation?
Yes.
Who was Alex Cox in relation to Chad Daybell?
Alex Cox was Chad Daybell's brother-in-law.
And before Chad and Lori were married, what was the connection between Chad and Alex?
Before they were married, I couldn't tell you.
So Lori Vallow was the connection between the two?
Lori Vallow.
And ultimately they became brother-in-laws?
Yes.
As part of the investigation, do you recall looking at an account, some searches done on a Homer J. Maximus account?
Yes.
Who was that account associated with?
Alex Cox.
And you did review some of the data in relation to some Homer J. Maximus searches, correct?
Yes, I reviewed some of it.
Did you review the whole thing?
I did not.
Did you focus on a specific time frame?
Yes.
And what time frame did you focus on?
Roughly around the time of the shooting, or the attempted shooting, excuse me, on October 8th, 2019, and a few days after that.
Is it fair to say that there were quite a few searches on this account?
Yes.
And were there other searches on the days that you reviewed?
Yes.
In preparation for your testimony today, did you create an exhibit?
Yes.
Do you believe that the exhibit would assist in your testimony today?
Yes.
Do you believe it would aid the jurors in understanding?
I do.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107B. Similar to others, it is on a jump drive, but I do have courtesy copies of the slides printed for counsel, the court, and Your Honor. And I would ask that the witness be shown the printed out 107B.
Thank you.
And if you could look through those slides, Detective. Do those appear to be an accurate depiction of the PowerPoint created?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 107B.
Any objection?
Judge, for demonstrative purposes, there won't be an objection.
All right.
And Your Honor, this is a summary exhibit.
Okay, as a summary exhibit, Exhibit 107B has been admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Your Honor, I have the HDMI cable plugged in, but this is not my screen showing.
Okay, we will see.
And Your Honor, I'm just looking at the time. I will indicate it's still not showing my screen.
Yeah.
And so where it is 3:17, I don't know if the court would like to consider convening early today, and I will work with IT to make sure that I have it ready for tomorrow.
There won't be any objection to that. I
Okay,
understand.
thank you. It does make sense. We've got some kind of a tech gremlin going around this afternoon. We'll try to sort that out for tomorrow, counsel. And I know you had it just working, so we'll work with tech. So with that, we are going to conclude evidence for the day. Counsel, as we do that, and for the jurors, I want to forward soon, once we come back on the record after the jurors have been excused. I'm inclined, well, I believe I'll be able to make rulings tomorrow morning on those motions. That may take a little bit of time, so my proposal would be to start evidence tomorrow morning at 9 with the jurors instead of 8:30. Is the state okay with that?
That's fine with the state, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge.
Okay. In addition, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've got some court staffing issues leading us to take one of our days off next week. And since we know that already, in order for you to make any plans you might on a day off, I'll advise you that we are not going to be conducting court on Tuesday, which I believe is April 30th. That will be a day without trial next week. Otherwise, our schedule will remain as it's been going forward. So that'll be the schedule upcoming in the next several trial days. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then before we conclude for the day again, please make sure to follow the court's continuing admonition to not investigate the case, watch media or news coverage of the case. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else until you return tomorrow. Thank you for following that admonishment each day. And again, I'll leave it to the marshals who arrange for your arrival times to modify that if it needs to be for the morning, where the jurors won't need to be here for evidence until 9 o'clock. So thanks everyone in the courtroom also for following the courtroom conduct order. And with that, we will go ahead and conclude for today.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Counsel, in terms of going back on the record for the motions, let me just first clarify the two motions in limine will go on the record. Yeah, thank you. The motions in limine are still at issue and to be argued. Is that correct? Sorry, Ms. Blake.
No, that was my fault, but I did just realize we still have the witness on the stand. Would the court like to excuse him from the stand?
Yeah, well, I'll be very quick here and then
Okay.
we'll all just break for the day.
Yes, I believe we're ready to move forward on those motions in limine, and Mr. Wixom will be addressing them.
Okay, I am going to take a quick break then between now and the time we argue the motions, counsel. And then if those in the courtroom want to watch the motions, those are, we've determined to be public motions. I'm going to suggest we start those in about 20 minutes at about 20 till 4 to argue those motions, as well as the issue that the court raised about designating any victims in the case. So that'll be our schedule. We'll take a 20-minute recess here, come back on for those motions. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to skip through those. Through that 20-minute break or whatever, because I want to hear these motions.
I'm here.
Yes, I know, QB. Woo!
Separate motions to take up this afternoon, actually two motions. One is a notice from the court on a issue relating to designation of victims. So as a first initial comment, I'll just make, we did get these motions in limine under seal, and I did find it was appropriate to have them sealed for a couple of reasons under ICAR 32. First, we were at the time we did not yet have a jury seated and impaneled, and we do now. Secondly, there are still some unredacted personal identifiers contained in some of the exhibits that go with the motions. And for that reason, I've determined we'll hear the motions argued here in open court. That part will be part of the public record at this time. The motions in limine, and I'm referring to a motion in limine filed in the case under seal March 4th and another on March 14th. Those motions themselves are at this time going to remain sealed probably through the duration of the trial, but would likely be unsealed afterwards once appropriate redactions are also entered. So that's just the posture of how we're going to argue things today. In addition, as I mentioned, we had the issue that came up on the court issuing an order with a request that we discuss the designated, if any, victims for the case for purposes of both sorting out the exclusionary rule and who that applies to, as well as any potential victim impact statements that may come into play in the case. So there are two motions from the state, and I don't really necessarily have a preference as to what order we take those up in. Maybe we could start with the designation of victims in the case and then move on to the motions in limine. Who would be arguing, if there is any argument for the state, in terms of whether or not a designated victim would be appointed in the case for those reasons? So who from the state will address that?
I can, Your Honor.
All right. The court did send out a notice, basically just requesting clarification of that, where we're at in this stage of the proceedings. I'd like to know if the state is intending to make any designation of victim. Victims are designated by Idaho Code 195306, as well as the State versus Shackelford case does some analysis of that. We dealt with that in our previous trial. Other victims simply qualify based on familial relationship, but the designation is something that needs to be determined by the court. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to address that, I'll hear from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. In terms of designated victims, or I think trying to remember the terminology used last year, but the victims who stand in the place of someone else, we would ask again that Kay Woodcock be allowed, as she was in the last trial, to stand in for Charles Vallow. Last year, Summer Shiflett had been a designated victim representative for Tylee Ryan. This year, that would be Annie Cushing, who actually has the same relationship to Tylee Ryan, just through Tylee's biological father, Joseph Ryan, who's deceased. Other than that, all the victim information would be the same as it was in the co-defendant's trial.
Okay, and to be clear then, the Annie Cushing would be the sole designee, right? We're not asking for multiple designated.
We're not asking for multiple designees. There would be other victims related to Tylee Ryan, such as her brother Colby.
Okay.
But in terms of the designee, just Annie Cushing. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Does the defense have any input or statement or argument on the issue, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, as far as the designation of Kay Woodcock and Annie Cushing, I don't think I have an objection to that.
Okay, counsel, without walking through, I would incorporate the analysis. It wasn't in the other case, but we did an analysis through an order in the case previously. I think I've got a printed copy of that order here. In KCR 22-21-16-24, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow, some of the same people here. And in that memorandum decision and order talking about
Morgana, honey, I'm telling you, YouTube is bound and determined to destroy me today. Yay, yay. Yes, Margaret Reed's jurors are set. They said that opening statements should begin Monday morning. Spins has FOMO. What? Okay. Back to it.
the court's order excluding witnesses and reviewing both Idaho Code 195306 and State versus Shackelford 155 Idaho 454. The court incorporates that analysis and without objection would determine that Kay Woodcock would remain as a designated victim in the case and not subject to the exclusionary rule. Also permitted to make a victim impact statement if the case ends there. And that becomes an issue. In addition, that Annie Cushing, based on that relationship that's been not objected to, the court also finds is proper as a designated victim under both the statute and the Constitution. So I'm trying to recall, I think there may be a form through the prosecutor's office that victims form that a victim witness coordinator would provide or something, but I'll make the record here on this ruling. And then if there's any follow-up we need of any further submission, we'll either advise the state or the state can just get that filed.
And it was my understanding that those had been filed, but if they have not, or if there's any clarifications needed, we will certainly take care of that.
Okay, that will conclude that issue then as it relates to defining victims in the case. So then we've got remaining the motions in limine, and I'll note that there are two separate, there's a motion in limine filed March 4th, 2024, and that relates to a proposed statement the state seeks to introduce relating to a statement made from a witness, Janice Olson, regarding Tammy Daybell's life insurance coverage. The other motion was filed March 14th, titled the second motion in limine, and that as it relates to statements the state wishes to introduce through testimony of witness Janet Anderson relating to alleged statements about Tammy Daybell being called, quote, or that she is a zombie is the quote. So why don't we start procedurally then with the earliest filed motion first on the life insurance and Janice Olson, and I'll hear your argument on that, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Would Your Honor prefer that I do it from the table or the podium?
The table's fine, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Your Honor, I won't assume, given the breadth of this case and the time that's passed, that the court has these motions memorized, but I do intend to simply provide a brief overview and then respond to any questions or inquiries the court might have.
All right.
Judge, with respect to this first motion to eliminate, I think as explained in the motion, Janice Olson was a coworker of Tammy Daybell's at the school that she worked at. Apparently, at least a friendly acquaintance, if not a friend, someone that she had lunch with and visited with and talked to. Janice Olson, back in, I believe, May of 2020, was interviewed by Detective Bruce Mattingly. In that interview, she had explained to Detective Mattingly that, by her timeline, her best estimate, roughly, I believe it was a month before Tammy passed was the time that she attached to it. She and Tammy had been visiting at the school, and Tammy had made I'll characterize as a passing comment to the effect that my husband wants me to up my insurance. Something to the effect of, I'm getting closer to retirement, but he wants me to up my insurance. Subsequent, we believe to that, and perhaps the application was filed before the conversation. We aren't certain, but they were clearly close in time because this occurred the first part of that school year. An application was submitted to the appropriate administrator at the school that was signed by both Chad and Tammy that effectively requested an increase of life insurance from the school provided $50,000 to add an additional $80,000 that was an optional coverage that Tammy would have to pay for. But that application, in fact, was submitted, signed by both Chad and Tammy. The state believes that if the court does rule that this evidence that would come in the form of Janice Olson's testimony, repeating what she had heard from Tammy, which includes a statement from Chad, that if the court rules that it is admissible, that it would be relevant on a number of grounds. One would be, it would be relevant on the insurance fraud charges, because it would simply show that Mr. Daybell, it would support the factual showing that Mr. Daybell, in fact, did up the insurance, then did go forward with the plan through a conspiracy to take Tammy's life, and then made the claim that insurance, and in fact, did receive a claim check for the full amount. If a jury were to find that, then clearly Mr. Daybell, under Idaho law, as cited in the brief, would be precluded from taking that benefit under what's called the Idaho Slayer statute. You cannot take someone's life and then financially benefit from that. So it's relevant to that point. It's also relative to the conspiracy to commit murder charges and the murder charges, in that it would tend to show an intent, motive, plan of Mr. Daybell and or his co-conspirators to take the life of Tammy Daybell. Your Honor, we understand in this context that Ms. Olson's testimony about what Tammy said, her husband had said, has two layers to it. The first layer would be Mr. Daybell's statement about wanting Tammy to up the insurance. That, we believe, would not come in under the hearsay, would not be prohibited by a hearsay objection, because under the rules of evidence, it would be a statement by a party opponent and specifically excluded from the definition of hearsay. So as we've laid out in the brief, we don't believe that there really is any basis for hearsay objection to exclude that statement on that element. Now, the second layer would, of course, be Tammy's relaying to Janice Olson that my husband said I wanted the insurance up. To the extent that is a statement from Tammy to Janice, we believe that under the Idaho Rules of Evidence 803.3, that would be admissible by this court as a statement that Tammy did in fact make as to her own mental and physical state. We believe that's true for a few different reasons. Effectively, we believe that when Tammy tells Janice, my husband wants me to up my insurance, she is in that same breath effectively indicating that that's not necessarily her wish. She is just communicating her husband wants the insurance. That, Your Honor, I think is reflective of Tammy's intention or lack of intention with respect to a desire to increase the insurance. To some extent, it likewise goes to Tammy's feeling of good health. I think generally there's a tendency for people to maybe increase life insurance if they feel like there's more likely to be a claim, if there could be a health issue. If someone is feeling healthy, they might be less likely to worry about increasing and taking on the cost for life insurance. So I do think there's some element and aspect of this that does show Tammy's self-perception as to her health. But it certainly goes, I believe, to distinguish her intent from Mr. Daybell's intent. And that is important because, Judge, we believe that in this case, and I have no doubt with the case overall, this court is familiar with State versus Abdullah, another Idaho death penalty conviction. Likewise, I suspect the court is also familiar with State versus Radabah, both cited in brief. They both stand for the proposition that statements of a victim may be admitted for purposes to help explain, well, really for explanatory circumstances as to either a defendant and or the victim. And that it can come in the state's case in chief. It can come as a response to a defense. If offered in the case in chief, that line of cases does indicate, specifically State versus Abdullah, that it can be relevant in a case in chief if, for instance, something is said even during law enforcement investigations or things come up in trial. So in other words, the state doesn't effectively have to wait until the defense puts on their case and then try to offer such evidence. If the state can reasonably foresee and successfully argue to the court that an issue that would trigger relevancy to the statement has been raised already, the state could put it in its case in chief. In this particular case, we've already heard evidence as this case has started that Ms. Daybell was on fluoxetine, which is a depressive drug, a drug to treat depression. And that's one issue that the state can offer to refute a potential defense that there could have been any inclination by Tammy to take her own life. Moreover, as the court knows from today's testimony, and is well aware, there is a dispute as to whether or not Ms. Daybell died from natural causes. We've all known that from the beginning of this case. With respect to the statement about Mr. Daybell wanting to up his wife's life insurance coverage roughly a month before, in fact, she passed, that helps go to refute any argument the defense has and will continue to put on that Ms. Daybell died from natural causes, because it does show a motive, an intent, a plan for Mr. Daybell to take her life. It's a financial benefit, a financial motive behind it. Now, I think in the ordinary course of life, many couples, married or not, or partners, whomever might have life insurance needs to cover one another. It might be a normal part of financial planning to sit down and decide, do we increase the insurance this year? Do we need to do this? And so I think that's a plausible argument that the state needs to foresee and be able to meet with evidence. And I think that the statement from Chad that I want to, or we should increase your life insurance that was made to Tammy goes to help deal with that issue, to show it wasn't necessarily a normal financial planning issue of a couple. Tammy didn't say we should. She didn't say, Chad said this, and I think I agree, and we ought to. She simply relayed, Chad wants my life insurance upped. That at least has evidentiary value to refute this idea. It was just a natural financial planning conversation that occurred between a couple. And now, certainly, many inferences can be taken from that type of a statement. But, Your Honor, that is something that should be left to the jury. That's something that a jury should decide what weight to attach to that statement. And arguably, there are reasonable inferences both ways. But we do believe very strongly that it's relevant enough that it should, in fact, be presented to a jury. We believe, as we've explained in the brief, that this evidence should overcome an IRE 403 objection. If, in fact, the court decide what weight to attach to that statement. And arguably, there are reasonable inferences both ways. But we do believe very strongly that it's relevant enough that it should, in fact, be presented to a jury. We believe, as we've explained in the brief, that this evidence should overcome an IRE 403 objection. If, in fact, the court does allow this evidence in, then there would be nothing improper under the State v. Floyd case, as noted in the brief, about letting a jury to decide whether or not there's guilt or innocence based upon a statement made by the defendant. And a statement that may well go to motive, may well go to intent, may well go to plan. That's not an improper basis for a jury verdict to be rendered. So really, under 403, we believe that we will overcome any substantial prejudice argument. Your Honor, I've cited case law in the brief. Likewise, I think it's Michigan versus Bryant, a U.S. Supreme Court decision that addresses a potential confrontation clause objection. The test in that context is whether or not at the time the statement was made, let me back up. The analysis this court has to perform on that objection is whether or not that statement comes within the definition of testimonial evidence. The case as cited basically gives this court the factors to look at to determine that would be at the time the statement is made, was it intended to be used in any kind of legal or court proceeding? That's effectively what the test is that this court is called upon by the case law to look at. In this instance, we think that that's a clear no. This statement from Tammy to Janice, as made from Chad, was made roughly a month before Tammy even passed, long before charges were even brought. There's no indication at that point that Tammy would have any idea that any kind of criminal charges or proceedings would be initiated. And so frankly, we do believe under that test, there simply is no viable confrontation clause objection to be had against the evidence. Judge, I think that is a nutshell overview. I'm happy to try to address any specific questions or inquiries the court may have, but I think that captures essentially what the state's argument is in this situation.
All right. Thank you for the argument, Mr. Wixom. I do have the briefing. I don't have any specific questions for you at this time, so I will hear from the defense. I would note we did receive an objection from the defense filed on March 7th. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to argue in opposition, you can do that.
And Judge, can I have permission to remain seated?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor, for that. Judge, this is one of the concerns that I have primarily. We're talking about Mr. Daybell allegedly making a statement to his wife. And then allegedly Tammy Daybell taking that statement that she heard from her husband, relaying that to a third party, and that third party then getting in court and testifying about that statement. That's Judge, that's riddled with a lot of complications. And I don't agree with counsel saying that it's an exclusion to the hearsay rule. If you look at the present 803, I believe it was 8033 that counsel cited.
It was.
Judge, that has nothing to do with a statement about whether someone wants to get insurance or not. Has nothing to do with it. And as creative as Mr. Wixom would like to be in terms of suggesting that somehow that has anything to do with my current medical, emotional, or physical condition, it doesn't. Getting medical insurance or getting life insurance or whatever the case may be is an issue that deals really exclusively, it's a financial issue. Do we want to spend the money to do this? Do we want to invest in this? The other issue, Judge, is it's abundantly clear by the testimony from Officer Mattingly. The minimum was $50,000. And at the time they wanted to up the insurance, it was the first opportunity for them to be able to do that. And they chose in an inexpensive way to spend money to do that. But what this in essence is going to do is it's going to create a confrontation clause issue in a number of ways. But primarily the problem is also that what it's going to in essence do is it's going to require Mr. Daybell to have to respond to this because there's nobody else who can respond to this. And you're putting him in a position where the prejudicial impact of making that statement has to be balanced against Mr. Daybell's right, constitutional right to remain silent and not offer any testimony. By allowing this to come in, we're jeopardizing that right of Mr. Daybell. The other issue, Judge, is this, is that the prosecuting attorney has had this information, from what I understand, for 3 or 4 years. And as the trial is starting and as the trial is progressing, they file a motion in limine while the trial has already commenced. And if the court recalls that back on the close in time.
Before trial, but it was in March. It was March 4th.
Okay. But the difficulty, Judge, is this, is that at the last motion in limine that they brought, the court said you're getting tired, or at least you're growing weary of all of these motions in limine. They had ample time to bring this up. And the prejudice to counsel, defense counsel, is significant because the jury could easily read that and say, oh, the grand conspiracy. Mr. Daybell must have said that to Tammy. Tammy must have said that to this witness. And now this witness is going to testify about what she said. There's no way for me to defend that. There's no way for me to challenge that short of putting Mr. Daybell on the stand unless there was somebody else. And I haven't had sufficient time, nor will I have sufficient time to even investigate whether there were other people involved or other people who heard this. So again, Judge, aside from the hearsay issues, and it doesn't fall under 8033, Judge, aside from the confrontation issue, Judge, the prejudicial impact that it would have on this case and the bias that it would present greatly overstates the significance of the value of this information. And I think that it would put Mr. Daybell in a very prejudicial place and force him to make decisions about how we're going to tactically proceed to address that. And I just think at that point, Judge, I think the court would be making a mistake by allowing the prosecutor to bring this forward and do that. And then again, it's riddled with hearsay issues as well.
All right, Mr. Wixom, any rebuttal argument?
I believe very briefly, Judge. First, as to the argument that this is some kind of a last-minute attempt or approach, the defense did point out that the state has had this for years. I'm sorry, the state has had this information for years, but so has the defense. This was disclosed back to the defense by my records, July of 2020.
Well, there's so much information, Mr. Wixom, and like putting somebody on notice of what statements that are, non-party statements or non-direct statements. It's the timing of putting them on notice in a motion in limine. I think that in fairness, just because it may have been disclosed somewhere, I do have some concern with the timing. I'll just address that.
Well, with respect to Your Honor, I understand that. I would simply just point back to the cases cited in the brief. I understand it's the court's discretion how it handles and treats motions in limine. I think in the case law, and certainly in my experience, motions in limine are often not brought until during trial. Often they're brought before trial, and I understand that. We do believe that we simply argue to the court that because of that disclosure, the defense shouldn't be cut off guard, respecting what the court just said, and I'll leave it at that. Your Honor, I do want to go back to Rule 8033. That exception does not just address physical, but perhaps that's all I raised, but also addresses emotional and mental state of the victim. And so a mental state, such as an intention to increase or not increase insurance, or a statement about physical health. I don't necessarily need to increase the insurance. My husband wants this done. So I do think that 8033 does clearly apply. Judge, with respect to some of the other arguments as to what this does, the state is here today because we believe we have a lot of prejudicial evidence against the defendant. That's why the charges have been brought, and that's why we're spending the time at the trial. To argue that just because a piece of evidence is prejudicial, it should be excluded, well, Judge, that's the nature of a criminal proceeding. Now, we don't believe that it substantially outweighs the probative value. There are some cases cited in the brief, particularly with respect to things like graphic murder crime scene photos that the courts have repeatedly ruled that even though they are highly prejudicial to the defense, they are nonetheless admissible by the state for the purposes of meeting their high burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And so the arguments that are being made by the defense in that regard really are weight questions. They're arguments that he can be making during closing argument. Certainly, he can also address this issue of suggesting that it forces the defendant to take the stand simply is not correct. The defense counsel certainly has the ability, and we've seen him perform so far in this case, to cross-examine witnesses, and he would be able to address this through cross-examination of Ms. Olson. So it doesn't force or back the defendant into having to take the stand to defend himself. But really, in addition to that, in any criminal proceeding, a defendant is effectively put in the place, or if they choose to meet any given piece of evidence, they may just have to make their own strategic decision whether they wish to waive the right to remain silent and defend themselves or not. And so I don't think it's an unfair argument to be made by the defense. I just don't think that they should succeed in that argument in this situation. This court can see from the record that this defense attorney is very aggressive with the clause. He's very thorough. He's prepared. So I really think the state would argue to Your Honor that it simply isn't a viable argument to object upon. Under the confrontation clause, I've already cited that case law. I believe that the state I'll rest on that issue and let the court make its decision, but that's all I have.
And Judge, Mr. Wixom brought up a couple of things. I just want to touch on one matter if the court gives me some leeway.
Go ahead.
And Judge, quite frankly, 404B is designed to give us notice and give us an opportunity to address these very issues. 404B does not apply to defense attorneys. It applies to the prosecution, and there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is that you don't want to get sandbagged by some motion close to or near the time for trial, and they bring up some obscure fact that says, oh, by the way, we're going to use this, and we're not going to give defense counsel an opportunity to do that. So I don't know where the good cause is to show that they are able to get around this and then say, for 4 years we've had this information, and on the eve of trial we're bringing this forward. And on the last note, I appreciate Mr. Wixom saying that about me on national TV about my skills. I don't necessarily agree with him completely, but it was very kind of him to say that.
All right, well, a couple of comments. First, I'm going to take the matter under advisement. I'll get an oral ruling for you tomorrow morning. 8:30 is the planned time to do that on this issue. I'll note that I don't think that 404B is implicated in this. However, under 403, the question the court looks at, it's been argued a lot of different ways here, but it's right in the rules, whether or not probative value is substantially outweighed by unfair prejudice. So not everything gets to be weighed by the jury if the court makes a balancing determination, even if it is admissible. And if the court determines that probative value would be substantially outweighed by unfair prejudice. So I am going to take that one under advisement. In terms of the next motion, counsel, I'd like to hear argument on that. I don't want to reiterate or go back into 403 balancing other matters we just argued on the first motion to the extent they apply to the second motion, but it has its own unique issue and a separate brief filed by the state, and the timing as well is different. So this is the March 14th motion, second motion in limine in relation to a state's seeking introduction of a statement by a witness, Janet Anderson, quote, she is a zombie as it relates to Tammy Daybell. With that, Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to present argument on that motion. And I will note on that motion, I believe the motion referenced exhibits that I don't think were ever received by the court. And I'll look, if they're not in by now, I'm finding them untimely and won't consider. If this is the motion I'm thinking of, it did not have attached exhibits, but otherwise I understand the content and context of the motion, so you can argue it.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I think I can be more brief. I don't have any desire to be redundant, but I would first note to the court, this is actually a two-part motion. There are two witnesses with two statements. The court has accurately reflected that we're seeking an order allowing us to introduce testimony from Janet Anderson, a school secretary, who indicated that she heard a conversation between Tammy and another coworker where Tammy indicated that her husband said she is a zombie, and that Tammy after that said, I'm not a zombie, and appeared to be laughing it off and walking it away. And that was relatively close time to the time of Tammy's death. The second statement, to be clear, is a statement from the witness, Pam Peebles, who is a school teacher at the school, who was interviewed back in May 2020. And she did give a statement. She's what we'll call a health witness. We have anticipated calling her in preparation for testimony just a couple of months ago, relative in time that we filed the motion. She actually, on her own fruition, made an additional statement where she says that Tammy told her that this is the best I have ever felt in my life, and she was excited about getting ready for a race. Now, she indicates that that was told to her by Tammy on the Thursday before Tammy passed the following Saturday, 2 days later. Judge, we believe that those statements are both admissible. We do understand the timing issue, but in this situation, we're not sure the state could have provided them in a more timely manner. We did provide them before trial. Those two pieces of information both came up in trial prep, roughly early March. Rather than going through all the applicable rules, I would just make one quick argument. While certainly I understand the objection the state or the defense may make as to the timeliness and ability to respond, in these situations, I don't think the defense, or frankly the state in other situations, are left in any different position than if any given witness says something brand new on the stand during a trial, which we've all seen happen many times, that no one had ever heard before. They would be left in that position where they would simply have to respond on the fly. They don't have to do that here. And in this case, very close in time after these were disclosed, relayed to the state, they were disclosed to the defense, albeit a few weeks before trial, but at least the defense has had the benefit and no less benefit than the defendant or the state did to respond and figure out how to handle this evidence. And so I'll just leave my argument at that. We do believe that both of those pieces of evidence should be admitted to trial.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wixom. And I will not all incorporate, of course, in any decision the briefing that was supplied as well. Mr. Pryor, as to the second motion in limine on the proposed introduction of statements, quote, she is a zombie from Janet Anderson, and then Pam Peebles, the health witness statements, this is the best I've ever felt in my life, or excited about getting ready for a race. You can pose any objection you have at this time.
Judge, one of the concerns I have is that these disclosures took place while Mr. Wixom was interviewing these witnesses for their trial prep. Now, that could be addressed potentially in cross-examination, but the difficulty is, again, the appearance, Judge. The appearance that Mr. Wixom is talking to witnesses and doing this, and suddenly they make these disclosures. The first one with, I think it was Janet Anderson, heard a conversation. That's problematic on a number of levels, Judge, and it's problematic that she heard a conversation and she's going to relay a conversation that she heard. That in itself brings up another of evidentiary rules, and then I'll let the court do the analysis as far as hearsay analysis on that. The other one, talking about the other witness, Judge, again, the timing is problematic. And I understand that things happen and people bring up information at the last minute. Those things do happen. But this seems to be a little convenient that suddenly we're bringing up information from the very first motion in limine. Now we have two more additional statements. The only difference, Judge, is these statements, they came about as a result of preparation for trial. And they happen to be witnesses who are on the very side, at least from my perspective, of, on the opposite side of the case. And ironically, I'm not seeing any disclosures that seem to favor the defense or go that direction. And again, I'm not going to reiterate all of the stuff about relevancy, Judge, but the reality of this is that the timing is suspect, and giving me sufficient notice to address these, they're just not there. And again, the prejudicial impact greatly outweighs the probative value.
All right. Well, counsel, they're both under advisement. Take a look through them later today in the morning. I'll prepare a ruling on both so the parties have the benefit of knowing whether or not that information is entitled to be admitted at trial. I do appreciate the sides briefing and arguing it and bringing it forth in a motion in limine. As they say, better late than never. And certainly I'd rather be considering this when I have time to have this instead of it spontaneously coming up on the stand with a witness. So we will conclude for today then with those under advisement, and I'll intend to have an oral ruling on both motions tomorrow morning at 8:30. We'll then have the jurors in at 9 for further evidence. So we'll be in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. We are done for today. We are done for today. I am so sick of YouTube today. I'm sick of it. All right, you guys, I'm going to get out of here. It's been 9 hours. I am ready to get something to eat. I'm going to go check on my husband, see how he's feeling. And yeah. So, be back tomorrow. I know they said something about court would start at 9 Mountain, so that's 11 Eastern. So we'll play it by ear in the morning, see when things start. And that's that. Thank you guys for hanging out, even though it was very treacherous. Very, very, very treacherous today. Oh my goodness. You guys have more patience than I don't even know. So, but thank you. I appreciate it. I love you. Yeah. 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 All right. I'm going to get on out of here. And I will see you guys back in the morning. Love you. Mean it.